The higher-ups of the Star Palace were almost sure that this had something to do with Han Li. After all, they had all seen the interaction between Elder Xian and Han Li in the Stone Palace. Anyone could tell that this great cultivator had a vendetta against Elder Xian. However, despite their suspicions, all of the Star Palace elders simply pretended to not suspect anything, and none of them went to interrogate Han Li. He was a great cultivator whom no one wanted to mess with, and most importantly, they couldn't find any evidence that Han Li was the culprit behind all this. Instead, there was strong evidence suggesting that he hadn't actually been responsible for this incident. During the time period in which Elder Xian had perished, Han Li had been discussing cultivation insights and experiences with Elder Zhou the entire time. Of course, it wasn't difficult to tell that this was a smokescreen intentionally set up by Han Li to prevent anyone from being able to aim a convincing accusation against him. Despite knowing the truth, it was still an extremely harrowing notion to all of the Star Palace elders that Han Li could wipe a nascent soul cultivator off the face of the world without even having to go after him in person. If he were a normal cultivator, they could naturally disregard all evidence and capture him before using a soul search technique to confirm everything. However, who would dare to do that to a late nascent soul great cultivator? Even the elders who had been quite close with Elder Xian knew better than to kick up a fuss. Furthermore, the Star Palace had to rely on Han Li's powers to carry them through this crisis, so they absolutely couldn't afford to get on his bad side. Thus, Ling Yuling and all of the Star Palace elders could only pretend that they had no idea who the culprit could be. After discussing cultivation experiences and insights with Elder Zhou for about half a day, Han Li returned to his silent cultivation chamber. Almost immediately thereafter, Elder Zhou received news that Elder Xian had passed away, and he was rooted to the spot for a long while. In the end, he could only give a wry smile with a resigned expression on his face. After that, he departed from the cave abode and left 2 core formation disciples there in his place. Han Li could kill a nascent soul cultivator even without leaving the cave abode, so it was just a waste of time for him to remain behind and keep an eye on Han Li anyway. It was much wiser for him to get out of there as soon as possible in case Han Li decided to kill him as well. As such, a peculiar sequence of events unfolded. A Star Palace elder had clearly just perished, yet this incident was completely glossed over, and it seemed that none of the higher-ups of the Star Palace wanted to mention anything about it. Even the words, Elder Xian, had become a taboo phrase that could only be mentioned in hushed whispers. Instead, everyone was focusing their attention on making preparations for the upcoming battle. 5 days later, Han Li emerged from the silent cultivation chamber and arrived at the sacred palace again. On this occasion, there were more than 30 core formation cultivators also gathered here on top of the Star Palace elders. Most of these cultivators were at the late core formation stage, so their powers were only just below that of the Star Palace elders. When Han Li slowly made his way into the hall, all of the cultivators turned their attention to him in unison. Most of them wore expressions of awe and veneration, while some were quite fearful of his arrival. However, one thing remained constant, and that was no matter which direction Han Li cast his gaze toward, all of the cultivators gathered there would immediately lower their heads and avoid his gaze. Using his humanoid puppet to take care of an early nascent soul cultivator was an extremely simple task for Han Li, but in doing so he had intimidated the entire Star Palace. In the past, all of these Star Palace cultivators only knew that Han Li was a great cultivator, but no one had seen him in action, so they couldn't help but be skeptical about whether he would actually be able to hold off Wan Tianming. After all, Wan Tianming had slain many Star Palace elders in the past several decades, and his reputation was second to none in the scattered star seas. Ironically, Han Li's assassination of a nascent soul elder instilled everyone with a lot more confidence in his abilities. That was something that neither Han Li nor Ling Yuling had anticipated. Of course, Ling Yuling was naturally very glad that their morale had been boosted, while Han Li simply didn't care. Please take a seat, fellow Taoist Han. I'll start organizing the preparations for the upcoming battle right away, Ling Yuling said in a respectful voice. Han Li nodded as he took a seat before producing a white jade slip to read, completely ignoring everyone else in the process. Ling Yuling merely smiled upon seeing this, but her expression instantly became quite grave after turning to the rest of the cultivators and delivering a series of instructions. Even though most of Han Li's attention was focused on the jade slip, he wouldn't actually completely ignore what Ling Yuling was saying. The Star Palace's plan was very simple. Even though the heavenly windfire formation was comprised of 108 windfire pillars, they were only planning to attack the 36 windfire pillars surrounding Heavenly Star City. According to the analysis from several of the Star Palace's formation spellmasters, these 36 pillars were the most important ones, and as long as they could destroy most of those pillars, the formation would be vanquished as a result. Of course, the formation core that Wan Tianming was guarding had to be conquered by the Star Palace before that. Thus, one nascent soul stage elder and core formation cultivator after another rose to their feet at Ling Yuling's behest, and all of them wore serious expressions as they listened to the duties being delegated to them. A sense of fierce killing intent had spread through the entire hall. Before long, all of the cultivators present had been assigned to attack a certain windfire pillar. However, the distribution of high-grade cultivators was rather uneven. There were 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators in some groups while in others, there wasn't even a single nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was rather surprised by this arrangement. However, he quickly understood why such arrangements had been made. There were most likely Star Palace spies in the Starfall Coalition as well, so they must have already ascertained the forces guarding each individual windfire pillar, and were delegating troops accordingly. Even though Han Li continued to focus his attention on his jade slip, a faint smile had appeared on his face. Ling Yuling delegated duties very quickly, and after just a short while, almost all of the cultivators in the hall had been assigned with specific roles. Finally, her voice faltered as she turned to Han Li, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you Elder Zhao, Elder Ma, and I will be responsible for attacking the formation core that's being guarded by Wan Tianming. Is that all right?" Han Li raised his head and replied nonchalantly, "Sure. However, I'm only responsible for taking on Wan Tianming. I won't attack any other cultivators unless they attack me." A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes at the sight of Han Li's carefree expression, but she was naturally quite glad that Han Li had accepted her arrangement. Even though she had heard some things about Han Li from the Heavenly Star Sages, she didn't actually know if Han Li was all that powerful among late nascent soul cultivators. She was really worried that Han Li would underestimate his enemy and fall on his own sword, so she elaborated on some of Wan Tianming's signature abilities and treasures in order to help Han Li prepare for the upcoming battle. Han Li's expression remained quite nonchalant as he listened to her description. Ling Yuling could only heave an internal sigh upon seeing this, and she repressed the urge to ask Han Li what chance he thought he had of victory. In any case, defeat was not an option for the Star Palace. "Let's go." After one final instruction, all of the cultivators in the palace instantly rushed out from within. All of the low-grade Foundation establishment disciples had already gathered at all 4 of Heavenly Star City's gates, and they were primed to attack as soon as the core formation cultivators arrived to lead them into battle. Han Li glanced at the jade slip in his hand before closing his palms together, upon which the jade slip abruptly disappeared. The jade slip contained the cultivation art for the divine essence-fused light, and it was indeed quite profound and complex. Even after several days of arduous observation, he had only made a little progress. He was very curious about just what kind of extraordinary existence the divine essence-fused mountain was to be able to assist in the mastery of this cultivation art. Han Li was considering these matters in a rather absent-minded manner as he also exited the stone palace along with the other elders. Much to Han Li's surprise, there was a massive carriage over 100 feet in length parked outside the palace. The entire carriage had been constructed from some type of unidentifiable green wood, and all types of runes had been carved onto its surface. It was quite apparent that this was an extremely intricately and painstakingly crafted carriage. However, what was even more noteworthy was that the carriage was being drawn by 4 demon beasts several tens of feet in length, all of which were of the same green color as the carriage itself. This was the first time that Han Li had been flabbergasted following his arrival in Heavenly Star City. The 4 green demon beasts only appeared to be at the 5th or 6th grade, but they were most definitely flood dragons. If he recalled correctly, flood dragons were extremely protective of their brethren. The Star Palace was indeed very powerful, but how could they use actual flood dragons to draw their carriages? Weren't they afraid of drawing the ire of the entire flood dragon race and bringing disaster to the Star Palace? At the sight of rare expression of surprise that had appeared on Han Li's face, Ling Yuling smiled and asked, "Is there really a need to be so surprised by a few low-grade demon beasts, fellow Taoist Han?" A blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes and he suddenly said, "Wait, these demon beasts possess the bodies of true flood dragons, but their souls seem to be rather strange." A hint of admiration appeared in Ling Yuling's eye as she explained, "You really do have a good eye, Brother Han. The souls in the bodies of these demon beasts are indeed not the souls of flood dragons. Many years ago, when my father was traveling through the outer seas, he won a few low-grade green flood dragon carcasses from the Golden Wurm King in a bet, then used a secret technique to inject the souls of marine spirit pythons into their bodies, thereby creating these demon beasts." "I see, but why have you placed this carriage here? Will we be using it in our attack?" Han Li's brows were still furrowed with confusion. You won't be aware of this, Brother Han, but this carriage was personally crafted by my father. Aside from these demon beasts, the carriage itself is also very special and will be quite effective against our enemies. If it weren't for the importance of this battle, I wouldn't even be using such a precious treasure." Ling Yuling raised her eyebrows as a mysterious look appeared on her face. When Han Li heard Ling Yuling, he swept his spiritual sense past the carriage beasts and nodded, saying little else. Its driver was a bald 2-meter-tall giant drove it. Although he only possessed foundation establishment cultivation, his upper body was bare and revealed steel-like muscles, giving him a menacing aura. When everyone boarded the carriage, the large man raised a white whip and cracked it. The green flood dragons that were lazily resting in front of the stone hall quickly raised themselves and began to slither in the air. The carriage then launched into the air in a white streak, traveling at a speed that rivaled an early nascent soul cultivator. A quarter-hour later, Han Li and company arrived above a gate at Heavenly Star City. At that moment, the power of windfire was bombarding the blue light barrier relentlessly. Even with the protection of the light barrier, the muffled explosions trembled throughout the city, startling mortals and low-grade vagrant cultivators alike. Although the light barrier appeared quite durable, under the sustained attack of the grand formation outside, it was only a matter of time before the barrier broke. As Han Li stood outside a desolate city gate, he examined the situation on the outside of the island. The situation appeared far from good. It was about the same as when he entered. All he could see was azure and red. Even with his vast abilities, he couldn't see far past it. He indifferently glanced down at the city and saw thousands of low-grade cultivators hiding behind the other city gates nearby. They were either meditating while sitting cross-legged or preparing magic tools and talismans, making their final preparations. Old Man Zhao and the large purple-robed man then walked out of the carriage. They were talking with the other elders with a grave expression. Footsteps sounded from behind him, and before he turned his head, he heard a sweet voice speak to him. "Brother Han, I have a request for you. I don't know if you would be willing to accept." "What is it?" Han Li turned around, showing not the slightest surprise on his face. Ling Yuling stood behind him wearing faint green palace robes. Her beautiful face wore an unclear expression and her brow was tensed as if she were discussing something of great importance. Ling Yuling gritted her teeth and produced a faint blue jade slip, handing it towards Han Li with a hopeful gaze. "The next battle will decide the life and death of our Star Palace. To tell the truth, the Starfall Coalition attracted a few cultivators that previously remained hidden in bitter cultivation. Even with Brother Han's assistance, our chances of victory are only half. If we win this battle, we won't further trouble you, but if we were to suffer a grand defeat, I hope you will be able to take the people listed in the jade slip away from the scattered star seas. I hope you'll consider it." "What do you mean by that?" Han Li frowned. "It's nothing much. The people I listed are closely related to me. Although I am confident no one knows the relationships between us, there is still a possibility the Starfall Coalition will exterminate them if we are defeated. It would be much better if you were to take them with you. You aren't a cultivator from the scattered star seas. You should be capable of doing this." Ling Yuling spoke with a tone of complete trust. Han Li looked at her in silence. As his silence continued, she misunderstood. She smiled and said, "Of course, if you do this for me, it will fulfill your agreement with my father to act 3 times. You've already fulfilled a part of the agreement by dealing with Wan Tianming. If you agree to this matter, the agreement will be fulfilled even if we win and you don't have to take action." After another moment of silence, an odd gaze appeared in Han Li's eyes and he said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, please consider this carefully. My agreement with your father was to save you 3 times when your life was in danger. Don't you think that using one of these requests like this is against the intentions of the two sages? I am well aware, but I am the Star Palace Lord now. If we are truly defeated in this battle, the Star Palace's ancient legacy will be extinguished as a result. What use are 2 extra chances at life? It would be better for my close relatives to be saved. As for my own protection, my mid-nascent soul cultivation should be enough. Han Li looked at her lovely pitiful expression for a long while before replying with an emotionless tone. Fine. In that case, I will accept your request. If you lose this battle, I will bring them away from the scattered star seas. With beauty blossoming from her face, Ling Yuling charmingly said, Your words leave me without worry for the future. With your amazing abilities, you will be able to make it out safely no matter how badly this war turns out. Han Li smiled and then turned his gaze to outside the city. With Ling Yuling acquiring Han Li's agreement, she tactfully left him alone and withdrew. Several hours later, voice transmission talismans were sent out notifying that preparations were complete and the gates to Heavenly Star City were opened. Tens of thousands of cultivators rushed out at the same time, quickly leaving the city's blue barrier and disappearing into the azure and red mist formed from windfire. Heavenly Star Palace's massive deployment was instantly discovered by the Starfall Coalition cultivators that were assigned to protect the formation. The Starfall Coalition immediately deployed large numbers of cultivators to fight and had their retainers immediately control the Grand Formation, fully activating the formation's might. Although the spell formation didn't have any effect on cultivators above Foundation Establishment, it could produce grave injuries to anyone at Foundation Establishment and below. After the various windfire pillars were activated, the azure red mist that was slowly floating in the air began to violently turn, condensing into azure red balls of light and promptly exploding. For a time, light flashed within the Grand Formation, followed by sounds of unceasing explosions. If common Foundation Establishment cultivators were to enter the formation without any preparations, they would have been immediately torn apart by the power of windfire. But for this battle, the Star Palace made meticulous preparations. Each and every cultivator had various colored light barriers appearing on their bodies, warding off the attacks of windfire and preventing any significant injuries to the low-grade Star Palace cultivators. At that moment, the Starfall Coalition cultivators guarding the pillars met the Star Palace cultivators head-on. The sounds of battle and death immediately sounded from the formation. At nearly the same time at the edge of the Grand Formation, at the very top of a giant kilometer-tall pillar of wind flame, several cultivators were staring into the distance. Their leader, a middle-aged man with a tense squarish face, wore a purple robe and a jade band. He held his hands behind his back. He was Wan Tianming. His current calm demeanor was far different from when Han Li had seen him last. Standing not far behind him was an old man with dark skin and an old woman with red and green clothing. The two wore similarly grave expressions. It seems the Star Palace is truly launching a full-force attack. They used so many mid-grade talismans in this very attack that it could bankrupt an ordinary clan. The dark old man muttered. This was the cultivator surnamed Long, who escaped in a panic when Han Li rushed the formation. They must be staking it all in one throw. This must be related to the person who rushed into the city. Wan Tianming calmly said. I see it as a desperate move. However, fellow Taoist Long, is the cultivator who killed fellow Taoist Hua so fearsome? Even with you two united, this fellow was still able to kill one of you in an instant? Green light flashed from the old woman's eyes as she looked at the old man. She possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation. When Old Man Long heard the woman mention Han Li, his face turned pale and stroked the new arm he produced from a secret technique. A long while later he replied with a wry smile, more than just fearsome. Fellow Taoist Hua was by no means weak, but he wasn't able to put up much resistance. Had I been any slower in escaping, I feared I wouldn't be standing here today. He most likely isn't a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but a late-nascent soul grand cultivator. A sneer appeared on the old woman's face and she bluntly said, A grand cultivator? I see that fellow Taoist Long has been frightened to the extent where his mind became muddled. Apart from fellow Taoist Demo, how can there be other late-nascent soul cultivators from the inner seas? The Star Palace would have already recruited them otherwise, and whittle away at our alliance after such a long period of time. Old Man Long's face grimaced as a result. Wan Tianming faintly smiled. That isn't certain. The image of the cultivator that fellow Taoist long produced for me is somewhat familiar. After several days I came to recognize the person. It is someone that fellow Taoist Chiu should know as well. Could Brother Imo explain? The old woman asked in astonishment. Do you remember when the heaven-void cauldron emerged into the world several hundreds of years ago? When our alliance issued a kill order on a cultivator named Han Li? Wan Tianming leisurely asked. After a short moment of thought she came to an instant realization. The heaven-void cauldron? That Han Li. Was that the person who broke through the formation? They do bear a strong resemblance, but how can this be possible? That person was a core formation cultivator in the past. She shook her head, wearing an expression of disbelief. Wan Tianming looked in the direction of the Grand Formation and indifferently said, You don't need to be so surprised. Over 100 years ago, before the death of the heavenly star sages, I acquired a secret report that Han Li appeared near the Yellow Sand sect as a nascent soul cultivator. Then he used a Star Palace teleportation formation to the outer seas. At that time the Star Palace sages attempted to recruit him, but to little success. I suspect that the disappearance of Swift Crane and other elders of our alliance are largely related to him. Elder Swift Crane and Fire Dragon Island's Huang Kuan? They didn't die from a demon beast ambush at Green Spirit Island? The old woman said with a start. Wan Tianming coldly chuckled and slowly explained, That is what we say to outsiders. In truth, according to our cultivators on Green Spirit Island, the two elders never made an appearance on the island on the day of the demon beast invasion. Rather, there were people from Lightning Sky Island that reported a sighting of Han Li on the same day that Swift Crane and Huang Kuan mysteriously disappeared. Their life soul tokens in the Alliance's possession were also extinguished. As for the demon beast invasion of Green Spirit Island, that was an unrelated affair that occurred after. The old woman remained stunned for a while and slowly said, Even if that is the case, those two were partners to the death. Would it have been a difficult task? It is true we have no evidence that he was the one who did it. But if the cultivator who broke through the formation was truly Han Li, and he possesses the ability of a grand cultivator, then that guess should mostly be correct. A cold light glinted from Wan Tianming's eyes and his voice turned gloomy. If this person truly reached late nascent soul stage and has the heaven void cauldron in his possession, and Brother Wan also only became a late nascent soul cultivator recently. As Old Man Long muttered this, worry was betrayed on his face. Wan Tianming chuckled and spoke unperturbed. Since I know this person, how could I not have a plan to respond? Be at ease. If he arrives, leave him to me. I won't say that I have complete certainty to kill him, but I am confident I will defeat him. The two elders exchanged a glance and betrayed astonishment from their faces, but relief soon appeared on their faces. Since this was said by the sect leader of a grand sect, his words should hold true. If you're saying that, then we are assured. We'll deal with the others. The old woman wore a sinister smile. Wan Tianming eventually turned around and wore an odd expression on his face. I will feel at ease to hand over the ordinary problems and the formation core to you two fellow Taoists. But do you plan on fighting with your backs against the wall? There will be many high-grade cultivators targeting the formation core. As such, I will request for assistance to help you two defend the formation core. Startled, the old man yelped, Assistance? You mean? Wan Tianming didn't directly reply, but rather raised his hand, releasing a giant fireball from his sleeve. It ruptured high in the air in a flourish of vermilion flame. This eye-catching scene was noticed by all the cultivators nearby the huge pillar, arousing some discussion amongst them. As these people were bewildered, something happened above them. A charming voice spoke from a 10-meter long that appeared. Brother, fellow Taoist one has summoned us. It seems the time has come to make use of us. It was truly boring hiding here for such a long amount of time. Time has little meaning to cultivators like ourselves. Since Brother One had us reveal ourselves, it seems the time for battle has come, and no small one by any means. We should be able to kill enough this time around. A deep man's voice spoke from the boat. Soon after, two blinding white streaks shot off from the boat, circling once in the air and landing on top of the huge pillar. The white light vanished in a flash, revealing a male and female cultivator in front of Wan Tianming and company. The man had round eyes, long hair drooped over his face and a tall sturdy body. The woman had pale soft flesh and an exquisite body, the makings of a seductive appearance. After a brief moment of alarm, Old Man Long recognized the two that appeared and couldn't help but cry out in terror. The twin lawn devils? Even the overbearing old woman's complexion turned pale. The dainty woman glanced at Old Man Long and gorgeously smiled. "Oh? I didn't think that there were still people that recognized us in the scattered starseas. We've lived in seclusion at Devilson Island for many years." The old woman briefly hesitated and spoke with a fearful expression. "Weren't you too exterminated by the heavenly star sages? How can you be here?" "It is true that in the past we were nearly done in by those two old bastards, but through some luck we managed to make it out here today." "What? You don't mean to say you have some sort of grudge against us?" The large man swept a cold gaze past the two elders. Strangely enough, his lips moved, but his voice came from his abdomen, revealing a set of glinting white teeth from there as if there were a man embedded inside. The old woman's heart trembled at the sight of this and she unconsciously took a step back. Soon after, she realized she was showing weakness and couldn't help but step back forward, letting out a resentful snort. The large man sinisterly grinned in response and released waves of baleful qi from his body, covering his face in a layer of faint blood qi. Wan Tianming snorted and sullenly said, "Enough, our enemy has arrived. Fellow Taoists, I had you remain hidden until today for this very battle. Humph, did you think I didn't notice that the Star Palace had a spy infiltrate the higher ranks of our alliance? Now let's see who has fallen into our trap." The others startled and quickly turned their heads in the direction of the spell formation. They saw a violent storm of windfire in the azure-red mist. Inside it was a huge carriage being pulled by 4 green flood dragons. Countless cultivators followed after it, and in a blink of an eye, several thousand cultivators could be seen. The star-defying alliance cultivators nearby the pillar had long prepared for this moment. When they saw enemies approach, they flew into the air on their flying tools. Soon, the two sides found themselves in confrontation at the huge pillar of wind flame. The old woman and Old Man Long paid no further heed to the lawn devils, focusing instead on the Star Palace cultivators in front of them, particularly on the 4 cultivators riding the carriage. When the old man saw this, his heart trembled and mouth turned dry. He saw a confidently posed Han Li inside the carriage. At that moment, Han Li hadn't taken notice of the old man. Rather, his eyes immediately fell on Wan Tianming and examined him with a sharp gaze. The twin lawn devils. The large purple-robed man let out a yelp similar to Old Man Long. Han Li didn't react to the name, but Ling Yuling and Old Man Chao were strongly startled. Ling Yuling asked with an urgent tone, "Elder Ma, are you not mistaken? Weren't the lawn devils exterminated long ago by my esteemed mother and father?" "How could I be mistaken? I followed the 2 palace lords when they personally pursued the 2 devils after such a long period of time. After that, the 2 palace lords jointly advanced to late nascent soul stage." Absolutely baffling. If the 2 devils truly managed to survive, they should have already reached the end of their lifespans. How could they have survived until now? However, their cultivation was about the same as in the past, in the realm of mid-nascent soul stage. Obvious confusion appeared on the large man's face. "That isn't anything strange," Han Li explained. "I know of several medicines that can extend one's lifespan well over 200 years. It is possible for them to have consumed one if they were lucky. That is the only possibility. In any case, the 2 devils were just as famous as the Star Palace lords in the past. The sheer mention of their name could turn people pale. The man is fond of killing and once slaughtered 2 small islands overnight, laying waste to 1,000 cultivators and over 100,000 mortals. The woman cultivates the renowned womanly yang pilfering art. She is particularly fond of extracting the life essence of young male cultivators and sadistically killing them. After the 2 reached mid-nascent soul stage, they became inseparable. United, they can survive against even late-nascent soul cultivators. Were it not for the Star Palace lords taking the risk to fight them, I fear they would be running rampant today." With gloomy complexion, Elder Chao gave Han Li a rough explanation. Han Li stroked his chin and said, "So it was like that. It seems they've prepared this for a while. Even if I battle with Wan Tianming, you don't have a high chance of victory with those 2 present." Ling Yuling grimaced. "In truth, I originally thought to suppress them with overwhelming force with the elders that I've brought with me. But now that these 2 fearsome characters appeared, I fear it will take all our power to not be defeated. A stalemate would be a good result." Han Li smiled, but before he could speak, a person from the giant pillar began to slowly fly towards them. As soon as he saw him, he shut his mouth and coldly glared at him. The person flying towards them was Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming flew to the middle before he paused and smiled at Han Li. Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't think that your cultivation would make such progress in becoming a grand cultivator since we last met in Heaven Void Hall. And if I'm correct, you aren't a person from the scattered star seas. Why are you taking part in the battle between our alliance and the Star Palace? How about this? Regardless of what that girl pledged you, I will double whatever price. And I won't even need you to do anything so long as you agree not to fight in this war. When those from the Star Palace heard this, their expressions massively changed. Han Li was shocked. Double the price. Fellow Taoist Wan is truly generous. Han Li laughed and wore a mysterious smile on his face. Do you feel it isn't enough? Wan Tianming asked with a calm tone. Oh, it's enough, plenty enough. It is a pity that I am fighting this war due to a promise I made many years ago, and I'm not fond of breaking my promises. But if you were to peacefully withdraw, I'll consider your offer for the next time. Han Li lazily replied with a clear mocking tone. These words left the cultivators on both sides flabbergasted. Wan Tianming's smile disappeared to be replaced with a gloomy expression. Since Brother Han has made his decision, then we will have test our might. However, our battle will bring disaster to our juniors nearby. Wouldn't it be better to fight somewhere farther? Wan Tianming said icily. Yes, I had that in mind as well. Han Li promptly agreed without the slightest consideration. This had surprised Wan Tianming, but after he gloomily examined Han Li, he held his hands in an incantation gesture and turned into a purple streak, flying in the direction of Heavenly Star City. Han Li turned around and took a glance at Ling Yuling and the others. He nodded with a smile and closely followed after him in an azure streak. In the blink of an eye, the two late nascent soul cultivators tore through the air and disappeared out of sight. Ling Yuling and Old Man Chao exchanged a glance, both revealing a trace of worry from their faces. Wan Tianming had already known about Han Li's existence and took the initiative to challenge him to a fight. Could it be he had another plan in mind? However, Han Li didn't hesitate in following him. This only added to their apprehension as dissuading him would only damage their morale. The man from the Lawn Devils extended a scarlet tongue and licked his lips before letting out a bewildering cackle. Hee, since fellow Taoist Wan is gone, it's time to take action. Let's see how your abilities stand up, Junior. It's been several hundred years since I've killed a nascent soul-grade cultivator. Afterward, he held his hands in an incantation gesture and spouted out a white bone band. At that same time, a blood mist was released from his body, filling the nearby 100 meters in an instant. Ghost shrieks loudly wailed from within it as it moved to engulf the Star Palace cultivators. Following that, the dainty woman at the large man's side let out a giggle of ecstasy and waved her sleeve, producing a fragrant pink fog. Those who smelled it would lose their sense of self. Old Man Long and the old woman exchanged a glance before spitting out a golden ball and 13 green blades respectively before sending it off in an attack. When the Star Palace cultivators saw this, they didn't dare to delay and made use of their own abilities, releasing their light in return. Several of the Star Palace's early nascent soul cultivators met the attacks of the mid-nascent soul stage Lawn Devils. Various lights met the devilish chi followed by violent explosions. The attacks found themselves in a deadlock. When the lower-grade cultivators saw this, they all shouted and rallied themselves, releasing their own magic tools and treasures as they charged forward, officially starting the melee. Of course, these cultivators all kept their distance from the battles of the nascent soul-grade cultivators taking place at the center. For a time, sounds of explosions and murder filled the air. The chaos prevented anyone from seeing which side had the advantage, and it was clear the battle wouldn't end anytime soon. Meanwhile, Han Li and Wan Tianming turned to streaks of light and traveled nearly 500 kilometers in a single breath before eventually coming to a stop. Han Li appeared from the azure light and observed him with his hands behind his back, not the slightest expression betrayed from his face. With his vast spiritual sense as of current, he could tell if there were any cultivators hiding nearby. He wouldn't have allowed Wan Tianming to lead him otherwise. After sweeping his spiritual sense in a radius of 50 kilometers, he found nobody, nor did he find any spell formation or restrictions. When he glanced again at Wan Tianming, he saw a calm expression on his face. As thoughts churned in his mind, he found the situation quite funny. It appeared Wan Tianming was the same as himself, with complete trust in their combat abilities. Wan Tianming looked around him before turning his gaze back to Han Li. With a demeanor similar to an iceberg, he coldly said, "This should be far enough. If we use this as your grave site, it shouldn't disgrace your status as a grand cultivator." "My grave site?" Han Li remained unshaken and simply smiled. Wan Tianming snorted and asked, "What? Do you feel that I am talking too highly of myself?" Han Li chuckled unperturbed and leisurely said, "No, I only feel that there is something amiss with your recent cultivation. You might have progressed your magic power so quickly that you damaged your head. We'll see if my words hold true when I scatter your soul. But before that, there are two people I wish to introduce to you." Han Li coldly smiled and replied with a blunt tone, "Do you think I am a child? There is no one here apart from you and me. I'll have your head and give it to you as a gift." Wan Tianming narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Then it is my mistake. These two aren't considered people after all." With that said, he didn't wait for Han Li to respond. He took a black leather pouch at his waist and tossed it into his air. Then with his hands in an incantation gesture, he began to chant. Suddenly the bag opened itself, spitting out a black mist. A tall and a skinny silhouette appeared there, drifting erratically in the mist as if they were ghosts. "Refined corpses?" Han Li frowned. As experienced as he was, he immediately recognized the mist before him to be an extremely potent corpse qi. Wan Tianming coldly smiled when he heard it and cast a spell seal. The two silhouettes raised their arms, absorbing the nearby corpse qi in great force, turning the mist into snakes that burrowed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the black corpse qi disappeared and the corpses' true faces were revealed. Han Li glanced at the two corpses with indifference. This was to be expected. He was rather unfamiliar with the appearance of these corpses. Of the two corpses, one was tall and had a tense expression. It appeared over 40 years of age, but its arms had an extra extension and reached down to its knees. Its palms were exceptionally large as well, and they sparkled as if they were carved from fine white jade. The smaller refined corpse was a woman of about 30 years. She had a slim face, deep eyes, and a rough brow. One of her shoulders had 3 differently styled swords nailed into it, creating a warped appearance. When Wan Tianming saw Han Li disregard the 2 refined corpses, a harsh expression appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and his hand gesture changed. Suddenly, frightful sounds of breaking bones snapped from his body and he promptly grew several inches. He then opened his mouth and violently spouted out mists of purple qi, enveloping himself in a 10-meter-wide cloud in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the cloud fiercely turned and began to shine of ever-changing colors. When Han Li saw this, he stroked his chin and he broke into a smirk. He dropped his hands, summoning a 3-colored fiery streak from one of them and a green light from the other. Han Li remained indifferent. His plan was to use pure force and a full-powered assault to beat down the enemy, no matter what methods they used. First, he would use the 8-spirit ruler to trap him, and then approach closer to him, finishing him off with a full-powered attack of the Tri-Flame Fan. Having thought that, blue light flickered from his eyes and muffled thunder rang from his back, summoning a pair of azure-white wings. Just as he thought to use his wings to approach him, he was stunned by what he witnessed. His appearance completely changed within the cloud and the sounds of snapping bones came to a stop. Afterward, astonishing devilish qi pressured the air and the cloud turned sinisterly gray and icy cold. Han Li's pupils narrowed and his heart thumped. Wasn't Wan Tianming the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment? How could he cultivate devil Dao arts? Rather, this devilish qi was quite familiar and was somewhat similar to the elder devil's true devil qi. Soon something came to mind, but he couldn't fully recall as he wasn't in a position to take his time. As Han Li was bewildered, a series of wild laughs echoed from the devilish qi as a silhouette warped in front of him. Behind this person was 6 distinct phantoms that appeared solid, each with a horn on their head or fangs. All of them were frightening to the eye and had scales on their body, appearing like the devils that once appeared in this world. The 6 apex devils art. Han Li cried out. "Oh, you recognize this lord's devil art? You aren't so stupid after all." His laughter came to a stop and he coldly looked at Han Li with an attitude of complete arrogance, derision clear on his face. He still wore Wan Tianming's clothes but his face was completely different. When Han Li saw his face he couldn't help but betray his shock. Han Li turned his gaze and he looked at the face of the tall refined corpse. Then he looked at the man wearing Wan Tianming's clothes before letting out a long sigh. Apart from their stature their faces looked entirely the same. Should I call you Wan Tianming or Archsaint Six Paths? Han Li blinked and wore a grave expression. You figured out who I am? Wan Tianming coldly snorted. The movement of his body caused the 6 devil phantoms behind him to tremble. To the best of my knowledge, the 6 apex devils art is the greatest devil Dao art in the scattered star seas, and only you could have cultivated it to this degree. It seems you've somehow managed to survive during that time, but there are a few things that I don't understand. How did you seize Wan Tianming's body and how did you transform into his likeness? Why does this refined corpse resemble you? Could it be an incarnation you cultivated or did you refine your own body into a corpse devil? As Han Li slowly spoke he regained his calm demeanor. Archsaint Six Paths sinisterly laughed. Why should I answer a dead man? Soon after his shoulders trembled and 2 of the 6 phantoms from behind him shot towards 2 of the refined corpses. The 2 refined corpses suddenly trembled and they stiffly opened their eyes, revealing them completely stained dark green. Archsaint Six Paths continued, chanting a cryptic and profound incantation, causing the somewhat shriveled corpses to be engulfed in grey devilish qi. The 2 corpses let out a piercing shriek and their bodies massively grew. In the blink of an eye, their bodies expanded to 15 meters in height as they groaned in agony. One of the corpses had a body that was jet black with large copper scales. It had a pair of sharp antelope horns and a long azure tail that slightly waved. The other corpse had its body covered in blood-red bone spokes. Silver light shined from its limbs as if cast from silver. Its triangular head bore a sinister appearance with 4 slender dark green eyes. After their transformation, the 2 refined corpses appeared completely similar to the 2 devil phantoms that entered their bodies. But shockingly they now possessed a true physical form. When Han Li saw this his heart trembled. Archsaint Six Paths wildly laughed. When the 6 apex devils art is cultivated to its peak, it can summon the true devil sage's soul fragments to possess a body, rendering them abilities that could rival a deity transformation cultivator in battle. It was only there was never a human in the mortal world that ever cultivated to that stage. Even so, the 2 devils I've summoned each possess the ability of a late nascent soul cultivator. Now that you are outnumbered, do you believe that you can keep your life? With a command of his spiritual sense, the 2 devils floating in front of him suddenly vanished from sight. The space 3 meters in front of Han Li warped, followed by the bizarre appearance of the 2 devils. The horned devil shot towards Han Li's abdomen in an azure streak at lightning speed. The spiked devil remained still as its body trembled, the sounds of explosions echoing nearby. Dense foot-long crimson bone spikes filled the air as they shot towards Han Li in an enveloping barrage. At such a close distance such a momentous attack could not be avoided. It appeared Archsaint Six Paths had the same plan in mind as Han Li, to destroy their opponent in a single blow with overwhelming force. A trace of pride and confidence was written on the Archsaint's face. He believed that even if Han Li managed to somehow survive this flawless joint attack, he wouldn't make it out unscathed. But in that next moment the old devil's expression froze. Just as the horned devil's charge and the bone spike barrage was about to tear apart Han Li, the azure-white wings on Han Li's back flapped, summoning a huge gust. Following that, his body faded from sight. The azure streak and the bone spikes passed through empty space. Startled, Archsaint Six Paths quickly looked around him. But before he could release his spiritual sense around him, azure lightning flashed from above the horned devil's head, followed by Han Li's reappearance. He wordlessly raised his hand and released an azure ruler below him where it soon blurred. A foot-wide silver lotus suddenly appeared beneath the horned devil. The lotus simply spun once before 7-colored Buddhist light rushed out from the lotus, holding the horned devil rigidly in place and freezing the devilish qi in its body. Han Li expressionlessly raised his other hand, now summoning a fan covered in 3-colored flame. Before he commanded it to take any action, its fearsome spiritual power pervaded the air. At that moment the other devil finally noticed Han Li's new location. It had no other thought but to attack. With a long shriek, all the bone spikes surrounding it circled in the air before shooting towards Han Li's new location. They traveled with speed that could overtake a dragon. In the blink of an eye, countless bone spikes arrived near Han Li. Han Li glanced at the attack without revealing the slightest fear. Silver light flashed in front of him. A small shield appeared where there was nothing and created a layer of dense silver light around him. The blood spikes then arrived before the silver light. Fist-sized explosions burst as each spike struck, creating the clatter of heavy rain. The barrier soon rippled and began to violently sway as if it were on the verge of collapse. The might of the bone spikes was far beyond imagination. Each one possessed the power of a top-grade magic treasure. The Tailstar Essence shield wasn't able to deflect the attacks. Han Li's expression changed from the sight of this and chanted an incantation. A thumb-sized golden ball appeared on his forehead, glowing with light as it created a layer of golden mist around him. This was the Vajra barrier Han Li nurtured within his body. Having refined the Vajra relic inside his body for countless years, its defensive power had far overtaken that of the Tailstar Essence shield. When the silver barrier eventually collapsed, the rest of the bone spikes fiercely struck, sounding metal clangs as they struck the Vajra barrier. Golden light directly flashed from its surface, blocking the barrage with ease. Meanwhile, a phoenix cry sounded from the three-colored flames in his hand. A flame bird with talisman characters suddenly flew out from it and unfolded its wings as it flew down. It was clear it was making its way to the immobilized horned devil. Although the devil couldn't move, a fierce expression appeared from its face. It opened its mouth and spat out a white wave to meet the flame bird. A rumbling, deafening explosion shook the air as the white wave and the bird collided. Although the sound wave was one of the devil's strange innate abilities, its body was trapped and it was unable to circulate its devilish chi, greatly weakening its power. The attack couldn't hope to compare with the Tri-Flame fan. The confrontation only lasted for a brief moment and the firebird exploded. A three-colored halo suddenly appeared and spread out, engulfing the white wave underneath it. Afterward, the halo quickly grew, sweeping past the horned devil in an instant and turning it into nothing. While the scene may be described slowly, this took place in the mere span of several breaths. As for the Archsaint, his expression greatly changed when he saw this. How could he have expected that Han Li wouldn't die from his two devils, but rather he would kill one of the two he released? At that moment he realized he was dealing with no ordinary grand cultivator. A furious alarm taking over him, he didn't dare to delay and hastily commanded his spiritual sense. He spat out a black streak from his mouth, creating a cloud of black chi that soon vanished. As for the spiked devil, it let out a roar and its 4 eyes glinted before disappearing. The space behind Han Li stirred and the devil stretched out its silver hands from nothing. The 2 arms grew several times in size and claws burst out from its hands. They fiercely swiped at Han Li's head and back. Meanwhile, black light flickered at that moment, where a black octagonal skull-sized hammer appeared 10 meters above Han Li's head. Carrying sinister black chi, it fiercely smashed down. From its dreadful devilish chi, one could tell it was a rarely seen devil artifact. The Archsaint didn't stop his attack there. With a tremble of his shoulders, the other 4 devil phantoms appeared again behind him. They all opened their eyes and blurred, charging at Han Li in black streaks. After killing one of the devils, Han Li faced a united front against the Archsaint and the other devils. Han Li let out a sigh. Before he took any further action, azure light flickered from his body and silver light lit up closely behind him. A silhouette suddenly appeared, taking the attack of the silver devil. 2 world-shaking explosions shook the air. Within the silver flashing light, the azure silhouette remained completely still. Rather, the devil reaching out from behind was completely shaken from the impact and fell back. Meanwhile, light flickered from above Han Li. A small azure cauldron wrapped into the air and slowly spun in place. Then azure thread shot out from it as its lid opened, catching the black hammer that was smashing towards him and suspending it in midair. The jet-black octagonal hammer simply emitted a thread of sparkling blue flame in response to being caught by the cauldron. The chilliness the flame emitted was downright eerie. Although Han Li couldn't tell just how powerful the devil flames were, they were by no means ordinary. Blue flame wrapped around the heaven void cauldron and rigidly trapped it in the air without the slightest show of effort. No matter how fiercely the cauldron flames burned, the blue thread was completely unaffected. Han Li ignored what was happening above him and turned his sights on the 4 black streaks that were shooting towards him. The devil sages? Han Li muttered silently. A trace of a smile appeared on his face and he shook his sleeve. Suddenly, several rolls of thunder sounded out, followed by 4 dense bolts of lightning arcing out from his sleeve. In a flash, they accurately struck the 4 black streaks. Several explosions sounded out as 4 blinding golden flashes ruptured, drowning out the black streaks in an instant. The devil phantoms seemed to have met their weakness and quickly evaporated like morning dew. This had taken Han Li only a token effort. In the mere blink of an eye, the azure silhouette behind Han Li raised its hand and produced a small crimson bow in its hand, drawing it back. A deafening boom shook the air. Blinding red light and countless arrows of flame were released, filling the sky with its barrage. At that moment, the spike-covered devil saw a skyful of arrows shooting towards it and looked on with fear. It let out a large shout and its body glowed with crimson light. When the spiked devil finished taking its defensive actions, the barrage struck its barriers. Countless arrows ruptured on impact and the devil was submerged in flames. Explosions shook the air for a long while in a display of their terrifying power. However, the devil within the flames remained unscathed inside its crimson barriers. It took a deep breath and it waved their silver arms, intending on cutting away the crimson flames that surrounded it. Then the sounds of thunder struck. In the devil's fright, it discovered that a green arrow was shooting towards them in an arc of lightning. Although the devil didn't know the arrow was precisely, it blurred from sight in an attempt to dodge it. But what the devil failed to sense while they were distracted by the arrow was the black crystal knife that strangely appeared above them. As silently as it appeared, it dropped down and slid itself toward its head. The spiked devil hadn't noticed a thing. Suddenly, the azure silhouette halted their attack and the endless barrage of flame arrows came to a halt. Baffled by this change and still evading the green arrows, a black streak silently circled one of the devil's necks like a bolt of lightning and its triangular head toppled of its neck. The crimson light barrier may as well have been air. This came as no surprise. The knife was refined from a devil essence diamond, an extremely rare material condensed for countless years from pure devilish chi. How could a barrier quickly formed from devil chi hope to block it? With Han Li's second nascent soul residing in the human-like puppet, it didn't require any instruction. In the instant the dagger executed the devil, it rushed forward to the devil's corpse. It opened its mouth and a cloud of black light rushed out from it, enveloping the corpse. Then it dragged out a phantom from the body that had a striking resemblance to the devil. The phantom was so dim that it looked like it could disperse at any moment. It was then dragged back into the puppet's mouth in the cloud and absorbed by the second nascent soul residing inside of it. The pure devilish chi would prove to be significant to the cultivation of the zenithine arts. With the phantom absorbed, the headless devil corpse dissolved into ash with a gentle wind. Then in a blur, the puppet returned to Han Li's side with its arms behind its back. From a distance, if it weren't for the difference of their clothes, it would appear as if there were 2 of Han Li standing side by side. At the moment Han Li was fiddling with his tri-flame fan as he calmly looked across from him. Han Li indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist 6 paths, I've already seen your 6 apex devils technique. If you don't have any else to impress me with, I will be sending you off." When Archsaint 6 paths heard this, his face grew pale and disbelief was betrayed from his eyes. 2 of the late nascent soul stage demons he regarded as his trump cards were exterminated with ease. It was beyond belief. Furthermore, his opponent was able to make use of the flame fan, the small azure cauldron and the green wooden ruler. Each of these treasures possessed an immense power. Let alone the famous heaven void cauldron and Han Li's use of the incarnation techniques. He didn't have the slightest information on the other 2 grand treasures. But what was particularly bizarre was that his unfathomable incarnation alone was able to slay one of his devils. His heart dropped. How was this possible? Han Li should have only been at late nascent soul stage for about 100 years at most. For him to master these profound techniques and acquire these grand treasures in such a short amount of time. Although he had never seen a deity transformation stage cultivator, he had no doubt that Han Li's current abilities were close to one. When the old devil heard Han Li's words, his back trembled and his eyes narrowed. Then he opened his mouth and a scarf of black mist roiled out. The object quickly blurred and immediately covered him in black wind. The winds let out a shrieking whistle before letting out a tremble and kiting backwards, carrying the old devil with them. The black wind became vague and flew at immense speed. Several blurs later, it left a chain of afterimages. In an instant, the wind strangely appeared an even greater distance away. There even was a remnant of black wind in its original position. As a result, there were several balls of black wind present, all capable of teleporting away. In the blink of an eye, they could travel over 300 meters away. A normal late-nascent soul cultivator would feel helpless against such bizarre movements. Of course, Han Li wasn't an ordinary late-nascent soul cultivator by any means. When he saw this, he wore an odd expression. So you're actually running away. Your bonded magic treasure seems quite good at it. If it were before, I fear I may have had some trouble. But now, huh? Han Li took a deep sigh and the thunderstorm wings trembled behind his back, letting out a roll of thunder. Arcs of white and azure lightning appeared on the wing's surface. Soon after, they formed balls of lightning in the surrounding air, spinning in place. As he stretched out his wings, he floated in the air, drifting slightly to the side. At the moment, he was looking in the distance at the black blur that was Archsaint Sixpaths. He snorted and fanned his wings once. Gales immediately erupted around him and the suspended balls of lightning raged, striking together. Azure-white lightning erupted in deafening booms, only for the gales to gather all of it into the two wings. Covered in a layer of lightning, the thunderstorm wings wildly flapped several times, followed by Han Li disappearing from his original location in a flash of azure-white lightning. A breath later, lightning sparked 100 meters away, and it happened again after a pause, each time heading 100 meters further out. Its speed was quite faster than the old devil's black winds. In several blinks, the lightning pursued the black wind until it was only 30 meters away. As Han Li rode the lightning, he could clearly see the old devil's face of terror within the black wind. With another wave of his wings, another clap of thunder roared, and he arrived in front of the black wind in an azure-white flash. The lightning faded to reveal Han Li blocking the old devil's path. The black gales came to a brief stop, only to quickly change direction. At that moment, Han Li sneered and held his hands in an incantation gesture, and lightning clapped from within him. His stature burst several inches in size, grew thicker with 4 arms jutting out from his flesh. Golden light lit up on his skin only for a moment before disappearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a large man of immense strength and stature. This was the transformation after making use of the 3rd layer of the Bright Jade Arts. With this transformation done, he raised his hands, summoning purple flames in his hands, and he held them together to form a large purple saber of flame. Afterward, the wings on his back strangely trembled and he shot forward. But his body strangely warped the moment he set off, and his wings trembled with inconceivable frequency, causing the nearby air to warp with its movements. He disappeared in a white line along the way. When the old devil saw this, he knew things were turning out for the worst. Seeing that he could no longer flee, he concentrated the magic power in his body and caused the black wind surrounding him to surge in size. At the same time, he flipped his hand, producing a crimson shield in front of him. Just as he was about to activate it, a white line appeared above him and vanished as soon as it had appeared. Following that was the old devil's loud yell. The crimson shield now fell to the ground along with the part of his arm, the rest of his arm covered in purple ice. The stump of an arm was smooth and sleek, leaving not a drop of blood behind. The old devil then realized that a slender gap had been cut through his black winds. He looked in the direction of the attack in his severed arm. There was no warning. Frightened, he hastily pointed to the crimson shield in front of him with his remaining arm. The shield flew high and enveloped him in a screen of crimson flame. Simultaneously, he released his spiritual sense around him, flusteredly searching anywhere for any sight of Han Li. At that moment, the white line reappeared 30 meters behind the old devil. After circling once in the air, it paused and revealed a silhouette, Han Li. He saw Han Li examining his own body. The 2 wings on his back were gently fluttering, and a purple light blade was still being held in his hand. Although the 9 Gale transformations possess great power, it places a burden too great on the body, Han Li muttered to himself, Even with the third layer of the bright jade arts, I find it difficult to use it even once. That is only natural, Hanli heard a boy's voice with a careless tone. This technique was something that the bird-type demon cultivators founded. As a human, you won't be able to truly make use of this technique even with the aid of the thunderstorm wings. A far greater strain will be placed on your body than an ordinary demon bird cultivator after forcefully making use of this technique. As for the bright jade arts, you're only able to use its third layer a few times at most. Forcing any more would cause your body to quickly fall into a state of collapse. If you plan on making full use of this technique, you'd best cultivate the next layer of the bright jade arts. So it was like that. Hanli sighed. Although I made use of it several times when I was cultivating it, I hadn't felt the strain of distant use since I was in such limited space. He waved his hand and scattered the purple blade he held. The child then chuckled and spoke no further. Following Hanli's appearance, the old devil immediately discovered trace of him. However, the soaring sky beast's child form was undetectable to him, nor could he hear his voice transmissions. All he heard was Hanli softly muttering to himself. Bewilderment flickering from his eyes, he quickly slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Black light suddenly flashed, summoning a jet-black two-headed python. Although it was only 10 meters long, its tri-horned head and the green chi leaking out from its mouth displayed its incredibly venomous nature. Then Archsaint Six Paths opened his mouth and spat out an item wrapped in black light. The item spun once in the air and the light faded away to reveal a small white flag. Following an incantation from the old devil, it massively expanded to 3 meters tall. When Hanli saw the banner, he couldn't help but reveal his surprise. The pole of the banner was forged from human bones with black mist across its surface. Gray talisman characters faintly glowed from it, and there were 3 different skulls embedded in it, all of them wearing a sinister smile, showing their crooked wicked sharp fangs. Their laughs shook the blood of those who heard it. With a soft shout, the old devil pressed his hand against the bone banner. The 3 skulls trembled as black mist spouted out from their mouths. They fished up his severed hand, fighting each other as they devoured pieces of it. The skulls flashed with crimson light, their stature immediately enlarged. With this, most of the terror on Archsaint Six Paths' face vanished, and he sullenly turned to look at Hanli. It appeared the old devil had regained his senses. With the bizarre speed that Hanli displayed, he knew escape was no longer an option. He would be rushing to his death if he continued to flee. It would be better to struggle to the very end, hoping to find any chance of victory. As a result, he revealed the last treasure he held in reserve, something that had never been seen by others. Hanli frowned as the sight of this. Although he had never seen the treasure before, the banner carried astonishing yin qi. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Hanli then heard an odd sound. The 3 Divine Souls banner? I didn't expect someone in this world capable of refining such a wicked item. It is truly beyond belief. It is quite famous in the spirit realm as one of the 7 great wicked artifacts. Of course, this superficial copy possesses only a mere fraction of a true banner. The creation of it is exceptionally bloody, requiring each human or beast it is refined from to die a horrible death. Although it isn't particularly powerful, it required the deaths of many cultivators. The child chuckled. Although he spoke highly of the banner, there was a hint of fear in his voice. So it was like that. A brief moment of realization was followed with a sneer. It is no wonder he is the greatest devil cultivator in the scattered star seas. There is nothing he shies away from. Since he has a wicked artifact of such repute, I may as well test its power. Hanli then reached at his waist and raised his hand, summoning forth a jet-black bottle. The bottle spun in the air and its lid opened of its own accord. Suddenly, gray yin qi shot out from within, releasing 5 white silhouettes leisurely floating in the air. They were the unbreakable Sink Devils. As soon as the 5 devils appeared, Hanli formed an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 5 skeletons climbed out from the ocean and instantly turned into wheel-sized ghost heads. With twisted horns and vicious fangs, they pounced directly at the banner. Unbreakable Sink Devils. As expected of his reputation as the greatest devil cultivator of the seas, Archsaint Six Paths immediately recognized the 5 devils and couldn't help but utter their name. As the old devil didn't know how Hanli acquired the Sink Devils rather than personally creating them, he believed Hanli to be a vicious devil cultivator like himself. He immediately felt his heart sink. This person was already difficult to deal with. If Han Li was also skilled in Devil Dao techniques, he might have truly run into calamity. With the Sync Devils whistling towards him, he had no choice but to move the banner in front of him. The bone banner trembled. Its 3 embedded skulls let out chilling cackles before opening their mouths and spouting out pitch-black yin qi. As they continued their charge, the Sync Devils opened their mouths, spouting out green yin flames. For a time, black qi and green devil flames roiled together and ruptured continuously. In the following moment, the old devil's cheeks switched. In the confrontation, the Sync Devil's yin fire pushed back the black qi with overwhelming force. Archsaint Six Paths let out a string of curses in his mind. To the best of his knowledge, the Sync Devils should only have the abilities expected of the late core formation stage, but the ghost heads before his eyes displayed a power far beyond that. They suppressed the 3 early nascent soul stage devil skulls embedded in his banner. But it also stood to mention that a magic treasure's power heavily depended on the wielder's magic power and control. The old devil gritted his teeth and formed an incantation gesture with a single hand, opening his mouth to spit out a mist of blood essence. The bone banner loudly droned, absorbing all of it in an instant. Its talisman characters roiled with great intensity and countless fist-sized skulls began to appear around it. These phantoms opened their mouths all at once, spitting out countless streams of black qi, massing together to take the form of a black flood dragon. The dragon circled in the air once before pouncing towards the 5 ghost heads. 2 of the Sync Devils faintly trembled, turning back from their ghost head forms to skeletons. They slapped their hands together and summoned a pair of meter-long bone sabers in their hands. Without any fear, they charged to meet the flood dragon in battle. With 2 less ghost heads, the yin fire released by the remaining 3 Sync Devils greatly weakened, stabilizing the confrontation with the bone banner's black qi. Black qi and yin flames were in deadlock. The old devil felt a moment of relief, but when he looked at Han Li again, his heart trembled. Han Li was looking at the battle with his hands behind his back, wearing a mysterious smile on his face. It was at that moment he suddenly sensed something amiss and he returned his gaze to the battle. He betrayed bafflement on his face and his heart dropped. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger appeared above his head. Suddenly, the strange 2-headed python spiraling above his head let out a noisy, bewildering cry, catching the old devil's attention. He turned his head and to find an azure silhouette floating 10 meters behind him. A black crystalline knife had cleaved through the black wind surrounding him and was slowly making its way to his crimson light barrier. Had he not turned around, he feared his body would soon lack a head. Archsaint Six Paths' face was drained of all blood. When the second nascent soul inside the puppet saw that his ambush was exposed, he suddenly cast an incantation gesture. With the sound of tearing space, the knife blinked forward. As for the puppet, silver light brightly glowed from its body before disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Han Li finally took action after standing from a distance with his hands behind his back. With a cold glint lighting up in his eye, he raised his hand and green light flashed as the 8 spirit ruler strangely warped in front of him. He grabbed the ruler and waved it at Six Paths. Then with a flutter of his wings and a clap of thunder, he vanished. Incapable of paying attention to what Han Li was doing, the old devil saw the jet-black knife stop for just a moment before easily piercing his defensive barrier. In that instant he let out a deafening shout. His figure blurred and suddenly, a black streak flew out from the bottom of his chest to meet the saber. Following that, his body turned into 2 copies of itself and shot off in different directions. As Archsaint Six Paths split into 2, the 2-headed serpent spat out a torrent of inky liquid beneath it, creating a toxic mist that enveloped everything 30 meters below it. Explosions relentlessly exploded. Black light and the knife struck and erupted in a ball of blinding black light. It was unknown what treasure Six Paths released, but it managed to block the Devil Essence diamond knife. Silver light flashed and the puppet strangely appeared at the old devil's original position. The roiling toxic mist enveloped it completely. Following its appearance, the 2-headed snake rocked its head and dived at the puppet. But in the next moment, a silver lotus appeared above the serpent's head without warning. It was a foot large and glowed brightly with 7-colored Buddhist light. The black serpent's movements immediately slowed as the Buddhist light trapped it and stopped it immediately. Only its 2 pairs of green eyes were moving. Immediately after, two silver threads swiftly cut through the green mist and wrapped around the serpent's two heads, only for them to topple off. Then as the green mist roiled, the human puppet slowly flew out without displaying the slightest damage. In truth, the serpent was actually an interesting animal. The toxic mist was on par with the 10 absolute poisons of the cultivation world. If common cultivators touched it, they would immediately perish. But this wasn't the most vicious part of the poison. Rather, it is able to penetrate most elemental barriers without any warning or sensation. Any nascent soul cultivator that didn't guard against this would meet their end. This was the reason the old devil labored over nurturing the spirit beast. Contrary to expectations, the puppet didn't possess any flesh, thus making the poison ineffective no matter how powerful and allowing the serpent to be killed with ease. One of Six Paths' phantoms had a mental connection with the black serpent. Having immediately felt when the serpent died, he betrayed a trace of fear on his face. Without even turning around, he pointed to the bone banner and then fled with all his might. The banner trembled before black light brightly glowed as if about to take to the sky. It was at that moment, an arc of azure lightning flashed above the phantom as Hanli came into view. With blue light flickering from his eyes, he looked down and waved his hand, creating a net of lightning underneath him. Then he summoned a small azure cauldron with a flip of his other hand, releasing countless azure threads in a simultaneous barrage off. Although the old devil had a miraculous doppelganger technique displaying hardly any difference in their spiritual sense, Hanli's bright-side spirit eyes were able to see right through them and instantly recognized minute differences, as well as which was true archsaint. Both of the phantoms loudly yelled with trembling shoulders upon seeing Hanli launched an attack. The attack arrived right before one of the phantoms in an instant. At this moment the phantom appeared much dimmer and vague than just a moment before. The true archsaint shook his sleeve and summoned a blue jade umbrella over his head. It quickly expanded several times its original size in an instant, protecting the old devil entirely from above. Several thuds sounded as the cauldron's azure threads struck Six Paths' phantom. The threads paused for only a second before piercing cleanly through. Shortly after, arcs of golden lightning burst struck, immediately wiping away the phantom without any resistance. Soon after, the lightning and threads fused together with dazzling flashes, and in a blur struck the top of the umbrella. Following a bright storm of light, the umbrella remained unscathed. The umbrella hadn't moved the slightest inch from the Ada. When Hanli saw this, his expression sank and he reached his hand out, summoning a golden meter-long sword in his grasp. Soon after, the wings on his back stirred and dived down, disappearing in a white line. The old devil was quick to react and attempted to dodge. But before he could act, golden light flashed from the surface of the umbrella. Zap! The center of the umbrella was cleaved through the center. Ah! The old devil shouted. He immediately surrounded himself in black light as he fled. But just as he took off, the space in front of him warped where a white thread appeared, coiling around the old devil like lightning. His escape denied, the next thing he felt was a chill on his back. In a flash, a pail of purple flames broke through his barrier of devilish chi and pierced through him from behind. The treasure armor that wore close on his body wasn't able to block the attack in the slightest. Apart from sharp pain, the old man could only hear a faint sigh from behind him. Then he looked down to find a palm of purple flames jutting out from him, soon quickly spreading a layer of purple flames all around him. In the blink of an eye, it covered most of his body and sealed him in ice. Despite having his face sealed in ice, he twisted it into a grimace and gritted his teeth. A muffled boom sounded. The bottom half of his body that had yet to be frozen suddenly exploded. As a cloud of blood and gore sprinkled the air, crimson light flashed. The blood ignited and charged towards Hanli. At that same moment, a ball of green light shot out from the corpse and flickered over 100 meters away. The green light wrapped around a pitch-black nascent soul. Its hands were holding tightly onto a green jade bottle. Hanli shook his sleeve, releasing a torrent of purple flames that promptly extinguished the devilish flames. However, he took no further actions to chase after the old devil. Hanli's calm demeanor only caused the old devil's nascent soul to flee in a panic. After flickering from view several times, the nascent soul appeared hundreds of meters away and turned around, stunned to see that Hanli remained completely still. He couldn't help but stop. At that moment, the air above the nascent soul flashed, followed by the silent appearance of a pitch-black knife. It was only when the knife arrived right above its head did the nascent soul discover it. By that time it was already too late. A black streak flashed and the nascent soul was cleaved into two. Then with a bright flourish of silver, Hanli leisurely made his way over. When the human-like puppet disposed of the two-headed snake, Hanli had it remain in position nearby. Then with his command, it intercepted the nascent soul's escape. Following that, a strange scene followed. The nascent soul hadn't disappeared after it was cleaved into two. Rather, it turned into clouds of roiling black chi, separating into 6 lines that show off in different directions. The puppet was alarmed and immediately flicked its fingers. Suddenly, thunder clapped and a dozen fine arcs of lightning were quickly released, striking the black chi in a flash. Several muffled claps of thunder followed a chain of golden explosions. The black chi was evaporated. The devil cultivator known to shake the scattered star seas for hundreds of years met his end. The human puppet took a glance at the area of the explosions. After making certain there were no more remnants of the nascent soul, it promptly reached out summoned small bottle into its grasp. It didn't immediately open the bottle, but instead slowly floated towards Hanli. The old devil was truly out of luck. The secret technique to turn a nascent soul into a ghost was incredibly rare. Against an ordinary cultivator, one of the ghosts formed from the nascent soul may have been able to escape, allowing him the opportunity to return again. But as it so happened, Hanli experienced such a technique once before during his time in the Mulan Plains and was prepared for such a thing to happen. As such, the human-like puppet made use of the divine devilbane lightning from the bamboo arrow to strike down all the ghost fragments. If there was even a single moment of hesitation, it would have been greatly troublesome. After a ghost fragment hit itself, it will be incredibly difficult to find. When the human-like puppet flew up to Hanli, it tossed the green bottle over to him. Hanli caught it and examined it for a moment before revealing excitement on his face. But before he opened the bottle, ghostly cries shrieked from the distance. Hanli raised his head and looked over to the unbreakable Sink Devils. Without the old devil controlling the bone banner, its power greatly decreased, allowing the Sink Devils to regain the advantage. However, the 3 skulls embedded on the banner belonged to no ordinary cultivators. Although they were no match for the Sink Devils, their desperate flaming rage appeared exceptionally brutal. When Hanli saw this, he frowned and ordered the Sink Devils with an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 3 of unbreakable Sink Devils flew off, returning to their original skeletal form. The 2 devils that were fighting with the Mist Flood Dragons also withdrew. Before the Flood Dragons and the 3 skulls from the banner could resume their attack, the Sink Devils all formed incantation gestures and opened their mouths. 5 differently colored icy flames rushed out and fused together, creating a torrent of rainbow flames. The Flood Dragon of Black Chi was the first to meet the flame, and the result was as expected. Under the rainbow flames, the Black Flood Dragon's movements slowed. In the blink of an eye, its movements gradually grew increasingly sluggish until it became nearly still. The Sink Devils then let out a long whistle. Countless palm-sized blades of rainbow ice leaped out from the flames, shredding the Black Flood Dragon until it was only black chi, only for it to be burned away by the flames. The 3 skulls were faring even worse than the Flood Dragon. When the black chi they spat contacted the rainbow flame, it slowed and was soon wiped away by the flame. When the skulls saw the flames slowly draw closer, a trace of fear appeared from their eyes and their whimpers grew louder. The Sink Devils sinisterly cackled at this display and soon the icy flames from their mouths halted, suddenly turning to 5 gray streaks into the sea of flame. In that next moment, when the rainbow flames nearly arrived at the top of the bone banner where the 3 skulls resided, 5 clouds of gray chi flew out from the flames and took the form of malevolent ghost heads. They bared their fangs with excitement and sped forward without any abilities. Crack! The 5 ghost heads fiercely bit down on the 3 skulls. Of course, the 3 skulls weren't about to accept their fate. They bit back at the Sink Devils. Suddenly, strange howls and violent screams sounded as the ghost heads and skulls tore at each other with their teeth. Due to the vast amount of black chi they earlier released, the 3 skulls were lacking in vitality. Their position was even worse since they were outnumbered. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of the 3 skulls were torn apart by 4 of the ghost heads and devoured in large mouthfuls. It took all the strength of the last ghost head to ward off the 5th ghost head for the time being. When Hanli saw this, he smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the small cauldron he held in his hand let out a faint sigh. What? Does fellow Taoist Endless Sky have any suggestions for my rainbow glacial flames? Nonsense. But your rainbow glacial flames remind me of many 5 elemental type techniques from the spirit realm. After these techniques are fully used, they are divided into 5 colors like your glacial flames. However, your glacial flames are incredibly cold. If an opponent mistook your flames for an elemental technique, they would suffer quite a bit. The 5 elements refer to wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Azure light flashed and an azure-robed young boy appeared on top of the heaven void cauldron. He had red lips, white teeth, and a pair of plump white feet. He spoke leisurely as he glanced in the direction of the sink devils. An elemental technique? Hanli asked with a start. That's right, the boy smiled with a trace of mockery. Since I've arrived in your mortal realm, I've discovered that there are few cultivators that learn multiple elements. Most only learn one. If any of those people ascended to the spirit realm, I fear they will have no hope of ascending to the void refinement stage. What do you mean? Hanli quickly asked with a shaken heart. It's nothing much. It's still too early to speak with you about the void refinement stage. However, I will mention that a crucial point of ascending to the void refinement stage is to fuse the 5 elements into one. If you manage to raise yourself to the deity transformation stage, it would be best for you to primarily cultivate as many of the 5 elements as you can. Peculiar elements such as wind and lightning are too difficult to fuse together. This way you'll have a greater chance of breaking through to void refinement. Of course, cultivation methods with multiple techniques are far more difficult to cultivate than ordinary techniques. The rate at which magic power gathers will be inferior to single-element techniques as well. If you don't have high hopes for reaching void refinement, it would be better to only cultivate a single element. With the increased rate at which you gain magic power, you'll be able to more easily survive the minor heavenly tribulations that occur every 300 years. Hanli was left stunned by these words. After a long while he eventually brought himself to say, 5 elements into one? That is quite troublesome. My Azure Essence sword art is only a wood-attributed technique. As for the wind and lightning attributed techniques, that is understandable. After all, they are variant elements that are formed by combining others. But shouldn't I cultivate techniques that conform to my body's spiritual roots? Could it be that heavenly spiritual roots are ordinary in the spirit realm? And what is this minor heavenly tribulation that you mentioned? Do humans in the spirit realm experience similar tribulation to metamorphosed demon beasts? The boy flashed a mysterious smile and chuckled. I didn't expect that a few of my words would attract so many questions. In that case, I'll give you a bit of an explanation. Heavenly spiritual roots are also remarkably rare in our spirit realm. Powers and sects of all sizes do their utmost to attract these disciples. After all, those with single elemental spiritual roots would have difficulty entering void refinement stage. Heavenly spirit roots are far more difficult to cultivate, but the void refinement cultivators they produce are hegemons and sect leaders. When those with heavenly spirit roots break through to void refinement, a majority of them will be cultivating techniques with 2 or more attributes. As for the problem with spiritual roots, that is easily solved. The humans in the spirit realm devised a method to use particular demon beast cores to substitute their lack of spiritual roots. This core spiritual root method is somewhat inferior to genuine spiritual roots. There should be no problem in cultivating techniques of other elements. Of course, the core spiritual root method can only be used with pre-existing spiritual roots. Mortals cannot use them. In fact, there was a method in the past that used magic tools and treasures as a substitution for spiritual roots. However, this method is incredibly dangerous and slow, so this method is hardly being used. There are cultivators with anywhere from 3 or 4 elemental spirit roots that do manage to break through to void refinement stage, but they all possess incredible perseverance. They can't be compared to ordinary cultivators, haha. The so-called minor heavenly tribulation is something that all cultivators above core formation stage much experience. The boy briefly paused before continuing. In the lower realm, nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators experience a tribulation every 300 years, thus earning the name minor heavenly tribulation. At the middle realm, void refinement, integration, and grand ascension level cultivators experience a grand tribulation every 3 years. As for cultivators in the very last stage that ascended to the true immortal realm, they experience immortal tribulation. Normally, if your cultivation no longer progresses, the following tribulation will be far more powerful than the last. Also, the increased abundance of spiritual qi in the spirit realm leads to greater speeds in cultivation, but once one condenses a nascent soul, it is a race against time. Many famous cultivators die each year from tribulation. Fellow Taoist Han should think that you will have no problems past void refinement stage. Although these cultivator techniques technically have a limitless lifespan provided enough worldly essence, their lives aren't so peaceful or long. So long as you ascend to the spirit realm, death by heavenly tribulation is only a matter of time. With that said, the boy's face grew sullen and his eyes possessed deep fear. Han Li wore a grave expression. The boy didn't speak much, but his words clearly illustrated that the spirit realm was no paradise. But when Han Li heard that void refinement stage cultivators didn't have a lifespan, Han Li was overjoyed. Although he already read through a few records mentioning the limitless lifespan of a void refinement cultivator, he now possessed the full and certain truth. From his tone, it appeared that a limitless lifespan can only be achieved after he ascended to the spirit realm. Even if he managed to achieve void refinement in the mortal realm, the worldly essence is lacking, thus limiting his lifespan. At the deity transformation stage, one is able to join with worldly essence. Their span won't be limited by 2,000 years once they entered the spirit realm. It was no wonder why these deity transformation eccentrics were so desperate to find a method to ascend. As for the tribulations that he mentioned, Han Li was somewhat cautious of them, but he didn't take them too much to heart. The matter was a bit too far away from him for his consideration. After Han Li asked a few more questions related to core spiritual roots and artifact spiritual roots, he eventually grew silent, his eyes twinkling in deep thought. A short moment later, Han Li fiddled with the dark green bottle in his hand and flicked off its cap. Azure light flashed and the bottle rumbled before the cap shot off. In the next moment he found that there was absolutely nothing inside of it. In his surprise as he thought about what action to take next, a green light abruptly streaked out from the bottle and flew off. Although Han Li was caught unprepared, he wasn't about to allow it to escape. With a cold snort, he reached his hand out. A large azure hand appeared above the green light and slipped down to grab it. The escaping green light seemed to have already been weakened. Although it was fleeing with the utmost speed, the large hand easily grabbed it from the air. Within the flickering green light, one could see the vague appearance of a female nascent soul. Han Li couldn't help but stroke his chin at the sight. He stared at the nascent soul and slowly asked, "Who is your esteemed self? Why has Six Paths trapped you inside the bottle? Who are you? Where is that devil Six Paths?" Although the nascent soul was trapped, it replied boldly. Facing a mere nascent soul, Han Li simply smiled and lazily replied, "If you're thinking about seeing him, I fear you will be disappointed. I already sent him to the underworld." "What? You killed that old devil? How is that possible?" "You're..." The nascent soul trembled and spoke with a tone of disbelief. "You know me," Han Li said with a tone of bafflement. Although he knew many female cultivators, he didn't know any at nascent soul stage apart from Ling Yuling. After a long pause, the nascent soul eventually spoke with an odd tone. "You're Han Li? When Heaven Void Hall opened, I saw you once before. It was later said that you acquired the Heaven Void Cauldron. I didn't expect that you could have escaped the pursuit from those old eccentrics and reach cultivation of this level." When he heard her mention Heaven Void Hall, he recalled where he heard her voice before. A flash of realization sparked in his mind and he doubtfully asked, "You're Lady Wen? I didn't expect that you'd remember me." She let out a long sigh. When she confirmed her identity, Han Li wore an astonished expression. This female nascent soul belonged to a woman named Lady Wen, who he originally saw at Heaven Void Hall. Although her cultivation at the time was significant to begin with, she must have acquired quite a few medicines in Heaven Void Hall and made much progress. He also remembered what relationship she had with Six Paths. "If I remember correctly, you should have been his Tao companion." Lady Wen resentfully snorted and hesitantly asked, "His Tao companion? Have you ever seen someone seal their Tao companion's nascent soul in a magic treasure? But more importantly, you truly killed that wretch Six Paths?" Han Li smiled and wordlessly extended his finger. After a brief pause, Lady Wen's eyes followed where he pointed. Not far away there was a block of purple ice that sealed a ruined corpse. It originally belonged to Archsaint Six Paths. Then the azure hand holding down Lady Wen wildly flickered before disappearing without a trace. Lady Wen's nascent soul was now freed. With her freedom restored, Lady Wen quickly shot forward and flew several circles around the corpse before letting out a frigid laugh to the sky. It really is that old wretch. As scheming as you are, I didn't expect that you would die first. Han Li frowned. Although he didn't know what happened for Six Paths and Lady Wen to fall out, he had no interest in hearing about it. Soon after he began to consider what he should do next. The nascent soul's laughter eventually came to a stop and she looked over to find Han Li wearing a pensive expression. There is no need for fellow Taoist Han to trouble himself. I've been kept inside that magic treasure for such a long period of time that I've weakened to the point where I can no longer possess a body. My nascent soul will have to immediately dissipate for a chance of reincarnation. I am truly grateful that fellow Taoist Han managed to eliminate my enemy, but with my current abilities, I have no way to compensate you. I can only hope to repay you in my next life. With that said, she abruptly slapped the top of her head. A blinding red light shined and covered the nascent soul entirely. Gradually, the nascent soul scattered inch by inch before HL until it was no more. Han Li was shocked. He didn't think that Lady Wen would be so decisive that she would end herself without speaking another word to him. Was what happened so disastrous that she would keep this secret to the grave? But even if she didn't want to tell him what happened, he could fancy a guess. Although he was somewhat gloomy over what happened, it was better things ended this way. It would have been troublesome to figure out what to do with her. Han Li shook his head and sighed. He raised his hand and summoned the green bottle back into his grasp before placing it into his storage pouch. Then he released an arc of golden lightning from his hand and pulverized the purple ice and the rest of Six Paths' corpse, turning it into nothing more than shining specks. As for his storage pouch, Han Li simply took it into his possession. He quickly swept over its contents and found that most of them didn't catch his attention at his current level, despite many treasures being amongst them. But there were a few slips detailing Devil Dao techniques that piqued his interest. It is a pity that he didn't have the time to look at them. With all that done, Han Li beckoned to his puppet and directly head over to the bone banner. The puppet blurred and strangely disappeared. When he arrived at the bone banner, the 5 ghost heads cleanly devoured the skulls and had nearly devoured the entirety of the banner itself. When Han Li arrived in front of it, he shook his head. Although the bone banner was somewhat famous, it possessed too much fiendish qi and wasn't suitable for him. As such, he made no attempt to stop them. A short moment later, the Cinque Devils finally finished destroying the banner and they let out odd screams as if in an expression of joy. The devil qi they emitted seemed to be more concentrated than before. When Han Li saw this, his expression remained unchanged. He waited until their laughs finished before commanding them with a single hand. Although the Cinque Devils were somewhat unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey and obediently arrived at Han Li's side, having experienced the pain from Han Li's restrictions several times before. Rather than withdrawing them, he calmly flew back in the direction of Heavenly Star City and had the Cinque Devils closely follow after him. The battle between him and the old devil didn't last very long. Victory was achieved in only the time it took to finish a meal. If the city fell in that amount of time, Han Li would simply turn around and leave without care for anything else. It would simply illustrate that the city wasn't worthy of his help. Fortunately, this matter didn't come to pass. By the time Han Li let the Cinque Devils back to the Heavenly Windfire Formation's core, the vast battle between the Star Palace and the Star-Defying Alliance was still being fought with great intensity. Truthfully, it appeared the Star-Defying Alliance had somewhat of an upper hand. This was because the twin Lawn Devils were truly formidable. As the blue devilish qi and the pink fragrant mist spread forward, it pushed back the Star Palace cultivators. The 2 original elders of the Star-Defying Alliance were clearly superior to Old Man Zhao and the large purple-robed man. They could barely hold them back, let alone deal with the Lawn Devils. The lower-grade cultivators, on the other hand, would be immediately shredded to mist upon contact with the blue qi, or fall as if drunk upon touching the pink mist. As a result, the Lawn Devils wreaked havoc unchecked. In such turbulent fighting, Han Li's silent return hadn't caught anybody's attention. Han Li first swept his gaze at the huge windfire pillar and then glanced at the eye-catching display of the twin Lawn Devils. He sneered and wore a fierce expression on his face. He wordlessly pointed at the lawn devils. The sink devils at his side let out a series of low roars and soon charged towards them in 5 gray streaks. Then Han Li slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist and produced a ball of golden insects above him. Han Li raised his hand and let out a soft yell. The insect swarm loudly buzzed and with a bang, turned into a dozen smaller clouds before dispersing. After Han Li was done with that, he waved the wings on his back and disappeared in a gust of wind. Although the nascent soul cultivators of the Star-Defying Alliance were fighting away from the formation core, there were still several core formation stage cultivators standing on guard above it. This was to prevent the Star Palace from destroying the formation core in a surprise attack. The guards whispered to each other on top of the pillar, and they couldn't help but reveal their delight upon seeing that the Star-Defying Alliance held the slight advantage in the battle. One of them turned around to speak to another cultivator, but then they saw something that made his complexion bloodlessly pale. When the other guards saw this, they turned around in fright and immediately let out frightened shouts. 30 meters in the air behind them, there was a youth silently floating there. He had his arms crossed and he wore a mysterious smile. This youth was the same grand cultivator that left the battle with their alliance leader. How could he be here? These core formation cultivators suddenly felt an icy chill down their backs. Before these cultivators could even think of running or calling out for help, Han Li's expression suddenly sank and he flicked his hands several times from within his sleeve. Suddenly, golden sword streaks shot towards them. The many core formation cultivators trembled in fright, each moving to flee away. But several flashes later, the sword streaks flew past them and the guards fell down, all of their bodies riddled with holes. There were a few that managed to summon their magic treasures, but they promptly exploded and their owners fell without resistance. The sword Qi Han Li produced from the bamboo cloudswarm swords were incredibly sharp, rivaling the power of even a top-grade magic treasure. Even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to casually receive them, let alone trifling core formation cultivators. In a single breath, the core formation cultivators were extinguished. He retained a calm expression and indifferently looked at the giant pillar before him. Then with a wave of his sleeve, a clear sound rang. Several small golden swords flew out from his sleeve like a school of fish and swelled to the size of a meter before fusing together. In flourishing golden radiance, a 10-meter-long golden sword appeared above the pillar. Magic power surged throughout Han Li's entire body in a frenzy as he let loose a low cry. Brilliant spiritual light erupted from the surface of the huge sword, and it shuddered before instantly transforming into a WRM-like streak of golden light, circling in the air above before crashing down with ferocious might. A loud rumbling boom erupted as the golden light struck the massive bronze pillar. In the face of the golden light, the mountainous pillar appeared as if it had been constructed from Play-Doh, and it was sliced in half with ease. From a distance, it appeared as if a doomsday-like scenario was unfolding on the horizon. All of the Starfall Coalition cultivators nearby hurriedly rose into the air atop their treasures. Such a loud commotion had naturally drawn the attention of all of the cultivators on both sides. Thus Han Li was naturally thrust under the limelight. At the sight of Han Li, completely contrasting expression appeared on everyone's faces. Some were horrified while others were ecstatic. Of course, not everyone had the spare capacity to turn their attention toward Han Li. For example, Han Li was currently looking at a man and a woman who were caught in an extremely fierce battle with 5 massive ghostly heads, and were unable to pay any heed to the earth-shattering boom that had just erupted. Coincidentally, the devilish chi and pink fragrant mist emitted by the twin lawn devils were being completely dominated by the grayish-white devilish flames erupting from mouths of the 5 ghostly heads, so they had been forced firmly onto the back foot. Elder Zhao and Elder Ma were ecstatic upon seeing this, and they immediately cast their treasures toward the twin lawn devils to plunge them into an even more perilous situation. As for the dozen or so swarms of golden beetles released by Han Li, they were also dominating the battlefield. At Han Li's behest, the beetles only targeted Starfall Coalition cultivators below the nascent soul stage. They swept through the battlefield like golden clouds, and no matter what treasures were used to try and keep the beetles at bay, all of them were devoured into nothingness. Within a span of a few moments, several tens of cultivators had been completely devoured by the gold-devouring beetles. All of the Starfall Coalition cultivators nearby had been thrown into a complete panic, and all of them were desperately trying to get away from the swarms of beetles. The fact that Han Li had just destroyed the core of the Heavenly Windfire formation with a single sword strike further compounded their woes, and morale had dropped to an all-time low. Many of the Starfall Coalition cultivators were already fleeing from the battle. There were only a few at first, followed by a dozen or so, which quickly turned into hundreds of cultivators fleeing into the distance. Han Li didn't even need to attack any further, and the Starfall Coalition's defeat had already been sealed. The old woman and the elderly man with the long surname could see that the situation was in a drastic downward spiral, so they also immediately shook off their opponents and flew away as quickly as they could. The twin lawn devils clearly also knew that it would be unwise to stay any longer, and they suddenly summoned several powerful treasures before detonating them all once. In doing so, the 5 ghostly heads were temporarily forced back, thereby creating an avenue of escape for the 2 of them. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, and he immediately flapped his thunderstorm wings without any hesitation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The twin lawn devils had only just escaped from the ghostly heads when a dull thunderclap erupted up ahead. Following, Han Li appeared out of thin air, directly cutting them off. The 2 devils' hearts immediately sank upon seeing Han Li's cold and expressionless. However, both of them were powerful Devil Dao cultivators in their own right, so they certainly weren't going to give up and allow themselves be killed. As such, they glanced at one another before raising their hands in unison, summoning several treasures of various different colors. At the same time, their bodies swayed and both of them unleashed devilish techniques to attack Han Li. A hint of killing intent surfaced in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. Several days later, the entire scattered star seas was in a massive uproar. Not only did the final battle between the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition commence far earlier than everyone had expected, the end result also had most people's jaws dropping to the ground. Not only had Wan Tianming of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment perished during this battle, many high-grade Starfall Coalition cultivators had also been killed, as had the vast renowned Twin Lawn Devils. As such, Han Li's name became known to virtually everyone in the scattered star seas. Some people had even dug up some information about Han Li's past, particularly about how he had obtained the Heaven Void Cauldron from the Heaven Void Hall even prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, and how he had been hunted by the Starfall Coalition in the aftermath of that incident. Countless cultivators in the scattered star seas were amazed by those legendary tales, and there were no longer any nascent soul cultivators who dared to go after the Heaven Void Cauldron. In the next few months, the Star Palace deployed a large number of cultivators to recover their lost territory while also hunting down the high-grade Starfall Coalition cultivators who had managed to escape. In the end, they reached the main base of the Starfall Coalition in one fell swoop. The nascent soul elders of the Starfall Coalition were unwilling to concede, and they gathered a group of powerful cultivators to engage the Star Palace in another battle at the Starfall Coalition's main base. On this occasion, the Starfall Coalition naturally crashed to an even heavier defeat without a late nascent soul cultivator among their ranks. They had deployed 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators at once to take care of Han Li, only for 2 of them to be slain by Han Li with ease. The final cultivator was able to escape with his nascent soul intact using some kind of secret technique, but his body had been sliced in half, and even if he could successfully possess a new vessel, he would most likely be unable to recover to his original cultivation base. Thus, in the short span of just half a year, the Star Palace had become the ruler of the scattered star seas again, and all of the other sects and powers pledged their allegiance to the Star Palace once again. Ling Yuling took this opportunity to extend an olive branch to the low-grade Starfall Coalition cultivators who had managed to escape, but she showed no mercy to the very few nascent soul stage Starfall Coalition elders that remained. As such, the Starfall Coalition began to crumble from the inside as all of the low-grade cultivators switched their allegiance to the Star Palace, while the remaining high-grade cultivators fled for their lives. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the mighty Starfall Coalition had been wiped off the face of the scattered star seas. Half a year later, there was a man and a woman making their way through a long passageway within the belly of Heavenly Star City's sacred mountain. This passageway had been completely paved with pristine white jade, creating spotless mirror-like surfaces. The woman was an exquisite beauty while the man's appearance was much more mundane. they were none other than Han Li and the master of the Star Palace, Ling Yuling. Han Li was walking behind Ling Yuling and he inspected the jade walls around him as he asked, "I can't believe the divine essence-fused mountain was placed in such a location. Is it really that fearsome?" "Fearsome is an understatement, Brother Han. Any cultivators below the nascent soul stage who accidentally approach this mountain would immediately suffer from spiritual power backlash, and they could easily perish as a result. Nascent soul cultivators can stay around the divine essence-fused light a little longer, but prolonged exposure to the mountain could still result in a regression in cultivation base," Ling Yuling explained with a smile. "I'm even more curious about this divine essence-fused mountain now. I wonder how this mountain was discovered in the first place," Han Li mused with a contemplative look in his eyes. "Father did actually mention this to me in the past. During one of his journeys to the outer seas, he witnessed this mountain erupting out from an underwater volcano. In order to transfer the mountain to this place, Father had to expend extensive efforts, and there were even several core formation cultivators whose cultivation bases had severely regressed during the process. After that, my parents attained initial mastery of the divine essence-fused light before attempting to refine this mountain bit by bit as if it were a treasure. However, this is an extremely time-consuming task, and even when they passed away, they had only refined a small portion of the mountain," Ling Yuling explained. If they had successfully refined this mountain, they most likely wouldn't have been bound to it as they were," Han Li chuckled. Ling Yuling merely smiled in response yet gave no reply to this. After rounding a corner, her footsteps came to a halt. There was a massive green jade door up ahead further down the corridor, and there were countless shimmering restriction talismans of different colors plastered over the door. "This is where my parents once cultivated. These are the restrictions that they painstakingly set up in order to isolate the divine essence-fused mountain's 5 elemental power." As she spoke, Ling Yuling raised a hand and a snowy white jade badge surfaced over her palm. She then waved the badge gently toward the gate, upon which a clump of white threads shot forth from the jade badge, sweeping away all of the restriction talismans on the jade door. The jade door abruptly began to tremor violently, following which a low buzzing sound rang out, and the entire door began to move. A serious expression appeared on Ling Yuling's face as she opened her mouth to blast forth a blue jade hook. The hook seemed to possess some kind of mystical property, and it transformed into a veil of blue light that settled over Ling Yuling's body. Only then did she turn to Han Li as she cautioned, "Treasures that don't contain any powers of the 5 elements are affected the least by the divine essence-fused mountain. You're obviously a lot more powerful than I am, but it's still best to exercise caution in there." "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Yuling, I know my limits," Han Li replied with a smile. Golden light abruptly shimmered all over his body, following which a shiny golden light barrier suddenly appeared. It was none other than the Vajra barrier that Han Li had cultivated. Even though this wasn't an item constructed from jade, it was something that was outside of the realm of the 5 elements. Ling Yuling faltered initially upon seeing this before a smile appeared on her face. She raised a hand to toss the jade badge into the air, then chanted something in a heavenly voice. The jade badge shuddered as runes of all types of different colors flew out from it before disappearing into the jade door. The ringing emanating from the jade door also came to an abrupt halt, following it opened outward, revealing a cavernous space and a vast expanse of white light. As soon as the jade door was opened, Han Li was struck by a bone-chilling sensation as the hairs on the back of his neck stood up on end. His heart jolted with shock as pure wood attribute spiritual power surged through his meridians like frantically galloping wild horses. Thankfully, he was somewhat mentally prepared for this and activated his Azure Essence sword art. Only then was he able to shrug off this asphyxiating spiritual pressure, and spiritual power within his body began to circulate in a normal manner again. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, but he was slightly shaken internally. He had been struck by such a fearsome sensation after activating his Vajra barrier. If he had refrained from doing so, he would have been in a bit of trouble just then. Han Li was not surprised that mere exposure to this mountain could threaten a normal cultivator's life. With that in mind, Han Li couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Ling Yuling. Even though she had that blue light barrier shielding her body, her blood had also churned violently in her veins just then, and her delicate cheeks had become faintly flushed, making her appear extremely alluring and seductive. After her face returned to its normal pallor, Ling Yuling made her way into the space beyond the jade door. Han Li naturally followed her inside. Beyond the jade door was an astonishingly spacious cave close to 10,000 feet wide and over 1,000 feet tall. The walls of the cave were all paved with unidentifiable azure rocks, and there were some moonlight stones embedded into those walls, illuminating the cave in a faint white light. However, none of this was able to attract Han Li's attention in the slightest. His eyes had been completely drawn to the small mountain at the center of the cave. It would actually be inaccurate to call it a small mountain. In reality, it was only a gargantuan rock. The rock was around 500 to 600 feet tall with a wide base that tapered as it up toward the peak. From a distance, it would indeed appear as if this were a miniature mountain. The surface of the mountain was completely black and very mundane looking. It was quite a jarring notion that this massive nondescript rock was the legendary Divine Essence-fused mountain. This is the Divine Essence-fused mountain? Han Li's footsteps faltered as he looked at the mountain before him through narrowed eyes. That's right. It was once grayish-white in color, but after my parents refined a small portion of it, it turned into this pitch-black color. Ling Yuling had stopped a few steps in front of Han Li, seemingly unwilling to advance any further. Han Li stood on the spot and carefully examined the mountain for a long while before striding past Ling Yuling as he slowly approached the mountain. As he drew closer and closer, Han Li could sense that the 5-elemental power emanating from the mountain was growing noticeably more powerful. The spiritual power within his body was once again being whipped up into a frenzy. However, Han Li was already prepared this time, so the effects of the 5-elemental power were quelled after activating his Azure Essence Sword Art again. Before long he had already reached the small black mountain. Han Li had his hands clasped behind his back as he walked around the mountain. There was blue light shimmering incessantly within his eyes, as if he were trying to completely see through the entire mountain. However, his ever-reliable bright-sight spirit eyes disappointed him on this occasion. Even after injecting all of his magic power into his eyes, his vision was still unable to seep into the mountain in the slightest, let alone glean its internal structure. As for attempting to assess the mountain with his spiritual sense, that proved to be even more futile. Before his spiritual sense had even managed to approach the mountain, it was forcibly warped and kept out by the 5-elemental power. Han Li stood with a contemplative look on his face before suddenly stepping forward a few steps and stroking the mountain with his hand. He discovered that the mountain was as smooth and cool as jade, a texture that completely belied its appearance. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face. You seem a little bemused, Brother Han. You're not suspecting this mountain to be fake, are you? Ling Yuling asked with a smile. Regardless of whether it's real or not, this thing can certainly disrupt the spiritual power of the nascent soul cultivator. Even if it's not the so-called divine essence-fused mountain, it's most likely a treasure of the same caliber. What's the point in forging something like this? Han Li chuckled. I'm glad you think that, Brother Han. If you really do plan on cultivating the divine essence-fused light, then you'll have to think about what you want to do with this mountain. If you want to take this mountain with you, even with your extraordinary powers, you most likely won't be able to travel far with it. Back when my father had first discovered this mountain, he had to cultivate the first few layers of the divine essence-fused light first. Even then, he was only able to transfer it from the outer seas to the Star Palace with the assistance of many palace disciples, and the process took him over 10 years. I suggest you cultivate for a few years in our Star Palace first so you can at least master the first 2 layers of the divine essence-fused light, then consider moving this mountain, Ling Yuling suggested. It sounds like what you're saying is that I won't be able to take this mountain unless I cultivate the divine essence-fused light first. Is it really that troublesome to transport? Han Li asked with a slightly skeptical expression. I'm not saying anything of that nature. You are definitely no less powerful than my father was at his prime, so perhaps you have some other type of secret technique that will allow you to take the mountain with you. Otherwise, you really will have to devise a course of action before you act, fellow Taoist Han, Ling Yuling replied with a smile. Han Li considered the situation for a moment before murmuring to himself, I'll give it a try first. After making up his mind, he made a hand seal before casting an azure incantation seal toward the pitch-black miniature mountain before him. Azure light flashed and the incantation seal shot forth through the air. However, when it was still around a foot away from the mountain, the incantation seal was suddenly warped, and exploded before dissipating into specks of azure light. Han Li's brows furrowed as he quickly made several more hand seals, casting incantation seals of different colors one after the other. However, no matter what kind of incantation seal he tried, his efforts remained completely futile. All of them merely self-detonated before they could reach the divine essence-fused mountain. A grim expression appeared on Han Li's face as he pressed his palm against the surface of the mountain. On this occasion he didn't immediately withdraw his hand. Instead he began to chant something, and spiritual light shimmered on his hand as he attempted to forcibly cast an incantation seal directly into the mountain. However, as soon as the incantation seal left his hand, Han Li sensed an immense invisible power surging toward his hand. The spiritual power within his body that he had just managed to settle instantly escaped from his body, surging violently into the mountain. Han Li's expression changed drastically as he let loose a low cry. Scintillating golden light immediately radiated from his Vajra barrier, following which he abruptly rammed his spare hand into the mountain. His body shuddered as he stumbled back, cutting off the mountain's enormous suction power. Only then did Han Li heave a sigh of relief as his expression eased slightly. If a normal early nascent soul or mid-nascent soul cultivator had been in his shoes, their cultivation base would most likely have been damaged by that ordeal alone. Ling Yuling's heart also jolted with shock upon seeing this, and she hurriedly asked, "Brother Han, are you all right?" Han Li nodded as he replied, "I'm fine." This mountain is indeed rather peculiar. It appears that I won't be able to take it with me through normal means. I want to stay here for a while and see if I can think of another way to take this mountain with me. If it still can't be done, then I'll devise an alternative course of action when that time comes. Is that all right? Of course. However, even though you're quite powerful, I'd advise you not to stay here for too long at a time before you cultivate the divine essence-fused light. By my estimations, you should only stay here for a maximum of 3 to 4 consecutive days. Any longer than that and your cultivation base could be hampered. I'll come back to check on you in 3 days, Ling Yuling cautioned. Han Li nodded in response, and Ling Yuling handed over her jade badge to him before departing after a respectful curtsy. After Ling Yuling had left the cave, Han Li immediately waved the jade badge in his hand toward the jade cave. As he injected his power into the badge, countless talismans flew forth from within, plastering themselves onto the jade door again. Following a burst of low ringing, the door closed itself once again. After doing all that, Han Li didn't immediately begin to examine the divine essence-fused mountain. Instead, he released his spiritual sense to carefully assess the cave around him. After verifying that there weren't any restrictions within the cave, he pulled out a stack of formation flags from his storage pouch in an unhurried manner before tossing them toward various corners of the cave. A dozen or so streaks of light immediately flew through the air before disappearing into the ground. Bursts of yellow mist began to billow out from the ground, concealing the entire interior of the cave in the blink of an eye. Han Li was feeling quite reassured after that, and he focused his attention on the small mountain again. He had seen a mountainous treasure like this once in the past in the form of a powerful ancient treasure by the name of the Thousandfold Mountain. However, the Thousandfold Mountain merely resembled a mountain, but in essence, it was still identical to a normal treasure. As such, it was nowhere near as troublesome as this mountain to tackle. In comparison, the divine essence-fused mountain was like a hedgehog, and no matter how he approached it, its figurative spikes seemed to be unavoidable. A ball of azure light suddenly flew out from within his sleeve before taking on the form of a small child. "Hee, that little girl seems to be very keen for you to cultivate the divine essence-fused light." It was none other than a projection of the endless sky beast in its human form. "I also get the feeling that this palace master Ling really wants me to cultivate the divine essence-fused light. If I recall correctly, the divine essence-fused light seems to be very difficult to cultivate, and even though it's been circulating throughout the scattered star seas for a long time, only the heavenly star sages have managed to achieve much success with it. If I want to cultivate the divine essence-fused light, I'll most likely have to borrow the power of this mountain. However, in that case I'll most likely be bound to this mountain, just like the heavenly star sages were," Han Li analyzed in a calm manner. "Oh, so you're saying that little girl is trying to plot against you?" the small child asked. "I wouldn't put it in such severe terms. However, according to her plan, I'll most likely be trapped in Heavenly Star City forever and be forced to join the Star Palace. Otherwise, Do you really think the heavenly star sages would be kind-hearted enough to give me those secret techniques in exchange for my assisting their daughter on 3 separate occasions? On top of that, even though they gave me many secret techniques that could help me progress to the deity transformation stage, it doesn't take much analysis to figure out that only the divine essence-fused light is a truly viable option. They're clearly setting up a trap for me here. Hanli chuckled coldly as he looked at the divine essence-fused mountain. Aren't these two afraid that you'd see through their ploy? The small child pursed his lips. As long as I'm intent on progressing to the deity transformation stage, I'll most likely have to take this route, even though I know it's a trap. Hence, the heavenly star sages aren't afraid that I'll see through their tricks, as I'll have no choice in the matter anyway. However, if I can somehow find a way to take this mountain away with me before I cultivate the divine essence-fused light, then I won't have any concerns. It appears that the heavenly star sages are quite confident in this divine essence-fused mountain. But then again, it's no wonder that they're confident. They were trapped here by this mountain for several centuries, so they've most likely tried everything they could. I probably won't be able to do anything about this either. Hanli sighed as he stroked his chin. Then why don't you emulate the heavenly star sages and borrow the power of this mountain to cultivate the divine essence-fused light? After you reach a certain level of mastery, you'll be able to take this mountain back to the heavenly south region, won't you? The small child suggested with a smile. Do I look like I have a lot of time on my hands? Even if I master the first 2 layers of the divine essence-fused light in a short time and gain the ability to move this mountain, I won't be able to put it in my storage pouch, and nor will I be able to teleport with it. Do you expect me to carry this mountain back to the heavenly south region? Hanli sighed. That's true. In that case, I don't have any good suggestions either. If we were in the spirit realm, I'd be able to store this mountain in my all-encompassing pouch, but in this world. The small child shook his head in a forlorn manner. Hanli didn't know what this all-encompassing pouch was, but it was clearly some kind of spatial treasures. While he was surprised to learn that such a treasure existed, he knew that he wouldn't be able to rely on the endless sky beast to help him here. It appeared that he would have to think of a way himself. Even though he wanted to elicit the divine essence-fused mountain's assistance to cultivate the divine essence-fused light and reach the deity transformation stage, he didn't want to be essentially imprisoned in this place. Even if he had to be trapped somewhere for his cultivation, he definitely didn't want it to be Heavenly Star City. Similarly, he also didn't want to cultivate the divine essence-fused light in the Drifting Cloud sect. With his current resounding reputation in the Heavenly South region, news of the fact that he had obtained the divine essence-fused mountain would be leaked sooner or later, and that could quite possibly result in disaster for the Drifting Cloud sect, just as it had for the Star Palace. It was best to find an extremely safe and obscure location where he could master this cultivation art in one fell swoop, not giving anyone a chance to plot against him. However, it was still yet to be seen whether he was actually going to use this cultivation art. He had to use the glacial flames of his unbroken sync devils to attempt a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage first. If he could succeed in doing that, then he won't have to worry about cultivating the divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, no matter how powerful this cultivation art was, it wasn't worth giving up his freedom just for a chance to use it. In any case, what he had to do now was to see if he could come up with a method to take this mountain with him. If he could resolve this matter, then he naturally wouldn't have to be troubled by these concerns. With that in mind, Hanli cast aside his train of thought and patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist. A dozen or so talismans immediately appeared in his hand, all of which were tossed toward the small mountain. On this occasion, the talismans were all able to plaster themselves to the mountain's surface, and nothing seemed to have been amiss. Hanli was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he hurriedly made a hand seal. A loud explosion erupted as all of the talismans were reduced to ashes amid flashes of spiritual light. Hanli's expression darkened, but he could only heave a faint sigh as he flipped his hand over to produce a stack of formation plates. The formation plates were thrown into the air, and balls of lights of different colors began to slowly revolve around the small mountain. At the same time, the sound of chanting rang out within the cave. The dozen or so balls of light revolved around the divine essence-fused mountain, gathering speed as they did so. All of a sudden, a burst of azure light erupted from the summit of the divine essence-fused mountain, flashing a few times before disappearing. Not long after that, 11 crisp tolls of a bell rang out from within the sacred palace at the summit of the sacred mountain. The tolls of the bell were like the cries of a dragon, rising straight up into the heavens, and was audible in every corner of the heavenly star city. Immediately thereafter, the Star Palace announced that the great cultivator Han Li was officially joining the Star Palace as a guest elder, and was going into seclusion on the sacred mountain for a century. All of the powers that heard this news expressed mixed emotions in response, but not many of them were all that surprised. After all, if it weren't for the fact that Han Li had personally slain that Wan Tianming, the Star Palace would have been the one that had ceased to exist as opposed to the Starfall Coalition. The situation in the scattered star seas hadn't truly settled, so any power would be trying to recruit such a powerful great cultivator to their side with all their might. Seeing as Han Li was willing to go into battle against the Starfall Coalition for the sake of the Star Palace, he had to have a strong connection with the Star Palace, so it made sense that he was now becoming their guest elder. As such, all of the powers who were still plotting against the Star Palace immediately relinquished those unrealistic plans. In the blink of an eye, many sects and powers in the inner star seas had completely shut themselves off from the outside world. Aside from the Star Palace cultivators who were hunting down the remaining Starfall Coalition survivors, the scattered star seas had become a picture of peace and serenity. Ever since the rise of the Starfall Coalition, there had been several consecutive centuries of turmoil that had persisted in the scattered star seas. Not only had a vast number of cultivators perished during the battle against these two colossal forces, many other sects had been affected as well. During this time, countless powers had been founded and eradicated. It was quite apparent that the Star Palace was going to rule over the scattered star seas, and they had recruited an almighty great cultivator to their side, so all of these powers naturally became extremely docile and none of them wanted to be eradicated as an example to the rest of the scattered star seas. Unbeknownst to all of these powers, the fearsome newly instated Star Palace guest elder wasn't actually meditating and cultivating within a certain secret chamber in Heavenly Star City as was proclaimed. Instead, he was traveling over the ocean countless kilometers away from Heavenly Star City as a streak of azure light. The amused voice of a small child sounded beside Han Li's ears. "I didn't think that you'd agree to become the Star Palace's guest elder. Even though they offered you so many spirit stones, I thought that you'd be the kind of person to reject them regardless. Aren't you always trying to avoid trouble?" "I do indeed try to avoid trouble as much as I can, but they're offering me a lot of spirit stones just to accept a false title without having to do any work in return. Why wouldn't I accept such an arrangement? Besides, the situation in the scattered star seas has mostly been stabilized. The Star Palace is merely hoping to use my name to intimidate all of the other powers. If I were to agree to join the Star Palace and actually stay there, all of the Star Palace elders would be much more concerned," Han Li replied with a cold smile. "It's no wonder that they would be concerned. At your current level, it wouldn't be impossible for you to forcibly settle into the Star Palace. As long as you take care of all of the Star Palace elders, then develop a bunch of loyal followers, the Star Palace would be yours in about 200 to 300 years, the small child replied with a faint smile. "If I had no aspirations of ascending to the spirit realm and only wished to establish a sect in the human world, that would indeed be a good option. Otherwise, what would I be doing all those useless things for? It would only hamper my cultivation." Han Li's reply was completely emotionless, as if he were entirely disinterested in such a prospect. The small child was silent for a moment before heaving a faint sigh. "I greatly admire the firmness of your heart in your pursuit of the great Tao, fellow Taoist Han. Even if I were in your shoes, I would be extremely tempted to take over such a powerful force. I wonder if all cultivators who ascended to the spirit realm from your human world had such immense willpower. I'm no saint. I would be lying if I told you I wasn't tempted in the slightest by the prospect of taking over the Star Palace. However, I can't afford to waste any time on such trivial matters at present. You're a heavenly spirit beast, fellow Taoist Endless Sky, and your lifespan far outstrips mine, so you naturally wouldn't pay any heed to a few short centuries," Han Li replied calmly. "That's true. However, it's a pity that you were unable to take the divine essence-fused mountain with you in the end. It's all right, I'll store it at the Star Palace for now. It's not like it's going anywhere and I can come back for it when I truly need it for my cultivation. The only troubling thing is that I didn't think the mountain would be so troublesome to try and move. I've tried all types of methods but was still unable to shrink it. Han Li's brows furrowed as he spoke. Indeed, you tried everything you could during those few days in that cave, but that mountain was like an indestructible object immune to all treasures and incantation seals. It doesn't appear as if anything exists in the human world that can shrink it. A thoughtful expression also appeared on the small child's face. Didn't you mention a powerful spatial treasure that could encompass this entire mountain? Han Li suddenly asked. You're referring to the all-encompassing pouch that my true body in the spirit realm is carrying, right? Do you have a similar treasure to this? Let me make this clear to you now. A normal spatial treasure is definitely not going to be able to contain this divine essence-fused mountain, the small child cautioned. Han Li was in a brief moment of silent contemplation before replying, I don't have a complete treasure of this nature, but I do have half of one. I only recalled that I had it a short while ago and I could perhaps be able to use it to move this mountain. Half a treasure? The small child was a little dumbstruck. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face and he suddenly patted his storage pouch. Black light flashed and a strange object immediately appeared before his eyes. It was that incomplete black wind flag. This flag was an extremely powerful spatial spirit treasure, so it would naturally have no issues storing that mountain. The only concern was that there was only half of this flag left, so it was no wonder that Han Li was referring to it as half a treasure. A faint cry of surprise escaped from the small child's lips upon seeing this item, and a ball of azure light immediately flew out from within Han Li's sleeve. The ball of light transformed into the projection of a small child in the blink of an eye, and he waved a hand toward the object that Han Li was holding. The half of the black wind flag swayed before flying directly toward the small child. The latter caught the flag and began to carefully appraise it. This item used to be a spirit treasure, right? Spatial spirit treasure is quite rare even in the spirit realm. But how was this treasure reduced to this state? What a pity. The small child only tossed the flag back to Han Li with a grave expression on his face after examining it for a long while. Do you think this treasure can be repaired, fellow Taoist Endless Sky? Han Li asked. Seeing as this treasure used to be a spirit treasure, it would be very difficult to completely restore it to its former condition. However, if you were to refine it again, it wouldn't be impossible to change it into a spatial treasure of a slightly lower caliber. I recall that there's a spatial treasure known as the Crimson Soul Flag that was slightly similar to this treasure, but if you want to refine that treasure. The small child's voice suddenly trailed off here. What is it? Han Li asked. There are certain secondary materials required to refine this treasure, which won't be a problem for you to obtain with your current status. However, the flag requires the sacrifices of a large number of living souls in order to be refined. The power of the flag will also be directly and completely dependent on the number of living souls sacrificed during the refinement process. It's one of the spirit realm's 7 sinister treasures, and barely ever is it refined even in the spirit realm. If you want to be able to store the divine essence-fused mountain into the flag, you'd need to sacrifice at least several million living souls. As for changing this flag into other types of spatial treasures, that would theoretically be possible, but you wouldn't be able to source the materials required in this world. Only the Crimson Soul Flag is a viable option for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to refine such a treasure in your human world, the small child explained. It requires that many living souls to be sacrificed? Han Li's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. I was already giving you a conservative estimate. If you want to truly unleash the power of the Crimson Soul Flag, you'd require tens of millions of living souls. I was only giving you an estimate of several million as you're only looking to use the flag to store an object. A true Crimson Soul Flag isn't a divine spirit treasure, but it won't be too far away from a normal spirit treasure either. It's sought after by countless cultivators for its spatial abilities, the small child chuckled. Tens of millions of living souls. Unless I demolish an entire large city or island, there's no way I'd be able to gather so many living souls. Wait, maybe I can gather those souls without having to do something so heinous. Han Li firmly shook his head initially, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him. Have you found a feasible method, fellow Taoist Han? The small child was rather taken aback by Han Li's reaction. Han Li didn't give an immediate reply to the small child's question. Instead, he patted his storage pouch again and green light flashed, following which two small green flags appeared in his hands. Each flag was only several inches in size, but they were shimmering with green light and covered in runes, indicating that they were clearly remarkable treasures. These were the two ghost-sifting banners that he had obtained during his journey to the Great Jin, and one of them had even been taken from old Devil Qian himself. As for the other one, it had undergone devilification from injection of devilish qi, and had been in the possession of the second nascent soul. What are these? A faint light flashed through the small child's eyes, but he didn't recognize these flags. It was no wonder that this was the case. During Han Li's journey to the Kunwu Mountains in the Great Jin, the avatar of the endless sky beast hadn't developed intelligence yet, so it naturally wouldn't have seen Han Li obtaining these two treasures. However, it could naturally detect the astonishing soul qi emanating from the two ghost-sifting banners. Will I be able to refine the Yin souls on these banners again and use it to create the Crimson Soul flag? Han Li asked. The small child carefully examined the ghost-sifting banners in Han Li's hands before replying, "That is indeed possible. However, even though these two treasures aren't of the same caliber as a Crimson Soul flag, they're still extraordinary items in their own right. If you do that, they would be completely ruined. Furthermore, the souls contained within these banners are nowhere near enough to refine the Crimson Soul flag. It's alright, these two treasures are indeed quite powerful, but I already possess more than spirit treasure, and they're no longer very useful to me at my current cultivation base. As for the lack of souls contained within these banners, if I had a dozen or so of these banners, that'd be enough, right?" Han Li asked in a meaningful voice as he stroked his chin. "Dozen or so? I get it now. These are just two banners that are a part of a whole set, right? Does that mean you have even more of them with you?" The small child was rather surprised after arriving at this revelation. "I don't have any other flags like this at the moment, but I know where the rest can be found. In reality, I know of another type of treasure containing far more souls than these ghost-sifting banners. It's a pity that the treasure is currently in the possession of a deity transformation stage demon beast. That's not someone I can mess with at the moment." Another thought occurred to Han Li, and a rather forlorn expression appeared on his face. He was naturally referring to the Myriad Demon flag in the possession of that old devil from the Myriad Demon Valley. He had personally experienced the immense might of that flag, and he knew that the demonic souls contained within that flag were of a far greater quantity and quality than those stored within the ghost-sifting banners. That treasure would undoubtedly be more suitable for refining the Crimson Soul flag. The small child naturally wasn't aware of what treasure Han Li was referring to, and he had no intention of asking about it either. He merely said in an indifferent voice, "If you can gather enough souls, then I'd be willing to bestow the Crimson Soul flag's refinement method upon you free of charge. This divine essence-fused light is quite interesting, and I'm also curious to see how powerful it would be after you master it. Are you planning to set about gathering those banners as soon as you return to the Heavenly South region, fellow Taoist Han?" "There's no hurry. Everything will have to wait until I reach the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage and completely refine my glacial flame sink devils first. After all, the remaining ghost-sifting banners are in the possession of a nascent soul stage devilish cultivator as well, so I'll work on improving my cultivation base first. Let's return to the Heavenly South region for now," Han Li replied with a shake of his head. "Alright, we'll do as you wish. After we get back, I'll give you the Crimson Soul flag's refinement method so you can gather all of the secondary materials and won't have to waste time on that later." The small child shrugged nonchalantly before the projection of its body vanished. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this, and he accelerated through the air, quickly disappearing into the distance. Several months later, Han Li returned to the Heavenly South region using that ancient teleportation formation. He stowed away the 6-winged frost centipedes guarding the teleportation formation before destroying the formation once again and departing from the cave. Another 2 months later, Han Li returned to the Dream Cloud Mountains in the state of Xi. He merely informed Lu Luo of his return through the use of his voice transmission talisman before immediately flying back to the interconnected peaks. At this point in time, Nan Gongwan was still in seclusion. Han Li naturally didn't go to disrupt her cultivation. A few short years of separation was nothing to cultivators like them. The entire cultivation world in the Heavenly South region wasn't even aware that the #1 cultivator of their region had departed from the Drifting Cloud sect at all. However, Lu Luo heaved a long sigh of relief upon receiving news of Han Li's return. The Drifting Cloud sect was being held up entirely by Han Li's reputation. Unless 3 or 4 more nascent soul cultivators appeared in the sect, the Drifting Cloud sect's status as a super sect would be in question if Han Li weren't around. As soon as Han Li returned to his cave abode, he deployed a flying sword to send a jade slip to Lu Yu. The jade slip contained a list of secondary materials required to refine the Crimson Soul flag, and he was requesting for her to try and gather those materials during his period of seclusion. After that, he entered the secret chamber again and continued to cultivate the final layer of the Azure Essence sword art, as well as to refine the Glacial Flame Sink Devils. Time passed by like flowing water. 50 years flashed past in the blink of an eye. During this period, Han Li sensed that Nan Gongwan had emerged from seclusion once, and he immediately also temporarily concluded his cultivation to meet her. The two of them then traveled together for half a year. During their travels, Han Li completely basked himself in his intimate relationship with Nan Gongwan, and after the two of them returned, they began their bland seclusion again. Come to think of it, cultivators were rather pitiful beings. On one hand, they possessed powerful abilities and lengthy lifespans far beyond the reach of mortals, but on the other hand, they were like hamsters galloping on a wheel, constantly cultivating prior to the conclusions of their lifespans to try and grasp the extremely infinitesimal chance of attaining immortality. This lifestyle would be bearable for those who were naturally born with immense willpower, but it was enough to drive some normal cultivators insane. If they were to continue cultivating, their chances of attaining the Great Tao were impossibly slim anyway, and they really didn't want to spend the rest of their lives in seclusion like this. However, they had already embarked on the path of cultivation and were unwilling to give up on the opportunity to attain immortality, no matter how negligible their chances were. Furthermore, it was also extremely tempting to progress in one's cultivation base, as doing so would further extend their lifespan. As such, there were two extremes that existed in the cultivation world. There were some mid-grade cultivators with lowly aptitude and cultivation bases who weren't optimistic about their chances of making further breakthroughs, so they gave up on cultivation altogether. Some of them lived leisurely lives surrounded by concubines and enjoyed themselves until the ends of their lifespans, while others returned to their hometowns, founded an aristocratic family there, and ruled over the place from which they had hailed. On the other end of the spectrum, there were high-grade cultivators who felt themselves to be much closer to the ultimate objective of attaining immortality, and were unwilling to waste any time. They were completely absorbed in their cultivation and paid no heed to anything else. Han Li and Nan Gongwan were clearly part of the latter group. One of them was at the late nascent soul stage while the other was at the mid-nascent soul stage, so they stood at the tip of the pyramid among cultivators of the human world. As long as they could ascend to the spirit realm, they really wouldn't be far away from immortality. As such, even though the two of them loved each other very much, they were able to exercise a lot of self-restraint when it came to indulging in their relationship. Dual cultivation was useful for advancing one's cultivation base, but the cultivation arts they were using didn't involve dual cultivation as a device of progression, and the improvements in magic power that dual cultivation brought about were quite negligible to them at their current power levels. The two of them were concerned that excessive indulgence in dual cultivation would negatively affect their mindsets and their determination in their pursuit of the Great Tao, so they had to hold back when it came to the physical aspect of their relationship. Instead, due to their common pursuit of the Great Tao, the two of them had formed a very strong tacit understanding of one another, so even though they were exercising celibacy to a certain extent, the bond between them was still extremely resolute. Thus, after going into seclusion again, neither of them were quick to come out again. One day, a thunderclap suddenly erupted amid clear skies in the air above the interconnected peaks. All of the world's origin chi within a radius of several hundred kilometers around the main peak was suddenly triggered. Countless fist-sized balls of light of different colors emerged from the ground, the rocks and the trees, then converged rapidly toward the main peak, creating a shimmering spiritual cloud several hectares in area, putting on a spectacular light show to behold. Han Li's cave abode stood at the very epicenter of this marvelous phenomenon. Such a startling turn of events had naturally alerted all of Han Li's disciples, who were also living on the interconnected peaks, as well as Nangong Wan. All of them rushed out from their seclusion chambers and looked up into the sky with stunned expressions. The interconnected peaks were very close to the drifting cloud sect, so the higher-ups of the sect had naturally detected the events unfolding here. A dozen or so streaks of light immediately shot forth from within the drifting cloud sect's restriction formation, heading directly toward the interconnected peaks. The two people at the forefront of the group were none other than Lu Luo and Song Yu, the latter of whom had also reached the nascent soul stage. Both of them were wearing rather solemn expressions. A short distance behind them, there was a white-robed woman flying through the air with an elated look on her face. She was naturally none other than Lu Yu. During these past years her cultivation base hadn't progressed very much, but she was the most important figure in the sect below the nascent soul elders due to the fact that she was essentially Han Li's spokesperson. Even Lu Luo and Song Yu treated her with a lot of respect. Li was feeling quite excited. If Han Li's cultivation base were to take another massive stride, then she would undoubtedly attain an even higher status within the sect, and that would naturally benefit her greatly. In reality, after tasting the pleasure that power and influence brought to her, it was impossible for her to calm her heart and return to cultivation. After all, even nascent soul cultivators had to be very respectful to her at present, and that was very pleasing to her. Besides, she was well aware of the limitations of her own aptitude. After attempting and failing several breakthroughs to the nascent soul stage, she had completely given up in that endeavor, and was entirely dedicating herself to assisting Lu Luo in running the drifting cloud sect. Even if she couldn't attain the Great Tao, she didn't want to reach the end of her lifespan without having done something with her life first. As such, she really had contributed quite significantly to the drifting cloud sect's rapid expansion. Lu Luo was very pleased with her dedication to bettering the sect, and had given her a lot more jurisdictive power when it came to matters in the sect. The group from the drifting cloud sect flew toward the interconnected peaks, but were kept out by a restriction. They looked up as the tumbling spiritual cloud in the sky revolved and transformed into a giant funnel, looking as if it were about to slowly descend upon the interconnected peaks, and they hurriedly sent a voice transmission talisman into the restriction. Moments later, the mist standing in their way surged before parting to open up a passageway, through which the group immediately entered without any hesitation. After emerging from the mist, they were immediately greeted by the sight of Mu Peeling. She was holding a yellow formation flag in her hand, and was silently awaiting their arrival. Mu Peeling pays her respects to the elders of the drifting cloud sect. Big Sister Nangong has been waiting for a long time. Please come with me. Mu Peeling stowed away the formation flag before pointing toward one of the interconnected peaks in a respectful manner. Lu Luo and his group naturally had no objections to this, and they immediately flew toward that mountain peak. There they discovered Nangong Wan standing at the summit in a pristine white palatial dress, appearing as if she were a celestial maiden who had descended from the heavens. However, her intricate brows were slightly furrowed, and she merely nodded gently to acknowledge the arrival of Lu Luo and the others. Her attention was still entirely focused on the phenomenon taking place nearby, and there were hints of concern and anxiety shimmering within her eyes. Beside her stood a man and a woman who were none other than Tianqiner and Zhou Xian. Both of them had also reached the core formation stage several decades ago. Tianqiner had taken an evergreen pill to ensure that she held on to the appearance of a young woman around 16 or 17 years of age. Even though so many years had passed, she still looked almost no different compared to when Han Li had first taken her under his wing. After paying their respects to Song Yu and Lu Luo, the two of them stood behind Nangong Wan again with respectful expressions on their faces. Elder Nangong, is Junior Martial Brother Han attempting a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage? Lu Luo asked with a hint of excitement on his face. Aside from a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, what other breakthrough attempt would create such a spectacle? It's just that the heavenly omen has already been around for a while, so the breakthrough doesn't seem to be progressing very smoothly, Nangong Wan replied with concern etched on her face. Why is that? Junior Martial Brother Han has already been able to trigger such an astonishing phenomenon, hasn't he? Lu Luo was very surprised to hear this. Nangong Wan seemed to have done quite a bit of research on deity transformation stage breakthroughs, and she offered her own analysis. The breakthrough will only succeed after the spiritual cloud in the sky is summoned onto the mountain peak, then merged with his body. However, the spiritual cloud is falling very reluctantly, which is a sign that he's still unable to sufficiently control the world's origin qi. As such, this breakthrough may not succeed. After hearing Nangong Wan's words, everyone turned their attention to the spiritual cloud in the sky again. Just as she had said, the shimmering spiritual cloud had attempted to descend toward the mountain peak several times, but was repelled by an invisible force on all of those occasions. As a result, they were unable to truly descend onto the mountain peak, and the process didn't indeed appear to be quite a reluctant and laborious one. Lu Luo's heart sank upon seeing this, and he didn't ask any more questions. All he did was continue to stare intently up into the sky with an unblinking gaze. Song Yu didn't say anything, but the concern shimmering in her eyes betrayed her calm facade. The other cultivators all had mixed emotions, but with their two nascent soul stage elders among them, none of them dared to make any comments. Right at this moment, the spiritual clouds descending from the sky suddenly began to tremor violently. A peculiar ringing sound rang out, following which the massive cloud immediately began to tumble and surge unsteadily. An earth-shattering boom then erupted, and a cloud exploded into spiritual light of different colors before completely vanishing. All of the balls of spiritual light that were flying toward the mountain peak also disappeared amid an audible sigh. All of a sudden, everything around the interconnected peaks returned to normal. A slightly wistful look appeared on Nangong Wan's face upon seeing this. At this moment, Song Yu suddenly broke her silence. Senior Martial Brother Han clearly already has one foot in the door toward the deity transformation stage, and he only failed on the final hurdle. With Senior Martial Brother Han's current lifespan and cultivation base, he'll be able to make many more attempts, and it's only a matter of time before he succeeds. Lu Luo also wore a rather forlorn expression on his face, but he nodded in agreement with Song Yu's words and said, "Indeed. Junior Martial Brother is already able to summon such an astonishing phenomenon during his first breakthrough attempt. I'm sure it won't be an issue for him to progress to the deity transformation stage." Nangong Wan was silent for a moment before a wry smile appeared on her face, and she said, "What you're saying is indeed correct, but Han Li has always been extremely careful and precise in his cultivation. If he's attempting a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage now, then he must have made all of the preparations he possibly could. He must be unable to progress any further in his cultivation base before deciding to try and take this final step. In that case, unless he encounters some kind of opportunity, even if he attempts a few more breakthroughs, his efforts most likely won't amount to anything." Lu Luo and Song Yu were naturally aware of this as well, and they were only trying to offer words of consolation. After hearing Nangong Wan's frank admission, they didn't know what to say in response. Lu Yu was naturally also feeling quite disappointed. Just as she was about to say something, Han Li's voice suddenly rang out from within the main peak. Even from so far away, his voice was clearly audible to everyone, as if he were speaking right before them. "Wanner, seeing as Senior Martial Brother Lu and Junior Martial Sister Song have already arrived, why don't you invite them into my cave abode? I'm going to have to leave the Heavenly South region for some time after my failed breakthrough attempt, and I have some things to say to them before I go. Get Lu Yu to come with them as well." Nangong Wan faltered slightly upon hearing this before she turned to Lu Luo and the others with a smile, and she said, "Senior Martial Brother Lu, Junior Martial Sister Song, let's go together." Lu Luo and Song Yu glanced at one another before flying toward the main peak together with Lu Yu in accompaniment. Xianxia and Shi were quite disappointed that they hadn't been summoned, but they could only wait on the spot with all of the other core formation cultivators. Without the orders of Nangong Wan or the other elders, the group of core formation cultivators didn't dare to leave either. All of them began to discuss spiritedly among themselves after Song Yu and the others disappeared into the cave abode on the main peak. The few cultivators who were acquainted with Xianxia and Shi approached the two of them and engaged them in conversation. Xianxia and Shi had already reached the core formation stage, but due to Han Li's strict orders, they were cultivating in their respective cave abodes most of the time, and they were quite glad to have the opportunity to talk to someone. Several hours passed, yet Nangong Wan and the others still hadn't emerged from Han Li's cave abode. All of the cultivators waiting outside could only speculate about what matters they were discussing. 3 months later, A streak of azure light shot forth from within the Dream Cloud Mountains, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Only after several days did news spread from the Drifting Cloud sect that Grand Elder Han had departed from the sect to embark on a journey. The objective and time frame of his journey had intentionally been made quite ambiguous, so no one could ascertain exactly why he had left. This piece of news wasn't all that surprising to everyone. This was because news of his failed breakthrough to the deity transformation stage had already spread throughout the cultivation of the Heavenly South region, and virtually all of the sects had been made aware of this. This came as quite a relief to all of the sects that were wary toward Han Li. Even though Han Li was already the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, if he were to progress to the deity transformation stage, his lifespan would be extended to over 2,000 years. That was simply far too long for all of the sects that harbored ambitions of stamping their mark on the Heavenly South region in the future. None of them wanted to be oppressed by Han Li for so long. Seeing as Han Li was unable to progress to the deity transformation stage, it only made sense that he was now embarking on a journey. After all, cultivation alone clearly wouldn't be enough to help him make any further improvements, so he could only search for opportunities to act as a catalyst for a breakthrough. Of course, the chances of him actually succeeding were pitifully slim. Otherwise, the three great cultivators of the Heavenly South region wouldn't have been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for so many centuries. With Han Li gone, there were only 2 late nascent soul cultivators left in the Heavenly South region. The Grand Elder of the 9 Nations Union, Wuxia, had passed away over 100 years ago. However, the Flowing Mind sect had kept this a secret for many years, and news of this had only begun to spread several years ago. This was the most shocking event that had taken place in the Heavenly South region in recent years. The 9 Nations Union was plunged into turmoil as a result, and many sects and powers had erupted into conflict in the aftermath of this news being revealed. Han Li was feeling rather forlorn after hearing about this when he had emerged from seclusion. Even though Wuxia was only a step away from the deity transformation stage, it was that single step that barred him from being able to continue his pursuit of the Great Tao. That was a rather depressing end for such a legendary figure of the Heavenly South region. However, his passing only served to further cement Han Li's resolve in his pursuit of the Great Tao. To him, everything was trivial if he couldn't attain immortality. No matter how powerful he became, everything would come to an end, and his legacy would cease to exist at some point. He was unwilling to resign himself to such a fate. Han Li was currently on his way to the Mulan Plains as a streak of azure light. His objective was naturally to return to the Great Gene so he could secure those ghost-sifting banner from the Yin-sifting sect. Even though he had failed to progress to the deity transformation stage earlier, what was undeniable was that he had reached the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. As such, he was feeling a lot more confident about this trip. If he recalled correctly, following the death of old Devil Qian, the Yin-sifting sect should have had only late nascent soul cultivator left, and that was their sect master. As long as he didn't barge in like an idiot and try to fight the entire sect through brute force, it shouldn't be a difficult task for him to obtain the ghost-sifting banners. The master of the Yin-sifting sect also seemed to have a vendetta against him as he had slain his Tao companion on the past. In that case, taking advantage of this opportunity to kill this man would be killing 2 birds with 1 stone for Han Li. Otherwise, he could come back to bite Han Li later. Prior to progressing to the late nascent soul stage, it would have been difficult for Han Li to ensure self-preservation in the face of such a powerful foe, let alone attempt to kill him, so he naturally wasn't going to take the risk. However, he was far more powerful than he once was, and he had to obtain the ghost-sifting banners anyway, so he naturally wasn't going to allow this man to live any longer. Han Li couldn't ensure that he would constantly be at the Drifting Cloud sect. If this great cultivator were about to reach the conclusion of his lifespan and was driven to launch a kamikaze attack against the Drifting Cloud sect to take revenge before he died, Nangong Wan and the others would be in severe peril. With that in mind, an intense wave of killing intent swept through Han Li's heart. He was naturally very disappointed that he had failed to make a breakthrough using the glacial flame sink devils, but he wasn't truly distraught as he still had the divine essence-fused light as a backup plan. During this trip to the Great Gene, aside from taking the ghost-sifting banners, he also had 2 other things that he had to take care of. Otherwise, if he were to cultivate the divine essence-fused light, he would be confining himself to a certain place, and he wouldn't be able to take care of anything in person until he completely mastered the divine essence-fused light. As such, he had to take advantage of this period of freedom to take care of everything in advance. Among the things he had to do, finding the pure sun flame essence and using glacial essence to refine the returning sun water was absolutely imperative. As long as he could refine the returning sun water, his lifespan would increase by a quarter. No cultivator would be willing to give up on something like this that absolutely defied the natural order. To Han Li, who already stood at the pinnacle of all cultivators in the human world, the temptation of this returning sun water was even more immense. After using a soul search technique on Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul in the North Night Palace, Han Li had discovered some leads about the pure sun flame essence. As such, everything was already in place and he simply needed to set things into motion. As for the other thing he had to do, it was nowhere near as important in comparison, and he was only going to do it along the way. It would be good if he could succeed, but whether he succeeded or not didn't matter all that much. The second thing that he had to do was to travel to the Hidden Fortune Pavilion and ask them for the secret technique required to refine a spatial pocket. Back when he had participated in the grand auction in the Jin Empire, the shopkeeper of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had told him that one could use a spatial rift to refine a spatial pocket. At the time, he had been very intrigued and wanted to refine a personal space of his own. After all, virtually all nascent soul cultivators had their own secret cave abodes aside from the cave they were living in that was out in the open. Some of them would even have several of those secret cave abodes, and they would often store their most valuable treasures in there in case some kind of mishap would befall them. Han Li had always been busy with his cultivation, so he didn't have the time to consider such things. The reason why Han Li had suddenly thought of this naturally wasn't because he wanted to create a secret cave abode to store his treasures in. Instead, he wanted to create a secure place for himself to cultivate the divine essence-fused light in. If he could refine his own spatial pocket and only leave an obscure teleportation formation in the outside world leading into the spatial pocket, as long as he could control the teleportation formation with the spatial pocket, even a deity transformation stage assailant wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Even if his enemies were to destroy the teleportation formation in the outside world in a fit of rage, with his current powers, it would be simple for him to tear through space so he could emerge from the spatial pocket as opposed to being trapped in there. In contrast, cultivators capable of tearing through space in the outside world wouldn't be able to find his spatial pocket unless they were aware of the precise spatial incision point. Han Li had learned about all this through arduous research. Of course, if that plan failed to eventuate, it wouldn't be impossible for Han Li to find another obscure location to cultivate in. However, that clearly wasn't as safe and secure as a spatial pocket would be. Having said that, the refinement method of the spatial pocket was known only to the Hidden Fortune Pavilion, so it would most likely be rather difficult for him to request it. But then again, if a great cultivator were to request anything from any power, regardless of how reluctant that power would be to provide it, they would most likely still do their best to satisfy that great cultivator's request. After all, no power would be willing to make a late nascent soul great cultivator their enemy if they could afford it. As for why the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had been able to keep this refinement method confidential to this day, that was most likely because the secret technique was more trouble than it was worth, and simply couldn't attract the interest of all of the major sections. Otherwise, Han Li didn't believe that a mere Hidden Fortune Pavilion would be able to keep such an important secret technique confidential for so long. Of course, he would have to employ some strategies if he wanted to obtain this refinement method. With that in mind, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he disappeared into the distance following a few flashes. Over half a year later, light rain was falling over a certain mountainside town in the state of Yu, which was tens of millions of kilometers away from the heavenly south region. On a blue stone street that was glistening with the falling rain, there were almost no pedestrians. The few pedestrians that were on the street were all hurriedly walking along with umbrellas over their heads, and none of them were eager to linger on the streets. A yellow-robed man holding a white oilcloth umbrella suddenly appeared on this street. However, this man was walking in a calm and unhurried manner, as if he were taking a casual stroll in the countryside. His umbrella was tilted forward slightly, and it just so happened to obscure most of his facial features. However, judging from the fair and supple hand that was holding the umbrella, the man appeared to be quite young, and was not a normal lowly citizen who had to engage in manual labor all day. Some of the passers-by couldn't help but take an extra glance at this man as they strode past him, but he remained unfazed and his footsteps were still unhurried. Just as he was passing by a nondescript alleyway, he suddenly changed directions and made his way into the alley. Even though this was a rather deep alleyway, it was quite apparent that the conclusion of this alley was a dead end with no way out. There weren't even any houses or shops on either side of the valley, only walls that were several tens of feet tall, and it was a place that was rarely frequented by anyone. However, the yellow-robed man paid no heed to all of this and continued to make his way forward. Just as he was about to reach the conclusion of the alleyway and appeared as if he were about to crash into the stone wall, white light suddenly flashed as he disappeared into the wall. If a mortal had been present and witnessed such a bizarre scene, they would definitely be yelling at the top of their lungs about supernatural phenomena. However, cultivators would barely pay any heed to this. It was just an extremely simple illusion technique, so there was no need for alarm. However, if that cultivator were to pass through the complex layers of restrictions beyond this illusionary wall, they would most likely be flabbergasted as well. This was because there was a gargantuan jade gate over 1,000 feet tall behind those layers of restrictions. After passing through that colossal gate, a white jade staircase would be revealed, with every step hovering in midair, leading toward a huge green palace. White spiritual mist swirled around the palace, and there was a pair of rare spirit beasts circling in the air above the palace in a leisurely manner. There were also many types of peculiar flowers and plants growing on the ground nearby, embellishing this place with their beauty and making it appear as if it were an immortal paradise. However, if one were to sweep their spiritual sense through the surrounding area, they would discover that even though this place appeared to be quite cavernous, it was actually just a small restricted space. In fact, it was only just over 5 kilometers in size, but its height of several thousand feet was admittedly rather astonishing. However, that staggering height is necessary to construct such a peculiar floating palace in this place. At the foot of this massive jade gate, there were 2 rows of warriors clad in golden armor. All of them were around 20 feet tall, and were standing completely stationary with wooden expressions on their faces. However, among these warriors, there was an armor-clad man with a dark complexion, sitting on a rock beside a pillar. He was currently conversing with the yellow-robed man with the oilcloth umbrella in a lazy manner. No matter what you're here for, I can't disrupt the pavilion master when he's entertaining guests. Otherwise, I'll be punished by the pavilion master. Why don't you sit here for a while and have a chat with me? I've on duty here at the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. I've been staying here with these mutes for over half a year. I'm bored out of my wits, the dark-complexioned man chuckled. This man was a core formation cultivator, yet he was only a gatekeeper here. That was quite extraordinary. The 2 rows of massive warriors beside the gate were merely puppets, so it was no wonder that he was unable to converse with any of them. However, each and every one of these puppets were extremely lifelike, and it was very difficult to tell that they were puppets just by looking at them. The yellow-robed cultivator had already put away his white umbrella, revealing a set of stern facial features. Chao Fengwei, I'm not here to kid around with you. I really do have an extremely important matter to consult with the pavilion master about. Even if I can wait, that person may not be willing to. If we delay for too long and bring disaster to the pavilion, neither you nor I will be able to handle the repercussions. The yellow-robed man was becoming rather enraged. That person? Who are you referring to, Brother Zhang? The armored man asked with a bewildered expression. He's referring to me. The voice of an unfamiliar man suddenly interjected from up above. Who's there? The armored cultivator exclaimed in shock. He immediately summoned a barrier or white light to protect himself, then made a hand seal as all of the puppet warriors began to shimmer with spiritual light and rose into the air at his behest. The yellow-robed man's face paled upon seeing this and he hurriedly yelled, "Wait, Brother Chao, this is Senior Han. Don't you dare attack him." Senior Han. The armor-clad man had no idea who that was. However, the yellow-robed man's cultivation base was comparable to his, and he was clearly extremely wary of this Senior Han, so it could be deduced that he was definitely not just some ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, with the 2 of them situated within this spatial pocket, they would be powerful enough to combat even an early nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that this Senior Han was a mid-nascent soul cultivator? That would not be something that he and a few puppets could handle. With that in mind, the armor-clad man hurriedly swept his spiritual sense toward the warrior puppets, making them descend onto the ground again. The unfamiliar male voice harumphed coldly. "You've made the right decision. I was about to teach you a lesson there." Immediately thereafter, azure light flashed above their heads, and an azure-robed man with his arms crossed appeared in the air above, looking down at the two of them with a cold expression. The armor-clad man swept his spiritual sense toward that man, upon which a shiver ran down his spine, and an expression of incredulity and horror appeared on his face. The man up above had made no effort to hide his cultivation base, and he was a late nascent soul cultivator. But when had a new great cultivator by the surname of Han appeared in the Great Gene? Why had he never heard of such a great cultivator? The armor-clad man shuddered with lingering fear as he thought back to how close the puppets had been to attacking this man, and he hurriedly rose into the air before extending a deep bow. "My apologies, Senior. Please forgive me for any offense I may have caused." The young man up above remained expressionless and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the hovering palace nearby, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. Meanwhile, the armor-clad cultivator down below was sweating profusely, and he didn't dare to stand up straight again without receiving an instruction permitting him to do so. After all, virtually all nascent soul cultivators had peculiar and often foul tempers, so it would be very easy to irk them. He didn't want to be killed due to an oversight on his own part. Thankfully, the yellow-robed man swooped in to save him. A wry smile appeared on his face as he rose into the air, and he also bowed deeply as he asked, "Senior Han, didn't you say that you were going to give me several months to inform the pavilion master of this matter? Why have you followed me here?" "I have limited time and no longer want to wait any longer, so I decided to come here to speak with your pavilion master in person. So this is the legendary Hidden Fortune Palace, right? I had heard that this palace was situated in a spatial pocket, and an extremely rare free radical spatial pocket at that. The location of its entrance will automatically self-adjust once every few years, so normal cultivators would never be able to find it. After coming here for myself today, I can see that this is indeed an extraordinary place. You can get up now. You're a guard here and you were only doing your duty, so I won't take your actions to heart. However, I do want to see your pavilion master so you can lead the way there for me." The young man turned to the armor-clad cultivator with an implacable look on his face. Chao Weifeng was quite relieved after hearing the first half of Han Li's sentence, but his heart clenched tightly again upon hearing Han Li's instructions, and he turned to the yellow-robed man for help. Without orders or permission for them to leave, they were prohibited from exiting the temple. Through this order, the endless sky saintess and the illustrious grand immortal seemed to be trying to forcibly increase the overall power of the cultivation world in the soaring tribe. Han Li was naturally a little disappointed after hearing about this information. However, he certainly wasn't going to rush over to the endless sky temple to hunt them. After all, the soaring tribe was quite a force to be reckoned with, and if he were to attack the endless sky temple, he'd be facing the might of their entire tribe rather than just a single cultivator or two. This was different from killing that elder shaman of the Star Palace, whom he had a personal vendetta against. The power of the entire soaring tribe was something that he still had to be rather wary of. With that in mind, Han Li relinquished his plan to pick on the soaring tribe, leaving the Mulan's plains and continuing his travels toward the Great Gene. Obtaining the refinement method for the spatial pocket was simpler and less time-consuming than the other two things that he had to do, so he decided to take care of this matter first. He first visited a renowned market in a certain state within the Great Gene, then tracked down a branch of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. He told the shopkeeper of the branch, who was the yellow-robed man, that he wanted to purchase the refinement method for the spatial pocket. If a normal nascent soul cultivator had stated such a request, the shopkeeper would have most definitely rejected him without a second thought. However, Han Li hadn't been hiding his cultivation base in the slightest, and the late core formation stage shopkeeper was petrified to be in the presence of a great cultivator. As such, he could only offer a respectful smile as well as a rather uneasy explanation. He had no right to even know the refinement method for a spatial pocket, let alone sell it. As such, he would have to ask the master of the Hidden Fortune Palace for a verdict. This was quite an important matter, so it would be inappropriate just to send out a voice transmission talisman. Thus, he had to pay a visit to the palace in person, and he was asking for Han Li to wait 2 to 3 months for his reply. Han Li felt this to be quite reasonable, so he agreed. However, he wasn't actually just going to sit around and wait for so long. Instead, he unleashed a secret technique to track the yellow-robed man to this place. As far as he was aware, even though the Hidden Fortune Pavilion was supposed to be just a chain of shops, they actually had connections with many of the renowned righteous sects as well as Devil Dao sections. Furthermore, they also had a late nascent soul great cultivator as their guest grand elder. Very little was known about this guest grand elder, and he was an extremely mysterious character. However, none of that mattered to Han Li. As long as this guest grand elder wasn't the master of the Sifting Palace, even if he were an elder of the Heavenly Devil sect or the High Zenith sect, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. As such, even though he intended to secure this secret technique through intimidation, he wasn't going to really ask for it free of charge. Instead, he had already prepared a large quantity of spirit stones and rare materials in advance. As such, there really was no reason for them to risk offending a great cultivator just to maintain the confidentiality of a secret technique that was more trouble than it was worth. Upon reaching around the halfway mark on the staircase, the sound of a tolling bell suddenly rang out from the hovering palace, extending a welcome to the guest of the Hidden Fortune Palace. A dozen or so streaks of light then shot forth from within the palace, soon revealing themselves to be a group of cultivators. All of them hovered in the air on either side of the entrance to the palace, seemingly unaffected by the flight restriction in place. 2 people emerged from the center of the group, standing side by side as they looked down on Han Li and the others. Han Li's brows furrowed upon seeing this, but his expression quickly reverted back to the normal. He abruptly raised a foot and covered a distance of over 100 feet with a single step. Following a few more steps, he had abruptly appeared at the entrance of the palace, where he was directly facing the 2 people at the center of the group. The cultivators on either side naturally burst into a frenzy upon seeing this, and some of them had even laid their hands on their storage pouches with panicked expressions on their faces. Insolence! Fellow Taoist Han is a guest of ours. You can all go away now. One of the 2 men in the center, a rather portly old man, scolded the 2 rows of cultivators beside him sternly before turning to Han Li with a smile. Han Li inspected the old man with an indifferent expression as he asked, "Are you the Lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion?" "Indeed, I am Qin Ku, and I'm the Lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. I was actually informed of the reason for your arrival earlier through a voice transmission talisman from shopkeeper Zhang. This is not a suitable place to talk. How about we have a chat in the palace?" The old man suggested in a respectful manner as he extended a hand toward the palace gates. He was wearing a different ring on each and every one of his 10 fingers, some of which were emanating piercing light, while others were completely dull and lackluster. It was a rather peculiar spectacle to behold. Han Li glanced at the rings on the old man's hand with a nod before turning to the monk beside Qin Ku, and he asked, "I have no objections. May I ask your name?" This monk was wearing a set of yellow monk robes, and his features were quite youthful, making him appear as if he were a 16 or 17-year-old young man. However, the fearsome spiritual pressure radiating from his body suggested that he was a mid-nascent soul cultivator. "I am Yen Zhu." The youthful monk smiled as he brought his palms together in a Buddhist salute. "Yen Zhu." Han Li murmured to himself, but he was drawing a complete blank. However, that wasn't something to be alarmed about. After all, the high-grade cultivators of the 4 major Buddhist sects were all quite secretive to begin with, and Han Li wasn't from the Great Jin, so it was no surprise that he hadn't heard of this monk. However, a hint of befuddlement flashed through the eyes of the old man upon seeing the lack of reaction from Han Li. Even though he had disguised it quite well, Han Li was far too cautious to let that detail escape his notice. His expression remained unchanged, but he was quickly thinking about his situation. Could it be that this monk was supposed to be an extremely renowned cultivator? Otherwise, why would this Lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion have displayed such a reaction? In contrast, the youthful monk merely smiled and didn't say anything. At this moment, the 2 core formation cultivators had also finally reached the palace gates, and they hurriedly extended bows toward the old man. Qin Ku issued a few instructions to the armor-clad core formation cultivator before sending him away, leaving only the yellow-robed man remaining behind. He then led everyone into the hidden fortune pavilion, where everyone took a seat in what clearly wasn't the main hall of the building. Of course, the yellow-robed man and all of the other core formation cultivators could only stand. I heard that fellow Taoist Han has paid our palace a visit in order to purchase the secret technique for refining a spatial pocket. Is that correct? Kinku cut straight to the point. That's right, that is indeed the purpose of my visit. Han Li replied in a straightforward manner. Seeing as you're asking for this secret technique, you must have discovered a spatial rift and wish to refine it into a spatial pocket, but you don't want anyone else to know of its location, right? Kinku asked with a nonchalant smile. This pavilion lord was only at the mid-nascent soul stage, but this was his territory. As such, even though he was treating Han Li in a respectful manner, he showed no intention of allowing Han Li to dominate proceedings. You've hit the nail right on the head, Han Li replied indifferently as his eyes narrowed slightly. Ever since our pavilion first created spatial pockets, there have been other fellow Taoists like you who have tried to obtain the refinement method from us. Those fellow Taoists were all in a similar situation as you're currently in, Brother Han. They all discovered spatial rifts and wished to refine those spatial rifts into their person's spatial pockets, but didn't want anyone else to be aware of the spatial pocket's location. Furthermore, there has been no lack of great cultivators among those who have come to me seeking the refinement method, Kinku chuckled. Oh, did you agree to their request, fellow Taoist? Han Li was truly curious after hearing that. No. Every single one of those fellow Taoists promised me that they wouldn't divulge the refinement method to anyone else, but if we were to give them the secret technique, it wouldn't be something that's unique to our hidden fortune pavilion anymore, Kinku replied in a frank manner. Han Li was silent for a moment before speculating in a meaningful voice. I trust that you must have some alternative solution that you can offer, right? Otherwise, it would be quite unwise to turn down great cultivators like this, even for an organization as powerful as the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. You are indeed correct, Brother Han. Our Hidden Fortune Pavilion would naturally prefer to avoid offending powerful cultivators if possible. As such, even though we can't hand over the refinement method, we have a substitute that can also satisfy those fellow Taoists' requests, Kinku replied with a carefree expression. A substitute? Han Li was truly a little flabbergasted this time. Our pavilion has actually devised a set of formation tools a long time ago, and those tools can create a formation that can transform an area into a makeshift spatial pocket. I can't guarantee you that the result would be exactly identical to a true spatial pocket, but it's at least extremely similar, Kinku announced confidently. However, Han Li's brows furrowed upon hearing this and he shook his head as he asked, Is that so? Seeing as it's relying on the power of a restriction, a spatial pocket of this nature will surely have many flaws, right? There will naturally be some flaws, but those flaws won't be an issue for someone like you, Brother Han, Kinku replied nonchalantly. You really have piqued my interest now, Brother Kan. Would you be able to elaborate on that further? Han Li's expression had finally changed a little. There's not a whole lot of explaining to be done. Essentially, the former pavilion lord asked a few formation spell masters to create a spatial pocket formation based on the concept of a true spatial pocket. These formations were then virtually perfectly replicated in the form of formation tools that can be distributed. As long as the area isn't too large, the formation tools will suffice for creating a spatial pocket. As for flaws, there are only two. Seeing as formation tools are being used, the spirit stone expenditure will naturally be quite high. It would take over 10,000 spirit stones to maintain a spatial pocket of this nature per year. Of course, if the spatial pocket itself contains a spirit vein, then those costs can be slightly lowered. Aside from that, the makeshift spatial pocket set up using these spatial tools will only be able to maintain itself for a maximum of 2,000 to 3,000 years. After that, the formation tools will lose their efficacy, and the entire spatial pocket would collapse. I'm sure that with your current wealth, the first condition can be easily met. As for the second flaw, as long as you're not planning to pass down this spatial pocket for many generations, the time limit should more than suffice for your needs. Even if we were to reach the deity transformation stage, our lifespans would only be extended to just over 2,000 years anyway, Kinku elaborated with a slightly smug expression on his face. Han Li began to stroke his chin with a contemplative look upon hearing this. How about it? Are you interested in our pavilion's formation tools? If so, we'll be sure to sell you a set at a discounted price. A confident smile appeared on Kinku's face, as if he were sure that Han Li would accept this arrangement. However, in the next instant, Kinku's smile abruptly stiffened. After contemplating for a long while, Han Li shook his head and said, I still want the refinement method for the spatial pocket. Not only did the yellow-robed core formation cultivator's expression change upon hearing this, even the monk named Yanzhu had turned to appraise Han Li with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Kinku's smile faded as he asked, seeing as you're so insistent, you must have your own considerations, but you should at least provide me with a plausible reason for your insistence, right, fellow Taoist Han? As he spoke, he was unconsciously tapping the jade armrest on his chair with his hand in a very rhythmic manner. Han Li could see what Kinku was doing, but he ignored it as he calmly replied, It's quite simple. The spatial rift that I discovered is already displaying signs of instability. I don't believe that a mere set of formation tools can prevent spatial collapse should it arise. As such, I'm determined to obtain the refinement method, Han Li said in an implacable voice. Kinku's brows furrowed upon hearing this. It was quite clear that Han Li's reply was completely unexpected to him, and a hesitant look appeared on his face for the first time. You can have the refinement method for the spatial pocket if you want it, but you'll have to spar with me first. Right at this moment, an elderly voice sounded from somewhere. Immediately thereafter, silver light flashed and a streak of light shot forth into the palace. The silver light then faded to reveal a monk in silver robes. Kinku and Yanzhu immediately rose to their feet and hurried extended respectful salutes toward the monk. Kinku's expression lit up with elation as he greeted, Master Yuanji, you came. Yanzhu pays his respects to senior martial brother Yuanji. The two of them were treating the monk in an extremely respectful manner. In contrast, Han Li remained seated in his chair as he appraised this monk with a somewhat intrigued expression. This monk didn't appear to be as youthful as Yanzhu, but he only looked to be around 30 years of age and had a set of graceful and refined facial features. It was quite difficult to link this man to that elderly voice that had rung out earlier. Unlike with Yanzhu, Yuanji was a name that Han Li had actually heard of. This monk seemed to be one of the 3 late nascent soul stage elders of the Lightning Sound sect, which was one of the 4 major Buddhist sections. In contrast with other Buddhist great cultivators, this man was extremely renowned throughout the Great Jin, and at the same time he was also one of the exceedingly rare Buddhist Vajra protectors. That was the extent of Han Li's knowledge of this man. Only after inspecting the silver-robed monk for a while did Han Li cup his fist in a salute. However, he remained seated his chair, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he said, Master Yuanji of the Lightning Sound sect, I didn't you'd be the guest elder of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion. Forgive me for my rudeness. A slightly cold light flashed through the silver-robed monk's eyes at the sight of Han Li's lackadaisical display, and he asked coldly, Which sect are you from, fellow Taoist Han? I don't recall ever hearing about you. It's no surprise that you don't recognize me, Master Yuanji. This is also the first time I've seen you. Han Li chuckled lazily. At this moment, Yanzhu suddenly chuckled and said something quite unexpected. Senior martial brother Yuanji, this may be your first time seeing Benefactor Han, but it's definitely not the first time you've heard of him. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he turned toward Yanzhu. Kinku also faltered upon hearing this before a contemplative look appeared on his face. What do you mean by that, junior martial brother Yanzhu? The silver-robed monk was also a little taken aback. Senior martial brother, have you forgotten about the devilish tribulation of the Kunwu Mountains and the demon beast rampage at the North Night Palace over 200 years ago? If I'm not mistaken, fellow Taoist Han had participated in both of those prominent events, and he certainly wasn't just an inconsequential bystander either, Yanzhu replied calmly. The silver-robed monk's heart jolted with shock upon hearing this as he turned to appraise Han Li again. Kunwu Mountains? North Night Palace? Could it be that this man is the fugitive wanted by the Een-sifting sect in the North Night Palace? It's been so many years. I'm surprised there are still people who remember me. So, are you planning to capture me and hand me over to those 2 powers? Han Li's expression remained quite calm, as if he were completely unfazed by the prospect of having to battle these cultivators. Kenku's heart jolted upon hearing Han Li's blunt admission, and his smile became rather forced. Haha, of course not, Brother Han. The Sifting sect and the North Night Palace are quite powerful, but they have nothing to do with our hidden fortune pavilion, so there's no reason for us to do their bidding. However, I truly have heard a lot about you, Brother Han. I heard that old Devil Qian of the Sifting sect and Master Arctic Dragon of the North Night Palace had all fallen by your hands. Is that true? I don't think any of you will believe me if I were to tell you that I didn't kill old Devil Qian and Master Arctic Dragon, Han Li replied with a cold smile. The silver-robed monk's expression turned rather grim as he said, I heard that you were only a mid-nascent soul cultivator at the time, Brother Han. If you really did slay 2 late-nascent soul great cultivators at your cultivation base at the time, then you must be extraordinarily powerful now that you've progressed to the late-nascent soul stage yourself. I really am looking forward to sparring with you now, fellow Taoist Han. Upon hearing the monk's bold challenge, Kin Ku hurriedly interjected, Surely there's no need for that, Master Yuanji. If Brother Han truly wants to purchase the refinement method for the spatial pocket, then I'm sure we can work out a deal. It appeared that after learning about Han Li's resounding feats, the Lord of the Hidden Fortune Pavilion had changed his mind and no longer wanted to pit their guest Grand Elder against Han Li. You won't sway my decision, fellow Taoist Kin Ku. Even without this matter concerning the spatial pocket, I'm still determined to spar with fellow Taoist Han. I've been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for many years, and I've been looking for fellow Taoists of the same cultivation base to test my skills against, as well as to see if I can learn some things through sparring that will assist in taking me to the next level. If fellow Taoist Han really is as powerful as the rumors suggest, then there's no way that I'm giving up on this opportunity. The silver-robed monk seemed to be very determined. Ken Ku's expression immediately soured upon hearing this, and he turned Yen Zhu for assistance. There's no need for you to feel troubled, Benefactor Kan. This is only a sparring match and it'll be mutually beneficial to both senior martial brother Yuanji and fellow Taoist Han. In all honesty, I also want to witness the power of the most elite cultivator that the Heavenly South region has to offer, Yen Zhu said with a smile. Kin Ku was completely speechless. You know where I came from? Upon hearing mention of the Heavenly South region, Han Li's heart stirred as his expression darkened. Yen Zhu seemed to be able to glean Han Li's thoughts and he replied in an unhurried manner, There's no need to be alarmed, Brother Han. You're naturally extremely mysterious to normal cultivators, but for major powers like our Lightning Sound sect, it's not difficult to track down your origins. Do you really think that the Sifting sect and the North Night Palace are unaware of this information? It's just that they're wary of your powers and are pretending to be oblivious. After all, both sects have lost a great cultivator each as well as several other nascent soul elders. They're currently far too busy dealing with other sects that are trying to take advantage of the situation to plot against them, so they don't have the spare capacity to come after you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to live such a leisurely life in the Heavenly South region these past years, fellow Taoist Han. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this and he said, That's true. I don't know about other sects, but the Sifting sect is most likely aware of my origins. However, I have no interest in sparring with a cultivator of the same cultivation base unless I stand to gain from it. Fellow Taoist Kin Ku, I'm only willing to accept this challenge if you promise me that you'll hand over the refinement method should I defeat Master Yuanji. The silver-robed man faltered upon hearing this before turning to Kin Ku. Kin Ku's expression became rather indecisive, but he made up his mind after a short while. A smile appeared on his face as he said, Seeing as fellow Taoist Han is this confident, it wouldn't be right for me to turn you down. If you can defeat Master Yuanji in a sparring match, then I have no qualms offering up the refinement method for the spatial pocket. Han Li chuckled as he rose to his feet and immediately said, That's all I needed to hear, fellow Taoist Kin Ku. Please enlighten me, Master Yuanji. In all honesty, I'm actually very curious about Buddhist secret techniques as well. I hope you won't disappoint me, Master Yuanji. His words sent a stir running through all of the core formation cultivators present. They were also clearly very much looking forward to the upcoming sparring match. Meanwhile, Yen Zhu stood off to the side in silence with a profound smile on his face. A cold smile appeared on the silver-robed monk's face, and a hint of ferocity had appeared on his refined features. The Hidden Fortune Palace won't be big enough to house a sparring match between the two of you. How about we take this outside, fellow Taoists? I'm sure the flight restriction won't be an issue to either of you, Kinku suggested. I have no objections. The silver-robed monk nodded in response. We'll do as you say. Pavilion Lord Qin Hanli also accepted this arrangement in a nonchalant manner. Thus, all of them immediately made their way out of the palace. Everyone else remained standing on the spot, while Hanli and the silver-robed monk rose into the air. Hanli did so as a streak of azure light, while a white lotus flower appeared beneath the monk's feet, slowly carrying him into the air. Moments later, the two of them appeared in the sky high above the hidden fortune palace, facing one another with a distance of several hundred feet between them. The silver-robed monk stared at Hanli for a while before suddenly uttering a Buddhist prayer, upon which a layer of faint golden light appeared over his face. Hanli's lackadaisical expression faded upon seeing this, and his brows furrowed as he suddenly asked, I had heard that Master Yuanji was a Buddhist Vajra protector. Could it be that you've cultivated the legendary bright jade arts? The silver-robed monk faltered slightly upon hearing Hanli identify his cultivation art, but a proud expression quickly appeared on his face as he replied, Oh? I didn't think that you would be so knowledgeable about our Buddhist cultivation arts, fellow Taoist Han. Indeed, I am cultivating the bright jade arts. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist Han. He joined his palms together and began to utter a series of Buddhist chants, following which silver runes surfaced over his silver robes. At the same time, all of the skin on his body began to take on a faint golden hue, making him appear as if he were a golden Buddha that had descended upon this world. Hanli's expression remained unchanged, but his heart jolted slightly upon seeing this. The signs displayed by the monk clearly indicated that he already mastered the fourth layer of the bright jade arts. This meant that his body was already as hard as the average treasure, so he would most likely be able to combat a normal flying sword with his bare hands alone. However, if that was the extent of his powers, then he was naturally no match for Hanli. Hanli wasted no further time with words as he swept his sleeve through the air. A crisp ringing sound immediately rang out as several tens of golden flying swords shot forth from his sleeve, transforming into streaks of light that were around a foot in length each as they circled around his body. Immediately thereafter, Hanli made a hand seal and cast an incantation seal into the air. All of the sword around him shuddered as they began to radiate brilliant golden light, multiplying by sevenfold in an instant to create several hundred identical streaks of light. All of a sudden, the entire sky had been illuminated by golden light, creating a dazzling and formidable golden wave. Kinku and all of the other spectating core formation cultivators' expressions changed in unison upon seeing this. They could sense that just the golden swords that Hanli had summoned alone would be enough to vanquish an average nascent soul cultivator. In contrast, the silver-robed monk's expression remained completely unchanged upon seeing this. He merely raised his hands and red and green spiritual light shimmered in his hands at the same time, transforming into a crimson Buddhist staff that was several feet in length, as well as a string of shimmering green Buddhist beads. Right at this moment, Hanli made another hand seal, and the several hundred streaks of golden light swept toward the silver-robed monk as a golden wave at Hanli's behest. In response, the monk let loose a loud cry as he abruptly raised a hand. The crimson staff that he was holding immediately transformed into a crimson wurm that pounced toward the wave of golden light. At the same time, he also raised the string of green Buddhist beast, which transformed into a green barrier of light that shielded his body within. After doing all that, the monk cast his eyes downward and began to make a series of hand seals, appearing as if he were about to unleash some kind of extremely powerful ability. Meanwhile, the crimson wurm shot forth through the air and plunged headfirst into the golden light manifested from Hanli's azure bamboo cloudsworm swords. The wurm was struck by over 100 swords at once, but it wasn't immediately torn into shreds as Hanli expected. Instead, it was baring its fangs and swinging its claws through the air, launching a ferocious counterattack against the golden swords around it. Myriad Year Flame Coral. Hanli murmured to himself upon seeing this, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. After adding auric essence to all of his flying swords, they possessed immense destructive power. However, there were a few materials that in the human world that could still withstand his flying swords, and Myriad Year Flame Coral was one of those materials. However, this material was even rarer than auric essence, Yet this monk had somehow been able to source it and add it to his Buddhist staff. Furthermore, it appeared that the proportion of myriad-year flame coral in the staff was quite high. Otherwise, it would definitely have been unable to remain unscathed in the face of so many flying swords. Han Li was rather surprised by this development, and he immediately changed his plan of attack. A small proportion of his flying swords remained behind to combat the red WM while most of them skirted around and hurtled toward the silver-robed monk. The monk paid no heed to the oncoming streaks of golden light and continued to make his hand seals, seemingly very confident in the light barrier manifested by his string of Buddhist beads. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this. Scintillating golden light radiated from his flying swords, and they became even more fearsomely powerful. A string of loud thumps erupted as the streaks of golden light crashed into the light barrier in unison, but it sounded as if they had struck a chunk of dead wood. The green light barrier tremored violently, but the golden swords were unable to puncture through it. Han Li stirred upon seeing this as he made a hand seal. All of a sudden, the streaks of golden light around the silver-robed monk rose into the air in unison. Golden light abruptly began to radiate in all directions, and it was as if a golden sun was rising into the sky. After the incandescent golden light faded, a massive golden sword that was several tens of feet in length was revealed. At this moment, Han Li pointed a finger without any hesitation. The golden light shimmering on the surface of the huge sword dimmed, but a layer of white glacial light appeared in its place. Soon, thick layers of ice crystals had materialized, transforming the sword into a gargantuan ice sword over 100 feet in length. The entire sword was glittering and translucent, and all of the spectators drew a sharp breath in unison at the sight of its sheer enormity. The silver monk's expression finally changed drastically upon seeing this. Right at this moment, Han Li swept a hand downward with a cold expression, and uttered the word slash. The ice sword tremored before crashing downward with devastating force. Before it had even struck the green light barrier, fluctuations that were visible to the naked eye began to surface in the surrounding space. A loud screeching sound also erupted at the same time, and it was as if a glacial mountain were crashing down from the heavens. The silver-robed monk was indeed quite confident in the durability of his green light barrier, but he definitely didn't dare to allow it to be struck by that fearsome attack. As such, he uttered a Buddhist chant, and the white lotus flower beneath his feet twirled, following which he disappeared along with the lotus amid a burst of seven-colored Buddhist light. The giant sword's devastating attack struck thin air as a result. In the next instant, a burst of white light flashed several tens of feet away, and the lotus flower appeared once again. The monk then also emerged above the white lotus, and at the same time he made a final hand seal to complete the sequence. A wave of astonishing spiritual pressure immediately surged forth from his body, and a massive projection around 50 to 60 feet tall suddenly materialized above his head. This projection's entire body was shimmering with golden light, and its facial features were extremely sinister. It had a head of curly hair and its upper body as entire nude. The projection was the spitting image of the legendary Buddhist angry eye Vajra. As soon as the Vajra projection appeared, the silver-robed monk immediately let loose a loud cry as he threw two punches toward the massive ice sword from afar. A resounding boom rang out as the golden Vajra projection emulated the monk's movements, striking out at the sword with its fists. Two balls of golden light exploded, and the massive ice sword was sent flying through the air amid a thunderous boom, only managing to barely arrest its momentum after cartwheeling through the air several times. Han Li hurriedly turned his gaze toward the sword, upon which a hint of shock surged through his heart. He discovered that after being struck by the golden Vajra projection, the layer of ice covering the section of the sword struck by the Vajra's fists had been completely shattered, revealing the shimmering golden sword within. Han Li was quite bewildered upon seeing this. However, the Vajra projection summoned by this monk was completely being supported by the magic power from within the monk's body, and the power of this secret technique was also directly related to his bright jade arts. If that monk hadn't mastered the fourth layer of the bright jade arts, the attack from the ice sword would have crushed his physical body, even if the Vajra projection could have handled it. Han Li was quite amazed by this monk's resourcefulness, But this was certainly not the extent of the azure bamboo cloudswarm sword's powers. He made a hand seal once again as he activated another ability of the flying swords. An explosive thunderclap erupted as arcs of golden light each as thick as a human arm abruptly surfaced over the ice sword. The arcs of lightning manifested themselves into countless golden lightning pythons which swept directly toward the Vajra projection. Huh! The silver-robed monk's heart jolted with shock. He clearly hadn't anticipated that Han Li's flying swords would possess so many abilities, and he had no time to think as he abruptly opened his mouth. Even though nothing was blasted out of the monk's mouth, the bursts of golden light erupted from the Vajra projection's mouth as it imitated his movement. Spiritual light flashed, and the lightning pythons were all kept at bay by the vast expanse of golden light. Almost at the exact same moment, the silver-robed monk let loose another loud cry as he brought his hands together with even greater force. A massive crack immediately appeared on the ice sword between the Vajra projection's hands. Piercing golden light erupted from the projection's hands, and the crack instantly expanded as shards of ice detached themselves from the sword. The silver monk was planning to use the Vajra projection's immense power to completely snap the ice sword in half. However, he had clearly chosen the wrong strategy to proceed with. Han Li chuckled coldly as he switched to another hand seal, and the ice sword suddenly shuddered violently amid a loud ringing sound. The sword then disintegrated into golden threads as it dispersed from between the Vajra projection's massive hands. The Vajra projection attempted to grab the threads with its hands, but the golden threads were far too agile as they avoided its foundering hands with ease. The monk faltered slightly upon seeing this before exclaiming, "So you're a cultivator proficient in sword arts, fellow Taoist Han." Han Li summoned his flying swords back to him with a calm smile as he replied, "I wouldn't dare to proclaim myself to be a sword cultivator with my half-assed skills. Having said that, the secret techniques you unleashed have truly broadened my horizons, Master Yuanji. May I inquire about the origins of this secret technique?" This wasn't a true battle of life and death, so there was no need for him to exert too much pressure on his opponent. "This is just a small trick to be used in conjunction with the bright jade arts. It's not worthy of a mention," the silver-robed monk replied with an ambiguous chuckle, clearly unwilling to divulge his secrets. Han Li merely smiled in response. "Your Buddhist arts are indeed quite powerful. If I continue using normal techniques, it'll be a long time before we arrive at a decisive result in our sparring match. I'm going to be using a few powerful treasures next. Do be careful, Master Yuanji," Han Li cautioned in a calm voice. After delivering that warning, Han Li flicked his 10 fingers toward the monk in quick succession, and 10 thin red threads shot forth before disappearing mid-flight. His sleeve then rustled as a ball of 3-colored flames tumbled out from within, transforming into a 3-colored feather fan that Han Li caught in his hand. He injected his spiritual power into the fan in a wild frenzy before gently sweeping it through the air. The cry of a phoenix rang out as a 3-colored fire raven that was several feet in size rushed directly toward the monk. He then opened his mouth to blast forth a white bead, which swelled drastically to reach around a foot in size in the blink of an eye. Bursts of purple glacial flames were shimmering over the surface of the bead. Han Li merely swept a sleeve through the bead, and a sea of purple flames appeared before him. Massive waves of fire several tens of feet tall were instantly swept up, creating an extremely formidable sight to behold. The silver-robed monk adopted an extremely solemn expression at the sight of Han Li's fearsome assault. He immediately flipped his hand over to produce a shimmering silver vial. However, before he had a chance to do anything with this vial, red light suddenly flashed in the air before the Vajra projection. 10 thin fiery threads had emerged before striking the projection in unison. A string of loud metallic clangs rang out as the two clashed, but the fiery threads were completely unable to pierce into the Vajra projection's body in the slightest. The monk completely ignored the fiery threads, turning his attention to the oncoming 3-colored fire raven instead with a grave look on his face. Even though this was the first time he had seen the tri-flame fan, the astonishing spiritual power emanating from the 3-colored fire raven struck him with a sense of immense pressure. The monk couldn't have anticipated this would happen. Although the 10 fiery threads didn't penetrate the golden projection, red light flashed, turning themselves into bulky fire chains. Like a bolt of lightning, They instantly coiled around the projection and firmly trapped them. When the monk saw this, he was stunned for a moment, then raising his hand and flicking in the air without any delay. A white sword light shot out from its tip and directly struck at the fiery chains. A beautiful ring sounded as red and white light clashed together. The sword light only left a precise crack on the dense chains. The silver-robed monk grew sullen at the sight. When he saw the tricolored fire raven and the purple flame wave race forward, the monk stomped on the white lotus below him, letting out a thunderous dragon's roar and solemnly parting his arms outward. The huge golden projection seemed to sense the monk's anxiousness and radiated blinding golden light from its body. Its already gigantic size swelled and it grew until it was over 25 meters tall, pulling on the fire chains until it was nearly brought to the point of destruction. The monk's heart sank by what he saw next. The fire chains grew alongside projection and didn't suffer the slightest strain. The monk formed an incantation gesture and the golden projection abruptly shrunk in size, yet the fire chains followed the transformation, remaining tightly wound around it. In the following moment, the silver-robed monk's expression massively changed as well. When he saw the three-colored flame raven arrive near it as it remained defenseless, he tossed the jade bottle into the air. The silver bottle spun once in the air before directly charging at the flame raven with its mouth pointed at it. Then it brightly glowed silver and religious chants echoed from it, followed by a large wave of seven-colored Buddhist light directly wrapping around the oncoming flame raven. The raven cried out and spread out its wings, evading it and arriving right above the silver-robed monk. But soon the light caught the raven and Buddhist light brightly shined, swiveling around the raven. With the raven wrapped tightly, it drew it back into the bottle. It seemed the light was the raven's natural enemy. The monk's expression relaxed for a moment, then pointing at the bottle in the air. The bottle trembled and spouted out another mist of Buddhist light. This time it was aiming at the wave of purple flame trailing after the flame raven. It appeared he intended on using this treasure to deal with both attacks. But at that moment Hanli uttered, "Burst." The small silver bottle floating in the air violently shook and instantly warped in shape, its surface bending unevenly as its silver light slowly flashed. Muffled booms sounded from it, only growing louder by the second. Not good. The silver-robed monk swept his spiritual sense past the silver bottle and discovered something astonishing. Soon after, the white lotus underneath him blurred and he disappeared. All that was left behind was the meter-large lotus slowly turning in the air and the restrained golden projection. At the same time the monk vanished, the small silver bottle flickered and let out a thunderous explosion. A three-colored halo burst out from the silver bottle, destroying it in its entirety. Talisman characters wandered in the air as the halo spread several times its size, completely submerging the white lotus and the golden projection. The golden projection remained bound by the chains, unable to move a single inch. Although the golden projection was able to somewhat withstand the flames for just a moment, it quickly collapsed like foam. As for the lotus, it was instantly vaporized. In an area over 100 meters away, white light flashed, followed by the appearance of the silver-robed monk. His expression abruptly turned deathly pale in the exact moment the golden projection collapsed, and he coughed up some blood essence. At the same time, the golden color of his flesh greatly dimmed, clearly displaying his loss of vitality. It appeared the bond he shared with that projection was much like that of a bonded magic treasure, linked to his blood and soul. Hanli expressionlessly cast a spell seal and the roiling wave of purple flames suddenly transformed. In just a second, it took the form of a python over 30 meters long with a white pearl in its jaw and pounced towards the monk. Before it even arrived in front of the monk, it stirred up icy gales and plummeted the temperatures nearby as if one suddenly found themselves in a snowstorm. White light flashed from below monk, producing another lotus as the one he stood in before. His legs remained still but the lotus twirled several times and he reappeared 30 meters away. He let out a forced laugh and said, "Please stop. I won't compare my skills with you further. I concede defeat against fellow Taoist Han's amazing abilities." After the monk took the initiative to admit defeat in their battle, he looked in the direction of the broken silver bottle with a trace of pity. The bottle was a top-grade Buddhist treasure that he acquired with much difficulty. He felt deeply depressed that it was destroyed in a spar and was unwilling to continue the fight. Although both parties hadn't displayed their full powers, Han Li's abilities were superior, and the monk suffered a few injuries as well. When Han Li heard this, his gaze flickered and he waved his hand in the distance. The python of purple flames suddenly froze and burned up into purple smoke. As for the white pearl remain floating in the air, Han Li commanded it to return to him along with the fire chains. The two treasures flickered and vanished after entering Han Li's body. Han Li saluted the monk and calmly said, "You went easy on me," before dropping to the ground. Those at the gate looked upon Han Li with reverence. Although the two were both grand cultivators, Han Li was able to easily defeat Buddhist monk Yuanji. It was likely Qin Ku would share a similar result. The young man, monk Yanzhu, met Han Li's eyes and couldn't help but wear an odd expression. His previous calm was gone. Although the silver-robed monk was no match for Han Li, the hidden fortunate pavilion master smiled openly and took the initiative to be friendly. "Your fight truly opened my horizons. I hope to one day reach your heights. Since you've won, I will be discreet about this. I'll send someone to retrieve the miniature space refinement technique." "Sorry for the trouble, Pavilion Lord." Han Li replied with a faint smile. Qin Ku repeatedly replied, "Of course," and immediately took out a command token and handed it to a core formation behind him. He carefully gave his orders. The cultivator immediately received the token with both hands and hastily departed below. Apart from the hidden fortunate hall, there were several other towering pavilions in the air. They were all built grandly. Previously, some people were leaving and entering them, but due to the recent battle between Han Li and the silver-robed monk, no one else appeared from them. Carrying the command token, the core formation cultivator disappeared into one of the buildings below. At that moment, the silver-robed monk took a calming breath and descended to the ground. He took out a white medicine bottle and tossed a fire-red medicine pill into his mouth. "Master Yuanji, are you well?" Han Li looked over and asked. Yuanji looked over at Han Li and casually smiled at him as if he didn't mind the injuries Han Li inflicted on him. He aloofly answered, "I'm fine. With medicine pills I'll only need several months to recover. But I must say that fan of yours is no ordinary treasure. Even top-grade magic treasures couldn't damage my golden projection as much as your fan, and I wasn't able to resist it in the slightest. It should be a spirit treasure replica but not a genuine article." The master is quite observant. "My fan is indeed a spirit treasure replica." Han Li answered with a chuckle. When the silver-robed monk heard this, a faint smile appeared on his indifferent face. But just as he thought to say something, Qin Ku interjected. The fat old man rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Fellow Taoists, we may as well continue our discussion inside the hall. I happen to acquire a bottle of the Crossing Dragon's Roar. It is said that when ordinary cultivators take a drink of it, it can accomplish about a month of dedicated cultivation. More importantly, the flavor is said to be exquisite beyond description. How about we taste it together?" At that moment he no longer appeared to be a pavilion lord, but rather a hospitable old man of humble origins. "The Crossing Dragon's Roar? I have heard of that wine's name. It is said to be created from several rare fruits that have long been extinct from the mortal world. The wine is fragrant beyond all others. Fellow Taoist, please don't be surprised. Although I hail from a Buddhist sect, I will find it hard to deny something of this value." Yuanji smiled upon seeing Han Li's amazement and teasingly replied, "In the past, fellow Taoist Qin Ku became a guest elder of our sect by enticing him with tens of ancient spirit wines. But don't think he is a base monk. He respects all the other commandments." His tone was friendly. When Han Li heard this, his heart stirred and he silently smiled. Then the party entered the main hall. Someplace high in the air, an azure light slowly moved forward. Past the faint cover of light was a smiling youth that fiddled with a faint red jade slip in his hand. This person was Han Li, who just left the hidden fortunate hall not long ago. He held a jade slip in hand that contained the secret technique to refine a compressed miniature space. I didn't expect that something as famous as a miniature space would have such a simple refinement technique. Most of the materials needed for it are also quite simple. If that was the case, refining it should be quite easy, Han Li muttered to himself as he flew. Hee, you can call that a miniature space? I only see it as a method of creating a fixed teleportation formation to a spatial tear. True compressed spaces are treasures that can be carried on hand and can always be entered as will. A boy's voice lazily sounded in Han Li's ear. Han Li shook his head. Although fellow Taoists' words are reasonable, it isn't possible to create such a treasure with the abilities of the mortal world's cultivators. Even your all-encompassing pouch and the original Blackwind flag only possess minor spatial abilities, nothing like the miniature spaces that you speak of. The boy replied with a smile, "That is reasonable. To the best of my knowledge, I only know several characters that own a true miniature space, each of them a top-grade existence in the spirit realm. Otherwise, others would have seized these treasures from them. Since you acquired the refinement technique for the compressed space, will you now head to Sifting sect and acquire the ghost sifting banners? Fellow Taoist, will you boldly face their entire sect?" "Of course I won't," Han Li shook his head. "Even if the Sifting sect only has one grand cultivator, they are still one of the 10 great Devil Dao sections. Who could know what fearsome restrictions they've placed inside their sect, or what other killing measures they have in place? The Sifting sect has an ancient legacy. I don't plan on risking my life over this." "Then you mean?" The boy's curiosity was piqued. "It's quite simple. To take out evil, I must first take out their king. After I deal with the Sifting sect master, I'll finish off the rest of the nascent soul elders of the sect. Furthermore, we're made inquiries about them before. Over these past few years, there are many Devil Dao sects that have been eyeing their position in the 10 great sections. This Sifting sect master has also been leaving the sect often. We'll only need to wait for an opportunity to kill him outside of the Fangmeng Mountains. Without a grand cultivator standing guard, the restrictions at the Sifting sect will be particularly powerful, but that isn't anything that I'll have to worry about too much. However, before I take action, I'd best start on other objectives. After all, I'll have to finish the matter quickly after I start. If a deity transformation cultivator finds out to discover me and decides to interfere, it will be greatly troublesome." Han Li's voice turned sullen. The boy smiled. "That is so. The grand cultivators of the mortal realm can't take actions as they wish. If you intended on destroying such a large sect, I fear one of those fellows won't be able to sit still." This time Han Li didn't reply. He simply wore a cold smile. After he withdrew the jade slip from his hand, his speed increased several times and he disappeared from the nearby skies in the blink of an eye. Many years passed. A massacre was occurring in a nameless mountain range bordering the Feng province and Han County. It consisted of 6 black-robed cultivators commanding over 1,000 armored refined corpses to surround and kill several tens of differently dressed cultivators. The armored corpses weren't weak, and with the addition of the black-robed cultivators commanding them, their corpse chi soared. In only the time it took to finish a meal, the corpses easily devoured the party of cultivators apart from the most powerful core formation cultivators of the group. These survivors felt that they would soon face their deaths as well. But at that moment, a shrieking whistle sounded from the distant sky, the sound seemingly capable of spreading through all of the 9 heavens. When the cultivators in this battle heard this, they felt their ears ache until they only heard loud ringing. When the black-robed cultivators heard this, their expressions massively changed. As for the cultivators that were surrounded, joy beamed from faces. Spiritual light flashed from the distant, followed by the faint sounds of thunder. An emerald-green acre-large cloud streaked over to them. At its incredible speed, it traveled over 300 meters in the blink of an eye to where the cultivators were fighting. At that moment, a cold voice sounded from the air. Following a black flash, a vague silhouette strangely warped into view. "I was wondering who thought to personally bring a force to attack my sect. It turned out to be the Blood-Bone sect's fellow Taoist Bai." Soon after, this person waved his sleeves in a dance, sweeping flashes of silver light to cut the oncoming green cloud. "Old Devil Fong." A cry of surprise was shouted from the devilish cloud, and it immediately changed direction to flee. "Humph! Since you've arrived at the border of the sect, there is no need for you to leave." Following an icy snort, the gray light chased after the cloud, the gray light traveling several times faster as its color turned pitch black. In a short amount of time, they revealed over 100 kilometers in their pursuit and they disappeared from the horizon. When the black-robed cultivators saw this, they regained their calm and commanded the armored corpses to resume their attacks with increased intensity. As for the surrounded cultivators, Their hopeful expressions were replaced with despair after they saw what happened. Despite this, they strived their hardest, managing to kill many armored corpses before they were eventually wiped out. Afterwards, the black-robed cultivators released black pouches which absorbed the armored corpses into them. But they didn't immediately depart. Rather, they whispered among each other as they looked to the distant sky. After some time passed, the light flashed from the sky and a black streak was flying back in their direction. The black-robed cultivator immediately stopped talking. They split into two rows, standing at attention. Black light flashed in front of them to reveal a silhouette wrapped in black qi. "We pay our respects to the sect master." These black-robed cultivators grandly saluted with reverent expression. The silhouette in the black qi asked, "Have those from the blood-bone sect been wiped out?" A lanky old man took several steps forward and solemnly answered, "Please be at ease, sect master. Of the 73 blood-bone sect members that entered, all are dead. Not one escaped." The silhouette coldly said, "The flesh body of that blood-bone sect elder Bai Hua has also been destroyed. Only his nascent soul escaped me. After this, I presume that the blood-bone sect won't dare to launch another sect on me. Humph. Were it not for our lacking numbers, I would have sent our sect to eliminate them." The other black-robed cultivators didn't dare to speak and simply stood there awaiting further orders. After muttering to himself for a long while more, the silhouette eventually commanded, "There is nothing else to do here for the time being. First, return to the sect. I have other matters I must deal here with myself. I'll return later." "As you command." The black-robed cultivators didn't dare to raise any opposition and all acknowledged his orders. Afterwards, they took off in streaks of various colored light, cleanly departing from the area. Now all that remained in the area was silhouette wrapped in black qi. He looked in the distance and remained motionless in place. After an unknown amount of time passed, he eventually said, "Isn't it about time for you to appear after watching so much? Could it be that you wish for me to force you to appear?" Once he said that with a hostile tone, he looked around to a nearby area with seemingly no one there. In a flash of azure light, a youth in azure robes appeared with his hands behind his back. "It seems you are deserving of your position as the sifting sect master to have discovered me. But why would you reveal me after you sent off your disciples? Could it be you don't wish to involve them?" The youth was Han Li. His objective was the silhouette in the black qi, the sifting sect master Fong. To tell the truth, to intercept the sect master, he watched over the Fongmong mountain range for at least half a year. Now that an opportunity finally arose, he stealthily followed after him. "It's you." When the sect master Fong saw Han Li's face, his body trembled and he fiercely glared at him. "So it appears sect master Fong recognizes me." Han Li's face remained indifferent. "So you've managed to enter late nascent soul stage. Did you come here intending on killing me?" The black qi surrounding the sect master vanished to reveal a man in his late 20s with an extremely pale complexion. A green light faintly glinted from his eyes. "That's right. Since I'm here, only one of us will be leaving this place." Han Li spoke leisurely as if he were only having a chat with a friend. When the sifting sect master heard Han Li's words, his expression changed several times, but eventually green light flashed from his eyes as he raised his head in wild laughter. "Good, very good. Even if you didn't come seek me out, I eventually planned to hunt you down in the heavenly south. They say Old Devil Qian and North Night Palace's Master Arctic Dragon have died by your hand. To tell the truth, I don't believe those rumors, so your trip here to seek your own death is something I could only wish for. I will be sure to avenge the deaths of my wife and our sect elders." Soon after, his figure spun and black qi appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he was completely engulfed and ghostly wails yelled around him. Several tall figures strangely appeared within the qi. Even though the black qi was extremely dense, Han Li was still able to identify the devilish being within the black qi. They consisted of 3 tall and burly corpses in suits of black armor. One was wielding a shimmering yellow short halberd, the other was wielding a green spear, and the final one had a shimmering silver mace hoisted up on its shoulder. The 3 corpses all had sharp fangs and green light dancing within their eyes. All of them seemed to possess nascent soul stage power, and particularly worthy of note was that corpse with the mace hoisted up on its shoulder. the devilish qi emanating from its body was especially dense, suggesting that it was already at the mid-nascent soul stage. Han Li was slightly surprised by this development, but he wasn't fearful in the slightest as he summoned a small black vial before making a hand seal. 5 bursts of grayish-white light erupted from within the vial before transforming into 5 humanoid skeletons. As soon as they emerged, they began to let loose bursts of unsettling cackling. At the same time, an astonishing amount of grayish-white devilish qi began to emanate from their bodies, giving them a very sinister appearance. Unbroken sync devils? The Yin-sifting sect master's heart sank upon seeing this. He and old Devil Qian had been martial brothers for many years, so he was obviously able to immediately identify that these were his unbroken sync devils. Just as bewilderment was surging through his heart, pairs of bone sabers appeared in the hands of the 5 devils at Han Li's behest, and those sabers came crashing down viciously without any hesitation. As things currently were, the Yin-sifting sect master had no time for hesitation. He could only grit his teeth as the 3 armor-clad corpses within the black qi rushed out toward the 5 devils. Meanwhile, he rustled his sleeve to produce a black bead, then flipped over his other hand to summon a veil-like yellow object. However, before the Yin-sifting sect master had a chance to use these 2 treasures, the 3 corpses had already clashed with the 5 devils. Just as they were about to come into contact with one another, the 3 armor-clad corpses opened their mouths to expel 3 bursts of putrid green mist. This was the corpse poison that had been accumulating within their guts for countless years. If a normal cultivator were to be struck by this poison, they would most likely lose most of their cultivation base if not be killed on the spot. However, the 5 devils weren't humans, and they saw no need to evade these bursts of green corpse poison. Instead, they also opened their mouths to blast forth bursts of glacial flames of different colors. This wasn't a casual sparring match. Han Li was intent on killing this Yin-sifting sect master. As such, he immediately unleashed his 5 glacial flames, which had been cultivated to the height of their powers. The 5 different colored glacial flames intertwined with one another, creating a 5-colored sea of fire that surged toward the 3 corpses. Not only did the sea of flames completely vanquish the corpse poison, they went on to engulf the 3 oncoming corpses as well. The fearsome armored corpses immediately slowed down significantly amid the 5-colored sea of flames. However, these corpses weren't completely pushovers. Even though they seemed to be moving at less than 1/10 of their original speed, they were able to expel inky black corpse qi from their bodies to keep the glacial flames at bay, thereby preventing them from being inundated right away. The 5 devils refrained from charging ahead upon seeing this. Instead, they retreated to several feet away while continuing to blast forth streams of glacial flames, thus ensuring that the 3 corpses remained trapped within the sea of flames. The Yin-sifting sect master's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. These 3 armored corpse monarchs had been painstakingly nurtured by him for centuries, and all of them possessed extremely powerful bodies and abilities. Never would he have thought that they would be nullified so easily by the unbroken sync devils, to the extent that they weren't even able to unleash a single one of their abilities. Just what kind of flames were being blasted out of the mouths of the 5 devils? These 5 devils were clearly the same ones that old Devil Qian had refined, so how had they managed to gain such extraordinary abilities after being taken by Han Li? A sense of foreboding welled up in the Yin-sifting sect master's heart as his mind scrambled for answers. At the same time, he immediately tossed his 2 treasures into the air without any hesitation. The yellow veil-like treasures rotated in the air before instantly transforming into a massive net that was several hundred feet in size. The net seemed to have obscured the entire sky, and Han Li, as well as the unbroken sync devils, were all under its scope. Meanwhile, the black ball flew slowly through the air in a completely mundane manner, flying behind the net in hot pursuit. Han Li's brows furrowed as he immediately blasted a small azure cauldron out of his mouth. He laid a hand onto the cauldron and a plume of azure threads shot forth from within amid a flash of spiritual light, creating a vast expanse of azure light that kept the massive net at bay, preventing it from descending any further. At the same time, the tri-flame fan and the 8-spirit ruler appeared in his hands, and he waved the latter gently through the air. A silver lotus flower immediately appeared beneath the black ball, and before the latter even had a chance to reveal its powers, it was completely immobilized on the spot, unable to advance even an inch further. Han Li didn't know what that ball was, but a shiver ran down his spine for some reason when he saw it flying toward him. As such, he immediately unleashed his 8th spirit ruler to trap that ball, and only then did he heave an internal sigh of relief. The Yin-sifting sect master hurriedly tried to use his spiritual sense to withdraw the black ball upon seeing this, but it seemed to have been frozen in midair and completely failed to react. The old devil was struck by the urge to cuss out loud. This ball was no ordinary treasure, and he had intended to catch Han Li by surprise with it in order to bring him down in one fell swoop. However, he didn't think that Han Li's instincts would be so sharp. Not only was he not allowing the ball to approach him, he had also completely immobilized it. As such, the old devil's plan had completely fallen through. Right at this moment, Han Li also sprang into action. A loud thunderclap rang out as a pair of azure and white wings appeared on his back. He gently flapped those wings before disappearing soundlessly on the spot with his tri-flame fan held tightly in his grasp. The Yin-sifting sect master's heart jolted upon seeing this. He hurriedly made a hand seal to summon the black chi around him back to his body, creating a suit of inky black armor in the blink of an eye. He then let loose a low roar as resounding booms erupted all over his body. Countless arcs of blue lightning surfaced over his armor, making it appear as if countless shimmering blue snakes were roaming over his suit of armor, creating an extremely formidable sight to behold. Right at this moment, spatial fluctuations appeared behind him, following which a humanoid figure appeared, seemingly out of thin air. The Yin-sifting sect master didn't turn around, but he seemed to have anticipated this in advance as he abruptly made a hand seal. A burst of black light immediately shot forth from his back, appeared above the humanoid figure's head in a flash before crashing down with ferocious might. It was an inky black flying sword that was around a foot in length. A loud clang erupted as the humanoid figure raised both of its hands. 2 silver long swords were held within his grasp, and he used them to swat the flying sword away. Only then did the Yin-sifting sect master turn around with a cold smile on his face. However, his smile immediately stiffened at the sight of the humanoid figure behind him. Even though the humanoid figure was completely identical in appearance to Han Li, there wasn't even a single trace of vitality in its body. It was like an inanimate object. Just he was about to assess this Han Li with his spiritual sense, an arc of azure light flashed in the air overhead and the true Han Li emerged. He then immediately swept his tri-flame fan downward without any hesitation, sending a pillar of 3 colored flames hurtling down below. Even though this was the first time the Yin-sifting sect master had seen this fan, the terrifying fire attribute spiritual power imbued within it alerted him to the fact that it was not to be taken lightly. He bent his knees and his legs were like coiled springs, launching him backward in retreat at an astonishing speed. Not only that, but during his retreat he pointed a finger toward Han Li from afar. The countless blue lightning snakes roaming over its body shot forth in a flash, hurtling toward Han Li amid a burst of explosive thunderclaps. He then opened his mouth to blast forth an extremely smooth jade panel, which swelled drastically as it flew through the air. At the same time, he flipped over his other hand to summon a sharp golden spike. He hurled the spike viciously through the air, and it only flashed twice before it was upon Han Li, attempting to pierce through his body at an incredible speed. A normal nascent soul cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to evade such a rapid attack, but after cultivating the 9 Gale transformations, Han Li was able to twist his body to the side in an impossible angle as if he had no bones, thereby allowing him to easily evade the golden spike as it flew past him several feet away. At this point, the Yin-sifting sect master was over 200 feet away from Han Li, and he was looking on at Han Li's contortion skills with astonishment in his eyes. After Han Li's body returned to normal, he appraised his opponent with a cold expression before suddenly clasping his hands behind his back and letting loose a cold harumph. The Yin-sifting sect master was initially a little perplexed by Han Li's actions, but as soon as his cold harumph reached his ears, he felt as if a sharp spike had been driven into his brain. The excruciating pain caught him completely off guard, and he doubled over with his hands clawing at his own head as his expression was twisted to the extreme. This was the Spirit Stun Thorn secret technique that had been developed by the Monarch of Soul Divergence. Han Li had already reached the final layer of the Great Development Technique and his cultivation base was at the pinnacle of late nascent soul stage, so this spirit stun thorn attack was virtually as powerful as it possibly could be. This was most likely what the monarch of soul divergence would have been capable of at the height of his powers. However, despite how powerful this secret technique, it was only effective when used in conjunction with the element of surprise. If a cultivator were aware of this secret technique beforehand, they would only have to use their powerful spiritual sense to guard their heads, and the technique would prove to be nowhere near as effective. Furthermore, the effect that this technique had on a late nascent soul cultivator was quite short. Under normal circumstances, a great cultivator would be able to forcibly repress this pain and return to their senses in about 2 or 3 seconds. However, what was rather strange was that after unleashing his spirit stun thorn, Hanli remained standing on the spot, looking at the Yin-sifting sect master as if he were appraising a dead man. The Yin-sifting sect master recovered even more quickly from the spirit stun thorn than Hanli had anticipated, returning to his senses virtually in the blink of an eye before an expression of fury appeared on his face. Right at this moment, he was suddenly struck by the sense that something was amiss, and he hurriedly turned around, but it was already too late. A cold sensation glanced past his throat as a black streak of light circled around his neck, following which his head came tumbling down onto the ground. That streak of black light was naturally none other than the Devil Essence dagger. Even though this dagger was extremely powerful and had exceptional concealment properties, a great cultivator would always be able to sense it at such close quarters. As such, Hanli used the spirit stun thorn first, forcing the Yin-sifting sect master to reflexively withdraw his spiritual sense back into his body as a result of the excruciating pain. The Devil Essence dagger was then able to take advantage of this opportunity, flying around to behind its target before easily slicing off his head. Could be said that victory was decided in an instant. Otherwise, even though Hanli was confident in his ability to bring down his opponent, it would take quite a long time and require a lot of effort. The Yin-sifting sect master was overly confident in the suit of armor that he was wearing, and never would he have thought that Hanli would possess a treasure like the Devil Essence dagger, which could completely disregard devilish chi. As a result, his armor proved to be completely ineffective and he was insta-killed on the spot. Immediately following the Yin-sifting sect master's decapitation, Hanli suddenly spread his thunderstorm wings and disappeared as an arc of azure lightning. In the next instant, Hanli appeared in the air above the headless body. However, right at this moment, the headless body suddenly began to expand drastically before exploding violently, sending a burst of blood mist hurtling toward Hanli. Hanli was given a massive fright and immediately raised both hands at once. 2 thick arcs of golden lightning immediately shot forth amid a resounding thunderclap, splitting up to form a large golden net before retaliating against the crimson mist. This crimson mist had to be some kind of sinister secret technique that allowed a cultivator to use its body as a weapon, but the divine Devilbane lightning just so happened to be able to completely nullify it. As such, as soon as the two clashed, the oncoming cloud of crimson mist was immediately vanquished amid flashes of golden light. However, a tiny black humanoid figure had taken advantage of this opportunity to flee into the distance. This miniature humanoid figure was naturally none other than the Yin-sifting sect master's nascent soul. It sped to over 300 feet away in the blink of an eye, then began to unleash a teleportation technique. After 2 flashes in quick succession, it appeared a further several hundred feet away, thereby taking it to over 1,000 feet away from Hanli, and it appeared that it was going to escape. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this before a cold smile appeared on his face. A loud thunderclap suddenly rang out behind him as 2 thick bolts of azure and white lightning surfaced on both of his wings at the same time. Immediately thereafter, balls of lightning appeared behind him before revolving around his wings. He flapped his thunderstorm wings and all of the balls of lightning exploded at once, injecting arcs of azure and white lightning into his wings. Hanli transformed into an arc of lightning and disappeared amid another resounding thunderclap. In the next instant, he had appeared 300 feet away before abruptly vanishing once again amid another thunderclap. On the next occasion, the arc of lightning appeared several hundred feet away, and it was close to catching up to the fleeing nascent soul. The Yin-sifting sect master turned around just in time to witness Hanli unleashing his extraordinary movement technique, and a surge of panic immediately ran through his heart. He knew that he couldn't afford to conserve his power any longer as he made a hand seal, and his nascent soul disappeared as a streak of crimson light, attempting to flee by using his teleportation technique in quick succession. At this moment Han Li appeared around 400 feet behind the nascent soul, and he harumphed coldly upon seeing this. A thin gash appeared on his glabella, following which black light flashed and an inky black eyeball surfaced. This was none other than Han Li's Law Destruction Eye. As soon as the eye appeared, a flash of black light shot forth from within, disappearing into a certain spot in the air. Immediately thereafter, a loud explosion erupted as the nascent soul stumbled out of empty space amid a flash of black light, looking as if its teleportation technique had been forcibly cut off midway. The nascent soul wore a panicked expression of incredulity, as if it were yet to come to terms with the fact that Han Li had a method to foil its teleportation technique. It gritted its teeth and disappeared again after making a hand seal. Han Li's brows furrowed as his expression completely darkened. Another burst of black light was blasted out of his Law Destruction Eye, and he flapped his wings as he disappeared as an arc of azure lightning. As such, when the nascent soul was forced to reveal itself again, Han Li was able to appear just over 100 feet away from it. The nascent soul was shocked to see this, and it immediately raised its hands to send several green threads hurtling toward Han Li. Han Li also raised a hand to summon several fiery threads, which were sent flying through the air. As soon as the threads clashed, the green threads revealed their true forms to be hair-thin green flying needles. Meanwhile, the nascent soul tried to take advantage of this opportunity to flee again. However, Han Li was already prepared on this occasion. He swept his sleeve through the air in an expressionless manner as he blasted forth an arc of golden lightning, which then disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, a loud thunderclap erupted up ahead, and the Yin-sifting sect master's nascent soul let loose a cry of anguish before clasping its hands over its chest. A tiny golden sword that was several inches in length was protruding from its chest, but it didn't seem to have completely punctured the nascent soul's body. However, the arcs of lightning emanating from the tiny sword were well and truly striking the nascent soul. The cultivation art used by this Yin-sifting sect master was clearly also a type of ancient devilish art. After the nascent soul was struck by the arc of golden lightning, an expression of agony appeared on its face, and it appeared to be on the brink of falling apart. Han Li's body swayed and he appeared in the air directly above the nascent soul. He then rubbed his hands together to produce another thick bolt of golden lightning amid an astonishing burst of rumbling. "Please wait, fellow Taoist, I have something to say," the nascent soul cried out as its face turned deathly pale. "I have no interest in hearing what you have to say." Han Li harumphed coldly as he raised a hand, following which the golden arc of lightning transformed into a massive golden python before crashing down from above. The Yin-sifting sect master was absolutely horrified. However, even though its nascent soul had suffered severe wounds, it naturally wasn't going to give up without a fight. As such, spiritual light flashed from its body as it prepared to unleash some kind of secret technique as a final roll of the dice. However, right at this moment, a clump of azure threads suddenly appeared out of thin air several tens of feet beside it, catching it completely off guard and tightly binding its body. On the other side of the azure threads, azure light flashed as a tiny cauldron appeared. It was none other than the Heaven Void Cauldron. As soon as the Yin-sifting sect master was bound by these azure threads, the magic power within its body congealed, and its heart immediately sank. The massive golden lightning python was unavoidable, and as the nascent soul looked on from down below, its horrified face paled even further. Just as it closed its eyes to await its inevitable death, a loud explosion suddenly erupted behind it while the nascent soul itself remained unscathed. It opened its eyes with a dumbstruck expression before its heart jolted with surprise. Han Li had appeared right before it and was inspecting it at close quarters. "You." The Yin-sifting sect master's heart stirred, and he was just about to say something when Han Li flicked several fingers through the air in an expressionless manner. Several streaks of silver light shot forth, all of which disappeared into the nascent soul's body. The Yin-sifting sect master's nascent soul was completely powerless to resist, and before it could say anything else, it had fallen unconscious. Han Li flipped over his hand to produce several restriction talismans, which he plastered all over the nascent soul's body before pointing a finger toward the tiny cauldron. A crisp ringing sound immediately erupted from within the heaven void cauldron as those azure threads were withdrawn, pulling the nascent soul into the cauldron. Han Li's expression finally eased after seeing this, and he turned his attention to the 5 devils and the 3 corpses. At this point, the 3 devils were still completely trapped by the glacial flames being expelled by the 5 ghostly heads. The 5 ghostly heads rushed into the sea of 5-colored flames at Han Li's behest before hurtling directly toward the 3 corpses, which were still moving as slowly as snails. Han Li smiled as he stowed away all of the treasures in the air, regardless of whether they were his or if they belonged to his enemy. He then waved a hand toward the humanoid puppet before carrying the tiny cauldron as he descended toward a secluded mountain down below. The humanoid puppet followed along behind him completely expressionlessly. Just as the 5 devils were dominating their 3 opponents, Han Li returned, this time without his heaven void cauldron. He looked at the 3 corpses, which had almost been completely devoured by the 5 devils, and he waited for the conclusion of their battle, in silence with a contemplative look on his face. "Have you really decided to infiltrate the Yin-sifting sect alone?" The voice of a small child sounded. "It shouldn't be a very dangerous endeavor. After using my soul search technique on that nascent soul, I already know where the most powerful restrictions in the sect are situated. As long as I avoid those, nothing can touch me in the Yin-sifting sect. There seem to only be 5 or 6 elders stationed in the sect while all of the others are out fighting enemies from other powers. This is a good opportunity for me to take care of all of the elders in the sect, then make a move against the elders outside of the sect. Even though I can't ascertain the exact location of the elders outside the sect from the information I derived using the soul search technique, I know roughly where they are, and I'll make sure that the remaining Yin-sifting sect elders won't get a chance to join forces against me," Han Li replied in a calm manner. "If that's the case, then I have nothing to say. However, are you only trying to take their banners or do you intend to completely destroy the Yin-sifting sect?" the small child asked. Han Li paused for a moment before replying with a cold smile. "It doesn't matter what my intentions are. They'll be losing 6 or 7 nascent soul stage elders on top of their late nascent soul stage sect master. Do you think they'll still be able to maintain their position as one of the 10 great Devil Dao sects? When that time comes, all of their enemies will destroy them in my stead. I won't need to dirty my hands at all." "What you're saying makes sense as well. Seeing as the Yin-sifting sect is a prominent sect of the Devil Dao, they'll definitely have a lot of enemies. Otherwise, the Yin-sifting sect master wouldn't have appeared here," the small child agreed with a smile. A faint smile also appeared on Han Li's face as he flipped over a hand to produce a black ball. He then fell silent as he began to scrutinize the ball. However, only a short while had passed before he abruptly patted his storage pouch to summon a wooden box. He blew toward the box and the lid flew off of its own accord. The contents of the box comprised of a crimson ball, upon which was plastered several restriction talismans. This was none other than the treasure that Han Li had taken from the gray-robed monk by the name of Mogio from the profound jade cave of the North Night Palace. Han Li placed the black ball into the wooden box as well before carefully inspecting it. At first glance, the black ball was completely dull and lusterless, giving off a nondescript and mundane air. However, upon closer inspection, one would be able to discover that there were profound grayish-white runes visible on its surface. At the same time, Han Li was able to use his spiritual sense to peer deeper into the ball, where he discovered that there were miniature clouds of inky black mist situated within. All of these clouds were tumbling and surging erratically, and they seemed to be imbued with extremely fearsome and pure devilish qi. Only after a long while did Han Li withdraw his gaze from the black ball before turning his attention to the crimson ball again. After a brief assessment, he discovered that there was also extremely astonishing fire tribute spiritual power lurking within. He stroked his chin as a contemplative look appeared on his face. "I didn't think that someone would have been capable of refining thunder bombs in the human world, even in ancient times. I wonder if the ancient cultivators figured out the refinement method for themselves or if someone from the spirit realm bestowed the method upon them. If it's the former, then so be it, but if the latter is true, then that person most likely harbored some sinister intentions," the small child sighed. Han Li was a little surprised to hear this. "Thunder bombs? They're from the spirit realm?" But after using my soul search technique, it seems like that man was under the impression that they're known as immortal vanquishing beads. They seem to be extremely powerful, and even a deity transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to survive unscathed if they were to be struck by this bead. The shape is a little different from what I'm familiar to, but these are definitely thunder bombs. It's just that the two that you have are very crude, which suggests that they were probably rejects from the spirit realm. However, they're certainly worthy of the title of immortal vanquishing bead here in the human world, the small child replied. These are treasures used by cultivators in the spirit realm? Hanli asked with furrowed brows. Of course cultivators can use these things, but they were initially refined for mortals to use. They only spread to cultivator circles after that. This is one of the few powerful treasures that can be used by mortals in the spirit realm, even without any magic power. However, due to their immense power and the complex process required to refine them, very rarely will cultivators refine such items. There are also very few people who are aware of the refinement method. At the very least, that knowledge is beyond me, the small child explained. Even mortals can use it? Then why would spirit realm cultivators refine these things? Hanli was rather perplexed. It's hard to elaborate on the underlying reasons, but you'll be able to figure it out for yourself once you ascend to the spirit realm. The small child gave a rather ambiguous reply. Hanli wanted to pose further questions, but this was a matter regarding the spirit realm, so it naturally didn't have anything to do with him at the moment. As such, he closed the wooden box to stow the two balls away and set aside this topic of conversation for now. It was naturally a good thing that he had obtained a pair of such powerful treasures. Perhaps he'd have the opportunity to use them in the future. At this moment, the ghostly heads manifested from the unbroken sink devils had crushed the three corpses to the ground in the distance. Even with mid-nascent soul stage power, the three corpses were powerless to resist given that their speed had been significantly hampered. As such, the five devils chomped down on their bodies, absorbing the pure corpse chi in their bodies with reckless abandon. Hanli knew that these three corpses would be completely devoured soon, so he began to consider how he was going to infiltrate the Yin-sifting sect. With his current abilities, as long as he could gather knowledge on the restrictions spread all over the Yin-sifting sect, he'd be able to infiltrate it with ease. Half a year later, the entire Great Gene was in an uproar. Within the short span of half a year, 7 or 8 nascent soul cultivators from the Yin-sifting sect, including the sect master, disappeared in quick succession. All of their soul lamps, which were located in a secret area within the sect, had also completely snuffed out, thereby indicating that they were clearly dead. What was even more bizarre was that more of those cultivators had perished within the Yin-sifting sect than outside of it. It was as if an invisible enemy had infiltrated the sect, and was specifically targeting their most powerful cultivators. Ever since the first elder was killed, the higher-ups of the Yin-sifting sect had conducted an exhaustive search within the sect and also activated all of the restrictions. However, all of their efforts yielded no fruits as more and more elders were killed one after another. All of the higher-ups of the Yin-sifting sect were horrified, and in the end, the elders had to live together in groups and never separate from one another. Only then were they able to remain safe. However, all of the Yin-sifting sect elders who were out running errands then began to die in quick succession. All of the remaining nascent soul cultivators in the Yin-sifting sect were absolutely petrified, and at a complete loss for what to do. In the short span of just half a year, the Yin-sifting sect had lost almost half of their nascent soul stage elders. It seemed that a nascent soul cultivator among their ranks died almost every and that, in conjunction with the disappearance of their sect master, severely dented the Yin-sifting sect's power. All of the elders were immediately summoned back to the side and forced to reside together at all times. Only then did this nightmare subside. All of the horrified higher-ups of the Yin-sifting sect finally heaved a long collective sigh of relief. However, despite the Yin-sifting sect's best efforts to hide this incident, news of it was still inevitably leaked in the end. As such, all of the other major sects sprang into action, deploying large numbers of cultivators to take over the Yin-sifting sect's territory. The remaining Yin-sifting sect elders retaliated with all their might, but anyone could see that the Yin-sifting sect wouldn't be able to last very long at all. After all, as one of the 10 major sects of the Devil Dao, the Yin-sifting sect did have its glory days, but it had also made countless enemies. Now that it had shown severe signs of weakness and decline, there were naturally many people who were willing to contribute further to this trend. Thus, countless sects began to ravage the colossus that was the Een-sifting sect. High up in the air above a patch of barren land, there were a dozen or so cultivators gathered. They were standing in two groups with a clear boundary between them. However, at the center between the groups were two young men who were engaged in a heated battle. One of them was manipulating an azure flying sword while the other was using a red flying saber, and the clashes between the two weapons put on a spectacular light show amid bursts of resounding booms. All of the spectating cultivators wore excited expressions, and chatting among themselves in low, quiet voices. These people were all young men and women who appeared to be in their teens, and they were all at the qi condensation stage. There wasn't even a single foundation establishment cultivator among them. From their identical attire, it could be seen that they were most likely low-grade disciples from a major family or a sect nearby. However, they were gathered here to battle for some reason. The azure flying sword and the red flying saber clashed over and over again. The azure sword seemed to have gained the upper hand, and the red saber was slowly being forced into retreat. The azure spirit sword sure is quite powerful. It looks like Senior Marshal Brother Lin is going to win, a beautiful young woman said to the young man next to her with a smile on her face. So what? If he wasn't from the Lin family, how could he possibly have a mid-grade spirit tool at just the qi condensation stage? He's got a major advantage from the silver spoon in his mouth. If I had a treasure like that, I definitely wouldn't lose to him. The young man was not very pleased, but he only spoke in an extremely quiet voice, as if he were afraid of being overheard. The young woman giggled upon hearing this. Even though she was only in her youth, there was already a hint of seductive charm about her. Before she had a chance to say anything else, the young man cast his gaze toward the distance in an errant manner before suddenly letting loose a cry of surprise. "What is it?" the young woman asked in a surprised voice before also turning her attention that direction, upon which an astonished look appeared on her face. There in the distance, a peculiar humanoid figure could be seen. The humanoid figure clearly had the appearance of a human male, but he had a massive pair of wings on his back. There were azure and white lightning flashing incessantly over the wings, but they were completely silent, thereby allowing him to avoid detection from all of the low-grade cultivators down below. If it weren't for the fact that the young man just so happened to have glanced toward that direction, the two of them would have been completely oblivious as well. The man had his hands clasped behind his back and continued onward without even sparing a glance at the low-grade cultivators down below. He seemed to be looking at something in the distance, but there appeared to be nothing in the sky aside from a few white clouds. What was that? Could that be a high-grade demon beast? The young woman was from a family of cultivators, so she had seen some relevant tomes, and was aware of the existence of metamorphosis stage demon beasts. No way. Our state of Hua is a little secluded, but there's no way that a high-grade demonic cultivator would dare to show themselves in such a blatant manner in broad daylight. It must be a senior with some kind of flight ability. Even though the young man was completely flabbergasted, he was able to make the correct judgment call in a short time. Strangely enough, even though the winged man in the sky was situated very far away from them, he seemed to have heard their conversation and suddenly turned around to look at them. Their eyes met, and the heart rates of the pair of young cultivators accelerated drastically. It wasn't that the man's features were extremely terrifying or anything like that. In fact, his appearance was quite ordinary, to the extent that it was downright forgettable. However, what had struck fear into their hearts was that the man had a vertical inky black third eye on his glabella. That eye was completely wooden and emotionless, and chills ran down their spines at the mere sight of it. What was that thing? Could it be that this really was a high-grade demon beast? Otherwise, how could a human have a third eye? The same thoughts flashed through the minds of the pair of young cultivators. Before the two of them had a chance to yell words of caution to their companions, a burst of black light suddenly shot forth from the winged man's third demonic eye, upon which he instantly disappeared. A dull rumbling then erupted from nearby, following which white light flashed, and a humanoid figure appeared out of thin air, around several hundred feet away from the winged man. This humanoid figure was an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s. His hair had been organized into a triangular bun, and his remarkably long face was very attention-catching. As soon as this elderly man appeared, he grabbed the air before him in a vicious manner. Spatial fluctuations erupted as a massive translucent yellow hand appeared above the winged man's head before swooping down like lightning. However, the winged man seemed to have anticipated this well in advance. His wings merely flapped gently, and he disappeared on the spot as an arc of azure lightning. In the next instant he appeared elsewhere nearby with a dark expression on his face. Eccentric wind. You've been chasing me for over a month. You clearly know that you have no way to trap me, so why do you insist on prolonging this pointless chase? The winged man roared with furrowed brows. His voice was like a string of thunderclaps. All of the low-grade cultivators down below were caught off guard by this thunderous roar, and their ears immediately began to ring incessantly as they stumbled to the ground. The ones with the lowest cultivation bases among them had even fallen unconscious on the spot. Only the few cultivators with higher cultivation bases or treasures with which they could use to protect themselves managed to remain conscious. However, they had also been completely immobilized and could only just barely tilt their heads back to look up into the air. Thus, all of them looked on with deathly pale features at the two seniors up above. The pair of young cultivators who had discovered Han Li in the first place were among the few cultivators who had managed to retain their consciousness. However, they were also completely rooted to the spot like their companions. Under normal circumstances, encountering a high-grade cultivator was a brilliant opportunity that they could only pray for. However, encountering two high-grade cultivators who were battling one another was a complete disaster to them. All of the young cultivators who were still conscious were completely horrified. They hadn't witnessed a battle between high-grade cultivators in person, but they had heard from the seniors in their sects on more than one occasion about just how terrifying such battles were. All of those seniors warned them to get as far away as possible if they were to stumble upon a battle between such powerful beings. Otherwise, just the residual shockwaves from their clashes could prove to be lethal. In the eyes of high-grade cultivators, the lives of chi condensation cultivators were barely worth more than that of ants, so they definitely wouldn't worry about trying to keep low-grade cultivators safe during their battles. I don't care if you kill anyone else, but you killed one of my juniors right before my eyes. How could I let you off the hook for that? A mere nascent soul cultivator won't be able to last much longer anyway. Even if I have to sacrifice over 10 years of my lifespan, I'm going to take you down. The elderly man said with a dark expression before pointing a finger toward Han Li, upon which the massive translucent yellow hand came crashing down again. Han Li's wings flapped as he disappeared on the spot once again before reappearing over 100 feet away. Even though he had evaded that attack, he still wore a gloomy expression on his face. This elderly man was an enemy that Han Li had unintentionally made when killing his last sifting sect elder. This man was a deity transformation cultivator that just so happened to be related somehow to that sifting sect elder. Han Li was quite remorseful for his decision to go after that elder. He was simply looking for sifting sect elders to take their ghost-sifting banners, and he could have easily gone after someone else and avoided all of this trouble. At the time when this eccentric wind was with that sifting sect elder, he had concealed his cultivation base, which made it appear as if he were only an early nascent soul cultivator. As such, Han Li didn't pay any heed to this man and devised a strategy to lure out that sifting sect elder. However, eccentric wind also arrived on the scene just in time to witness Han Li kill that elder. He immediately erupted into a thunderous rage and revealed his astonishing deity transformation stage cultivation base before pouncing toward Han Li. If it weren't for Han Li's thunderstorm wings and 9 gale transformations, he most likely would have been captured. Thus began his life on the run. If he had followed his initial plan, he would have continued to lurk in the sifting sect for several months to see if he could pick off a few more elders. However, now that he was being pursued by a deity transformation cultivator, he naturally had to relinquish that plan and flee for his life. Thus, the sifting sect was extended a lifeline. At his current power level, deity transformation cultivators were the only beings that he had to be wary of in this world, and by a stroke of terrible luck, he was now being hunted by one of the few deity transformation cultivators in the human world. In fact, this eccentric wind was so intent on catching him that he was even willing to sacrifice some of his lifespan to chase him down. Even though his movement techniques were slightly inferior to Han Li's, his superior cultivation base bridged this gap, thereby allowing him to keep up with Han Li. Furthermore, he must have planted some kind of tracking device on Han Li, as he was always able to track him down. Even Han Li had opened up some distance between them. Han Li had checked his body on several occasions, but was unable to discover anything amiss. This made Han Li even warier of eccentric wind, and he decided to try and wear his opponent down instead of continuing to flee. He knew the limitations of deity transformation cultivators, and he was planning to use his myriad-year spirit milk to exhaust his opponent's magic power, then leave him behind once and for all. However, Han Li was left completely speechless after half a month. Perhaps this eccentric wind also possessed some myriad-year spirit milk. In any case, he was able to continue to pursue Han Li through several states, and his spiritual qi didn't seem to have waned in the slightest. But then again, as a deity transformation cultivator, it wouldn't be a surprise if he had some myriad-year spirit milk. As a result, Han Li really was almost captured by his pursuer on several occasions, and only managed to escape through the use of some of his treasures. During their several encounters, Han Li had tried to persuade eccentric wind to give up in this pointless pursuit, seeing as he wasn't a yin-sifting sect cultivator, so there was no need for them to engage in a battle to the death. However, this eccentric wind seemed to have grown very frustrated and humiliated by the fact that he had been unable to capture Han Li even after so long. As such, he brushed aside all of Han Li's attempts at persuasion and instead tried to persuade Han Li to surrender, in which case he would be granted a quick and painless death. Han Li naturally rolled his eyes and paid no heed to those threats. Thus, the two of them continued this game of cat and mouse for several days before finally arriving at this place. At this moment, Han Li finally stopped and decided to engage in a clash with this deity transformation cultivator. It would also be a good opportunity for him to assess the gap between himself and a deity transformation cultivator. As long as he could make his opponent understand that he would have to pay an extremely severe price, Han Li, then he would naturally have to give up. After all, if things were to continue in this manner, he'd have to use his thunderstorm wings quite frequently, and he would seriously be in trouble once the divine Devilbane lightning in his azure bamboo clouds worm swords ran out. Of course, what was unbeknownst Han Li was that even though this eccentric wind was acting tough, he was actually also finding Han Li to be very troublesome to deal with. Han Li's possessed over twice the magic power of a normal late nascent soul cultivator. That much had been apparent to him from the beginning. However, what the elderly man found most troublesome to deal with was Han Li's thunderstorm wings. Eccentric wind also had quite a powerful movement technique, but he was still unable to capture Han Li despite his superior cultivation base. At this point, it had become an issue of pride for him. He wasn't actually all that closely related to that yin-sifting sect elder. He was simply one of the descendants of his juniors. However, as more and more yin-sifting sect elders were killed, they naturally arrived at the conclusion that another deity transformation cultivator had to have been behind all this, so they had immediately sought help from him. Seeing as the yin-sifting sect elder was one of the few juniors who still knew of his existence, eccentric wind couldn't bear to turn him down and accompanied him to the yin-sifting sect. There were only several deity transformation cultivators in the Great Gene, and no matter who it was that was targeting the yin-sifting sect, they would surely back down if eccentric wind were to stand up for the sect. As such, he had cast a secret technique onto this elder that would make him identifiable to all of the deity transformation cultivators that eccentric wind was familiar with. At the same time, he deployed some people to visit these deity transformation cultivators and inquire about which one of them was behind all this. After doing all that, he used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation base and decided to leave this matter after accompanying his junior back to the sect. As for whether the yin-sifting sect fell or not, that naturally didn't matter in the slightest to him. However, in his complacency, he had allowed Han Li to kill that yin-sifting sect elder right under his nose. If he really was another deity transformation cultivator, then eccentric wind naturally wouldn't challenge him, and he'd simply be forced to swallow that bitter pill. After all, if beings of their caliber were to engage in a battle, the loss of lifespan would be too heavy a price to pay for both sides. However, after identifying the fact that Han Li was only at the late nascent soul stage, he immediately decided to kill him. Unfortunately for him, Han Li's movement techniques and other abilities were all very troublesome to deal with, making him unable to chase him down even after around a month. He had already expended several years of his lifespan, and almost half of the tiny vial of myriad-year spirit milk he possessed had been used up as well. If he were to give up now, he simply couldn't swallow his pride and allow Han Li to get away. Furthermore, the treasures that Han Li had used were all quite powerful, and he was very tempted to kill Han Li and take those treasures for himself. Meanwhile, Han Li was also becoming quite enraged by Eccentric Wind's relentless pursuit. Ever since he had progressed to the late nascent soul stage, he hadn't yet unleashed his 2 divine spirit treasures. On top of that, he had infused auric essence into all 72 of his flying swords, and even he didn't know how powerful his aurate sword formation would be. However, he was confident that even a deity transformation cultivator wouldn't be able to remain unscathed if they were to be trapped in it. In any case, he also had those 2 immortal vanquishing beads as his trump cards. Thus, after taking all of that into account, Han Li decided that he had the resources to engage his pursuer in battle. As such, when the massive yellow hand came hurtling toward him again, he didn't use his thunderstorm wings to evade any longer. Instead, piercing golden light flashed as a sword projection sliced the massive hand in half, instantly vanquishing it on the spot. Han Li's retaliation came as a surprise to Eccentric Wind, and his eyes narrowed in contemplation. He was already rather confounded by the fact that Han Li was no longer fleeing the scene, so the attack that he had just unleashed was merely something to test the waters with. Now that Han Li was actively retaliating, he immediately realized that this late nascent soul cultivator seemed to have decided to face him in a direct battle. Eccentric Wind's expression remained unchanged, but a sense of elation welled up in his heart. If Han Li were to continue to flee, he'd have to reconsider whether it was worth sacrificing more of his lifespan to continue in his pursuit. However, now that Han Li had decided to face him in battle, he'd have an opportunity to kill him before taking his treasures. As such, Eccentric Wind exhaled and wasted no further time with words as he laid a hand onto the top of his own head. Blue light flashed and a hexagonal jade plate appeared. It appeared to be an antiquated treasure with mysterious runes of different colors shimmering over its surface. As soon as this treasure appeared, a sinister smile appeared on Eccentric Wind's face. In order to end this battle as quickly as possible, he was naturally going to crush his opponent in one fell swoop, thereby minimizing the amount of lifespan he'd have to sacrifice. During his previous brief scuffles with Han Li, he knew that Han Li had some powerful abilities and treasures. As such, he didn't dare to underestimate Han Li, and immediately summoned his most powerful treasure. The jade plate began to rotate in midair before rapidly expanding amid a loud ringing sound. In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a massive plate that was several tens of feet in size before tipping over to face Han Li. Piercing blue light flashed from the plate, and it appeared that something was about to reveal itself. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he immediately swept both sleeves through the air. Several tens of small golden swords shot forth from within, instantly transforming into 72 golden flying swords, all of which were around a foot in length. He then made a hand seal, and the 72 flying swords swayed before manifesting hundreds of identical swords. These swords danced through the air before transforming into a vast expanse of golden light, creating a rather formidable sight to behold. Eccentric Wind faltered slightly at the sight of the vast number of flying swords that Han Li had summoned, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he said, "No matter how many flying swords you have, it'll be nowhere near the number of my flying sabers. Let me show you the might of my myriad blade plate." Han Li's eyes flashed as he turned his gaze toward the hexagonal jade plate. The runes on the plate flashed, a blue pillar of light shot forth, then dispersed into several streaks of blue light. Those streaks of blue light then flashed before instantly transforming into shimmering blue flying sabers, each of which was several inches in length. Blue pillars of light were still erupting incessantly from the jade plate, creating countless flying sabers that hovered above Eccentric Wind's head like a mountain of blades. It was quite an intimidating sight for anyone to behold. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. There had to be more than 4,000 flying sabers lined up in the air before him. Right at this moment, Eccentric Wind swept a sleeve toward Han Li, and all of the blue sabers began to emanate brilliant spiritual light. They then shot forth toward Han Li as streaks of blue light, and due to the sheer number of blades, the entire sky was obscured by blue light, making it appear as if there were a vast lethal wall of blue blades rushing toward Han Li. Han Li's golden flying swords created an impressive spectacle, but it was nothing compared to the oncoming mountain of blades. Han Li took a deep breath as his expression returned to normal. At the same time he let loose a loud cry, yet instead of unleashing his flying swords to clash with the oncoming sabers, he raised a hand instead. A ball of green light slipped out of his palm, within which a green wooden ruler could be seen. It was none other than the 8-spirit ruler. As soon as the ruler left his hand, it began to dance through the air of its own accord. The projection of a silver lotus flower appeared on the ruler, and following an injection of magic power from Han Li, it expanded further and further, and the silver light emanating from it also became more and more scintillating. Moments later, the silver lotus flower had reached over 100 feet in size, completing shielding Han Li behind it. That's the 8-spirit ruler. You're that Han brat that appeared on the Kunwu Mountains. Eccentric Wind immediately exclaimed as he identified the spirit treasure. At the same time, the mountain of blue blades faltered in midair, and didn't immediately come crashing down toward the massive lotus flower. You recognize me? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. I don't, but fellow Taoist Xiang once mentioned you to me. I heard that you're very familiar with devilish concubine Ling Long of the spirit realm? Eccentric Wind's eyes flashed with a contemplative light as he spoke. I wouldn't say that, but I am indeed acquainted with her. When you say fellow Taoist Xiang, are you referring to Xianxia? A peculiar look had also appeared on Han Li's face. Who else could I be referring to? Setting that aside for now, let me ask you this. Before devilish concubine Ling Long returned to the spirit realm, did she mention anything about the spatial node to you or leave you any shortcuts to the spirit realm? Eccentric Wind asked with his gaze focused intently on Han Li. Why are you asking that? Didn't fellow Taoist Ling Long already offer guidance in this area to Master Xiong of the Myriad Demon Valley? Seeing as you're familiar with Brother Xiong, there's no way you wouldn't be aware of this. Han Li's heart jolted with surprise, but his expression remained calm and collected. Eccentric Wind didn't believe Han Li in the slightest as he said in a cold voice, "There's no need for you to try and play dumb. I did a lot of research on what happened at the time, and that devilish concubine Ling Long was clearly very close with you. There's no way that she wouldn't have left you with a shortcut to the spirit realm. Hand over what she gave you and I can let bygones be bygones." Setting aside whether I actually do have what you're looking for, do you really think a mere myriad blade plate can bring me down? Han Li retorted in a bullish manner. He wasn't a 3-year-old kid, he wouldn't be that easy to fool. If he were to admit to this, then even he could survive this ordeal. The other deity transformation cultivators of the human world would definitely try to track him down, and he'd be in a world of trouble then. A vicious light appeared in Eccentric Wind's eyes upon hearing this. He immediately made a hand seal, seemingly as if he were going to activate the mountain of blue blades again. Han Li's heart tightened as he also injected more power into the massive lotus flower around him. A fierce battle appeared to be imminent. However, right at this moment, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Eccentric Wind and Han Li at the same time. "Brother Feng, fellow Taoist Han, please wait." Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this familiar voice, following which a peculiar look appeared on his face. Eccentric Wind also stopped what he was doing as a hint of surprise surfaced in his eyes. He then suddenly turned toward a certain direction and harumphed coldly. You sure got here just in the nick of time, old bastard Xiang. Hee, I just so happened to be in a nearby state and I found my way here after receiving your message, but I didn't think that the person you're hunting down is fellow Taoist Han. I must say, I'm not sure who I should side with in this situation. The owner of the voice chuckled. A flash of yellow light then appeared in the distant sky, following which a streak of yellow shot forth toward them like lightning, reaching them in just a few flashes. The light receded to reveal an elderly man with a set of wizened features. His eyes were quite small and he wore a faint smile on his face. This man was none other than Xianxia, whom Han Li had met on several occasions in the past. "Senior Marshal Brother Xiang." Han Li immediately cupped his fist in salute. "I was the Yellow Maple Valley of the Heavenly South region for several years, so it's indeed not incorrect for you to be referring to me as Senior Marshal Brother. However, you sure are full of surprises, Junior Marshal Brother Han. I didn't think that mere chi condensation cultivator from back then would have cultivated to such staggering heights. Looks like even I can be susceptible to misjudging character from time to time. I wanted to have a good chat with you when we last met at the Kunwu Mountains, but the unexpected troubles that befell us at the time prevented me from being able to do so, Xianxia said to Han Li with a benevolent expression. I also didn't think that I would meet you again, Senior Martial Brother Xiang, Han Li replied with a wry smile. Fellow Taoist Feng, can you do me a favor and spare Junior Martial Brother Han? After all, he merely killed a descendant of one of your juniors. It's not worth engaging Junior Martial Brother Han in a battle to the death over such a trifling matter. Your myriad blade plate is indeed a spirit treasure replica, but it's still no match for a true divine spirit treasure, Eccentric Wind mediated with a smile. He's just a nascent soul cultivator. Even with a divine spirit treasure in his possession, he wouldn't be capable of unleashing its full power. How is he going to be a match for me? Eccentric Wind chuckled coldly in a disdainful manner. Indeed, with just a single spirit treasure, Junior Martial Brother Han would naturally be no match for Brother Feng. But what if he possesses 2 divine spirit treasures and several spirit treasure replicas? Xianxia asked. Eccentric Wind's expression finally changed upon hearing this. Han Li's expression also changed upon hearing this. How did Xianxia know that he owned more than one divine spirit treasure? However, he quickly realized the underlying reason behind this. This information had to have been leaked by the North Night Palace. Many years ago, Master Arctic Dragon had already guessed that he possessed the Heaven Void Cauldron, and he had to have discussed this matter with other cultivators from the palace. Otherwise, Xianxia could have obtained this information from the scattered star seas. His location had always been a mystery, so it wouldn't be a surprise if he'd made a trip to the scattered star seas. Several possibilities appeared in Han Li's mind while a wary expression surfaced on his face. Xianxia seemed to have identified Han Li's unease, and he consoled, "There's no need for you to be concerned, Junior Martial Brother Han. Divine spirit treasures are extremely sought after for normal cultivators, but deity transformation cultivators like us already stand at the pinnacle of the human world. These spirit treasures may indeed be quite powerful, but they'll only be the icing on the cake for us, so they're not treasures that we must obtain. Besides, all of us have lived for so long in this human world, we all naturally have 1 or 2 spirit treasures in our possession. However, using such spirit treasures requires a vast expenditure of magic power, and we wouldn't unleash them unless we were in mortal danger. Otherwise, if we stir up the world's origin chi, we'll be doing a lot of harm to ourselves." I see. Looks like I was overthinking things. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing this. Xianxia's words were quite reasonable, but Han Li naturally wasn't going to completely believe him. After all, no one would reject a spirit treasure if they had the chance to obtain one. He could clearly see the greed in Eccentric Wind's eyes when he was looking at the 8 spirit ruler. However, it sounded like Xianxia was going to side with him in this situation. Perhaps he was wary of Han Li's abilities or simply wanted to appease Han Li for some other motive. Han Li's mind was quickly scrambling to figure out a reason behind this. "What are you trying to say, Brother Xiang? Why do you insist on siding with this Han brat? He may have 2 spirit treasures, but I can surely take him down if I'm willing to sacrifice over 10 years of my lifespan," Eccentric Wind harumphed. "You're greatly underestimating Junior Martial Brother Han, Brother Feng. Even if you fight with everything you have, you may not be able to kill Junior Martial Brother Han. However, what's guaranteed is that you'll have to sacrifice at least several decades or even more than a century of your lifespan. Are you really willing to make such a huge sacrifice over a trivial matter like this?" Xianxia shook his head with a serious expression. "Over a century of my lifespan? Do you hold this brat in such high regard?" Eccentric Wind's heart jolted with shock as he appraised Han Li in an incredulous manner. "Junior Martial Brother Han, you were the one who killed that Qian brat, Arctic Dragon, and the Sifting Sect Master who recently disappeared, right?" Xianxia asked with a faint smile on his face. "Indeed, they were all slain by me," Han Li replied in a calm manner. Eccentric Wind's brows furrowed upon hearing this. "Junior Martial Brother Han, you've already witnessed the power of a deity transformation cultivator in the Kunwu Mountains. Using that as a reference, if you were to engage in a battle with Brother Feng now, what do you think will be the outcome?" Xianxia asked. If we fight in a battle to the death, I have around a 10% chance of securing victory, a 30% chance of taking him down with me, and an over 50% chance of escaping, albeit with severe injuries, Han Li replied after carefully contemplating the question being raised. Even Xianxia faltered before bursting into laughter upon hearing this reply. Junior Marshal Brother Han, I know that you're quite powerful, but isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Setting aside everything else, you proclaim that you have a 30% chance of taking Brother Feng down with you? What gives you the confidence to say that? Eccentric Wind also chuckled coldly in a disdainful manner. Han Li appraised Xianxia with a calm expression before flipping over a palm to summon a crimson ball. That's an immortal vanquishing bead. As expected of deity transformation cultivators, the two of them immediately identified the treasure, and every last hint of disdain was wiped away from Eccentric Wind's face. Han Li didn't say anything else, but he raised his other hand and produced a similar black ball. Even Xianxia was quite astonished now. I happen to obtain a few immortal vanquishing beads. If fellow Taoist Feng insists on engaging me in a battle to the death, then death may well be what's waiting for him, Han Li said in a calm voice before azure light flashed over his palms, upon which the two immortal vanquishing beads disappeared. Eccentric Wind and Xianxia glanced at one another, and both of them could see their own bewilderment mirrored in each other's eyes. If there was something in this world that even deity transformation cultivators had to be wary of, then immortal vanquishing beads were definitely one of them. If they were to take a direct hit from one of those things, it would really be quite a troublesome situation. If Han Li had 4 or 5 of those beads, then it really wouldn't be an exaggeration to claim that he could take them down with him. I didn't think that Junior Marshal Brother Han would have such powerful treasures. However, I'm sure fellow Taoist Feng will be willing to let bygones be bygones, so you won't have to use those immortal vanquishing beads. Your powers far exceed those of other cultivators at the same cultivation base, so it's not an insult for us to regard you as an equal. What do you think, Brother Feng? Xianxia turned to Eccentric Wind with a smile. Eccentric Wind's expression changed several times, but he could only concede in the end. I guess we'll do as you say, Brother Xiang. I'm willing to set aside our minor differences, but he has to answer my questions about spatial nodes. I was planning to ask the same thing. Please don't be so quick to jump to denial, Junior Marshal Brother Han. After you reach the deity transformation stage, you're also planning to ascend to the spirit realm through a spatial node, right? In that case, why don't you collaborate with us old folk? Xianxia chuckled. Collaborate? Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Indeed. I'm sure you possess some information that we're unaware of. However, most of your time will be dedicated to making a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage, so you won't have much time to search for spatial nodes. Once we find the spatial node, all of us will be able to use it. In that case, we should join forces and work together for mutual benefit. What do you think, Junior Marshal Brother Han? Eccentric Wind was also staring intently at Han Li, eagerly awaiting his response. Han Li's brows furrowed and he didn't immediately give a reply. Instead, he fell silent with a contemplative look on his face. Xianxia continued to hover in midair with a calm smile. He seemed to be quite confident and wasn't in a hurry at all. After mulling the notion over for a long while, Han Li finally asked, "Will you and fellow Taoist Feng be the only ones involved in the collaboration, Senior Marshal Brother Xiang? Aside from the two of us, fellow Taoist Hu of the Heavenly Devil sect will also be involved." Initially, fellow Taoist Bai from the High Zenith sect was also interested, but he has other important matters to attend to, so he won't be able to join us. As such, the three of us will the only ones participating in this collaboration. Don't look down on us old folk, Junior Marshal Brother Han. Aside from old Devil Che of the Myriad Demon Valley, we are the only deity transformation cultivators in the Great Gene, Xianxia explained with a smile. Are there only so few deity transformation cultivators? I'd thought that for the Great Gene to be known as the Cultivation Holy Land of the human world, there'd be at least 7 or 8 deity transformation cultivators here. Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. 3 or 4 centuries ago there were 2 other people. However, the conclusions of their lifespans were approaching at the time, so they decided to cultivate an extremely dangerous secret technique as a final roll of the dice. In the end, both of them were forced into self-detonation, Xianxia explained with a wry smile. Han Li also heaved a faint sigh upon hearing this before asking, I recall that Fairy Ling Long left you some information, pointing out the location of dozens of spatial nodes. Have you been unable to find even a single one of them, Senior Martial Brother Xiang? Of course not. Even though most of the spatial nodes have indeed ceased to exist or are nowhere to be found, we still managed to find 3 spatial nodes. However, 2 of them are completely inaccessible due to extremely fierce spatial storms at their openings. Entry would spell certain death for us. The final spatial node can be entered, but it's already extremely unstable and could collapse at any moment. As such, we didn't dare to take the risk. We heard from old Devil Che that he found a spatial node near the North Night Palace, but the North Night Palace master caught wind of his intentions and detonated the Heaven Void Hall of the North Night Palace, destroying the spatial node in the process. Old Devil Che almost coughed up blood, such was his fury. It was Eccentric Wind who replied on this occasion. Even though he was speaking in a rather forlorn manner, it was quite clear that he was taking pleasure in old Devil Che's misfortune. I see. I was wondering why so many high-grade demon beasts attacked the North Night Palace all those years ago. Isn't the North Night Palace master afraid that old Devil Che will seek revenge and slaughter her entire palace? Han Li was rather perplexed again. He wouldn't dare to do that. You have to realize that the human world is, as the name suggests, a world dominated by our human race. Almost at all points in history, the number of human deity transformation cultivators have far exceeded that of demonic cultivators at the same cultivation base. The old devil has managed to survive to this point as all of the human deity transformation cultivators find it too troublesome to hunt him down. However, he wouldn't dare to do anything out of line either. That's why we've allowed him to found and expand the Myriad Demon Valley for so long. Even so, he was forced to make an agreement with the deity transformation cultivators of the past, stating that his true body wouldn't be allowed to leave the valley for no good reason, and that he was strictly prohibited from the widespread slaughter of humans. Otherwise, all of us human deity transformation cultivators would join forces to kill him, Xianxia explained with a cold smile. I see. I was wondering why such a massive gathering of demonic cultivators such as the Myriad Demon Valley was allowed to exist in the Great Gene. Han Li nodded with an enlightened expression. However, I recently heard that old Devil Che seemed to have discovered another spatial node. I'm not sure if this is true or not, and nor do I know whether this spatial node is actually accessible, Eccentric Wind suddenly said. There's no need to mention that. Both fellow Taoist Hu and I have examined that spatial node, and it's only accessible to old Devil Che due to his superior constitution as a demonic cultivator. There are also spatial storms raging at the opening, and even though it's slightly milder than the spatial storms raging in the other spatial nodes we'd found before, they would still be lethal to us. Old Devil Che is already planning to rely on his powerful body to enter that spatial node, Xianxia chuckled. Is old Devil Che really planning to enter that spatial node? This was clearly the first time that Eccentric Wind had been made aware of such news, and he was quite alarmed. Indeed. He'll probably take around a century or 2 to prepare. After all, entering a spatial node is an extremely perilous endeavor, and it's best to be as prepared as possible, Xianxia said in a serious voice. That must mean old Devil Che's lifespan is also about to draw to a conclusion. Otherwise, he would be far more patient and search for a more suitable spatial node. Eccentric Wind heaved a forlorn sigh. Old Devil Che refused to elaborate on this matter, but that's most likely the case. Otherwise, a cunning old devil like him certainly wouldn't be so bullish. In all honesty, old Devil Che isn't the only one for whom time is running out. Our lifespans will also reach their conclusions in the next few centuries. Xianxia's expression fell slightly as he spoke. Fellow Taoist Han, we've said everything we can. What is your decision? Eccentric Wind's expression was also a little wistful as he turned to Han Li. I think Senior Martial Brother Xiang is right. I don't have much time to search for spatial nodes on my own, so I'm willing to hand over the information that I have. However, I have one condition. If you really do manage to find a suitable spatial node, I hope you can inform me right away so I can inspect it in advance and make preparations accordingly, Han Li replied in a calm manner. That doesn't even count as a condition. We'll be sure to do that even if you hadn't raised the issue. In fact, we may all enter the spatial node together so we can help one another along the way. Xianxia was very pleased to see that Han Li had refrained from stating some kind of outrageous condition. Han Li nodded before raising a hand, upon which a streak of white light flew forth towards Xianxia. It was a simple white jade slip. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he accepted the jade slip, and an elated look appeared on his face after he injected his spiritual sense into the jade slip. Not only is there a lot of information about spatial nodes, there are even methods enclosed for setting up formations that would assist us in our venture into a spatial node. You've been very generous, Junior Marshal Brother Han, so we definitely won't revoke our promise. Here are 2 myriad distance talismans for you. Once we find a spatial node, we'll immediately inform you. Xianxia was overjoyed as he pulled 2 jade talismans out of his sleeve before tossing them to Han Li. Han Li caught the 2 talismans before stowing them away. Eccentric Wind had been scrutinizing Han Li this entire time, and his cold expression also eased slightly upon seeing Han Li hand over that jade slip. By the way, Junior Marshal Brother Han, I have something that I have to tell you. With your current power level, normal late nascent soul cultivators will be no match for you, so you'll have to abide by the rules established between us deity transformation cultivators now. Don't replicate the incident that took place at the sifting sect. Otherwise, we'll be forced to hold you accountable, Xianxia cautioned as he stowed the jade slip away. There are rules among deity transformation cultivators? Han Li was rather surprised to hear this. It's not an extensive set of rules or anything like that. It's just that deity transformation cultivators are far too powerful, and if any one of them decides to give themselves free rein and do whatever they wanted, their actions could result in severe repercussions for the order of the human world. As such, rules were established between deity transformation cultivators of the human world a long time ago. After reaching the deity transformation stage, not only is conflict between other beings of the same power level strictly prohibited, deity transformation cultivators are also not allowed to take part in any matters in the cultivation world. You killed so many nascent soul cultivators from the sifting sect, including a great cultivator, and this has already caused unnecessary turmoil to Order of the Great Gene. However, you weren't aware of these rules at that point, and nor are you a deity transformation cultivator, so we'll let things slide on this occasion, but you're clearly far more powerful than normal great cultivators, so these rules should be applicable to you as well. At the very least, you can't kill so many nascent soul cultivators in such a short span of time, nor do something that would severely impact another sect. Of course, these rules are to restrict you, but they're also for your benefit. From now on, other deity transformation cultivations won't be able to attack you as they please either, Xianxia explained with a smile. Han Li faltered initially upon hearing this, but a smile quickly appeared on his face. I'll be happy to abide by these rules, seeing as I rarely ever address matters in my sect anyway. As for the incident surrounding the sifting sect on this occasion, they deployed cultivators to the Heavenly South region to hunt me down first, so I decided to retaliate and teach them a lesson. The sifting sect incident is behind us now. As long as you don't do something like that again, you won't be held reprehensible. What are you planning to do in the upcoming span of time? If you don't have any urgent matters to attend to, how about accompanying Brother Feng and me to the Devil Cliff Mountain? We can introduce you to Brother Hu in the process. Fellow Taoist who has taken a few new concubines recently, and he sent an invitation to me to attend the ceremony. Fellow Taoist Feng, I trust you would have received an invitation as well, right? Xianxia suddenly changed the subject. I have indeed. Otherwise, why would I appear here? I heard that not only are his 3 new concubines all early nascent soul cultivators, all of them are also exquisite beauties. Speaking of which, is this the 5th or 6th time that we've been invited to the Devil Cliff Mountain by Old Devil Hu because he's taking new concubines? He sure is an energetic old devil. He already has so many concubines, yet he's still looking for more, Eccentric Wind said with a resigned shake of his head. It's not like you're not aware of this, Brother Feng. Old Devil Hu has always been fond of expanding his harem. Despite the number of concubines he has, he's extremely toward the virtuous maidens who catch his eye. He'll refrain from taking their virginities without consent, and he'll always hold a grand ceremony for them in order to officially establish their new identities as his concubines. He doesn't have an official Dao companion either, so these concubines basically share the role of his Dao companion, Xianxia chuckled. I couldn't care less whether he continues to expand his harem or not. It's just that every time we're invited to one of these blasted ceremonies, we have to prepare congratulatory presents, but if I don't go, he might take offense to my absence. On top of that, he has extremely high standards and won't accept normal treasures, so I have to offer something of substantial value each time, Eccentric Wind said in a gloomy manner. We're only inclined to attend because we seek the spirit medicines growing on his Devil Cliff Mountain. If we're all saints with no desires like fellow Taoist Bai, then we wouldn't be forced to attend these ceremonies. Xianxia gave a nonchalant smile, seemingly unbothered by this minor inconvenience. The two of you are referring to the fellow Taoist in the Heavenly Devil sect, right? I haven't received an invitation, so wouldn't it be rather inappropriate for me to barge into such an important ceremony? Besides, I haven't prepared a suitable present in advance either. Han Li was rather hesitant. There's no need to trouble yourself with such trivial matters, Junior Marshal Brother Han. I'm sure old Devil Who won't say anything if I bring a guest to his Devil Cliff Mountain. Besides, you've already presented a fantastic present in the form of the information in the Jade Slip, and I'm sure old Devil Who will be very thankful. If you really want to offer additional presents, then just give him an ancient treasure or two. You're not all that familiar with old Devil Who anyway, so it would instead be rather strange if you were to offer something of significant value. Besides, making this trip to the Devil Cliff Mountain will be an opportunity for you, Junior Marshal Brother Han. The demonic heavenly origin pill that's unique to the Devil Cliff Mountain is quite useful when attempting a breakthrough to the deity transformation stage. This pill can only be refined using the spirit medicines growing on the Devil Cliff Mountain, so you won't be able to find it elsewhere. If you can take this opportunity to exchange for a pill or two, it'll be much easier for you to sense the world's origin chi when attempting a breakthrough, Xianxia said in a meaningful manner. The demonic heavenly origin pill? Is that the demonic origin pill that's been missing since ancient times? Han Li was quite startled upon hearing the name of this pill. Xianxia was rather taken aback by the fact that Han Li was aware of this pill, but he still smiled and said, "Indeed, that's the one. I didn't think that you'd also know of this pill, Junior Marshal Brother Han. In that case, I won't need to elaborate on it any further. Would you be willing to make the trip with us now?" Han Li's expression became rather hesitant and indecisive. The misty lunar mountain ranges are situated in the northwestern region of the Great Jin, extending for hundreds of thousands of kilometers along a border between two states. There were countless steep mountains within those mountains ranges, the tallest of which was extended for hundreds of thousands of feet into the air. The top half of that mountain was perpetually enshrouded under a layer of snow all year round, while a massive plot of flat land had been cleared out on the mountain's summit, upon which was constructed a series of huge palaces. There were countless buildings on this plot of land, all of which were extremely beautiful and intricate, and had been refined from rare types of wood or jade. The entire summit of the mountain was protected by some kind of restriction, such that even though there was a snowstorm perpetually raging outside, the climate within the formation was always warm and pleasant. There were countless types of exotic flora here, and beautiful women in palatial dresses of all colors were playing around between the palaces and building, letting loose peals of tinkling laughter from time to time that could completely entrance the listener. This place was like paradise. This was none other than the Devil Cliff Mountain, and the buildings on the summit of the mountain collectively formed the vastly renowned Devil Palace. The master of the Devil Palace was none other than one of the few remaining deity transformation cultivators in the Great Jin, the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Devil sect, Hu Qinglei. He was a legendary figure who'd forged a resounding reputation for himself as far back as 1,000 years ago, and single-handedly made the Heavenly Devil sect the #1 Devil Dao sect of the Great Jin. He was currently situated within the largest palace on the mountain summit, preparing a banquet to entertain a group of esteemed guests. There weren't that many guests present at the banquet, only around 7 or 8, but they were seated in 2 rows. At the center of the palace stood several tens of lithe and graceful women in palatial dresses, performing a captivating dance. On the main seat of the palace sat an elderly man with a wooden crown and a set of rather sickly features. He was leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed in a carefree manner. There were both male and female guests sitting on either side of the palace, and all of them wore smiles on their faces. Moments later, the women in palatial dresses finally concluded their dance, then extended a respectful bow toward the elderly man perched on the main seat before exiting the hall. Senior Hu, this group of servants seemed to be even more beautiful than last time. Looks like fellow Taoist you and the others have been working quite hard, a blue-robed scholar sitting on the left suddenly said with a smile. I have no other hobbies in life aside from my love for women. Perhaps I'll be able to take a step further in my cultivation base when I overcome this hurdle. Martial nephew you and the others should dedicate more of their time and effort into cultivation. If one of them can reach the deity transformation stage, then I won't have to worry about the heavenly devil sect being eradicated when I pass away someday, Hu Qinglei said in an indifferent voice. There's no way that would happen, Senior Hu. There are many fellow Taoists from the heavenly devil sect who are only a step away from the deity transformation stage, and it's only a matter of time before they ascend to such heights. With the heavenly devil sect's resounding reputation, no one would dare to offend it, the blue-robed scholar said with a fawning smile. Is that so? I heard that the Yin-sifting sect is no longer one of the 10 great Devil Dao sections. This sect was once the #1 Devil Dao sect for thousands of years, and their reputation was certainly no less prominent than that of my Devil Palace today. To think that they would also fall to such a pitiful state, even if they can avoid complete eradication, they would still be reduced to nothing more than a second-rate sect, Hu Qinglei chuckled coldly in response. The blue-robed scholar and the other cultivators glanced at one another, wondering what Hu Qinglei was trying to say. None of them were able to decipher the meaning behind his words, so they all refrained from offering any replies. I heard that not only were 7 or 8 nascent soul stage elders of the Yin-sifting sect killed during this incident, even fellow Taoist Fong has perished. However, the Yin-sifting sect has no idea who the culprit could be. That's quite strange when you think about it. Could it be that the Yin-sifting sect has drawn the ire of a deity transformation stage senior? A brocade-robed man suddenly changed the subject in a seamless transition. Hu Qinglei chuckled and said, most of you have probably come here due to the Yin-sifting sect incident, right? You can all rest assured. Even though I don't know who the perpetrator is, it's definitely not one of us deity transformation cultivators from within the Great Gene. Otherwise, how could I be completely kept in the dark? It may be a certain powerful being from outside the Great Gene. However, if that being continues its killing spree, we won't stand by and watch any longer. A dangerous light flashed through Hu Qinglei's eyes before quickly disappearing. All of the other cultivators present were all very relieved to hear this. Thus, none of them mentioned this topic any further and began to discuss some interesting recent news in the cultivation world instead. By the way, Senior Hu, the last time you expanded your harem was 200 years ago. Which female cultivators have caught your eye this time? A green-robed woman who appeared to be in her 30s asked with a smile. She was also quite a beautiful woman herself. All of the other cultivators were also quite intrigued to hear the answer to this question. After all, even though this grand elder of the Heavenly Devil sect was an avid lover of women, there weren't actually all that many female cultivators who were official concubines of his in the Devil Palace. I didn't think that I would expand my harem any further either. All 3 women are exceptional specimens with breathtaking beauty and brilliant cultivation bases to match. In particular, there's one woman who stands among the 3, and she's the main reason why I've decided to expand my harem. A pleased smile appeared on Hu Qinglei's face at the mention of this topic, indicating that was very pleased with these 3 women. To think that they'd receive such glowing praise even from Senior Hu. I'm really looking forward to seeing them. A mendicant with a set of vicious features chuckled. All of the other cultivators present were also filled with anticipation, wondering what exceptional beauties the 3 female cultivators had to be to have caught Hu Qinglei's eye. Cultivators like us don't have a lot of rules and taboos like the mortals do. If you'd like to see them, I can call them here to pour some wine for all of you, Hu Qinglei offered with a smile. However, the mendicant who had spoken immediately shook his head, politely refused with a slightly overwrought expression on his face. Hu Qinglei ignored his objections and ushered over a young woman in a palatial dress who was standing nearby. Go and invite the 3 fairies here, Hu Qinglei instructed. Yes, I'll call them right aw. Before the young woman had a chance to finish her reply, a streak of red light shot forth from outside the palace. The red light hurtled toward Hu Qinglei before revealing itself to be a voice transmission talisman. A hint of surprise flashed through Hu Qinglei's eyes as he made a grabbing motion. The talisman was drawn into his grasp as a result before igniting into a ball of raging flames. Oh, looks like eccentric wind and fellow Taoist Xiang are here, and they've brought a guest along with them as well. Who could be held in such high regard by those two? A hint of bewilderment appeared on Hu Qinglei's face as he flipped his hand over to snuff out the ball of flames. Could it be Senior Feng from Paradise Island or Senior Xiang from the West Spirit Mountain? The blue-robed scholar suggested. Everyone else's expressions changed upon hearing this. Who else could it be aside from those two? However, it sounds as if they've also brought along someone whom I'm unfamiliar with. I really am getting rather curious now. Seeing as they've already reached the palace, it looks like I'll have to come out and greet them, Hu Qinglei chuckled. All of us should also go and greet the two seniors, the brocade-robed man said as he hurriedly rose to his feet. Everyone else followed his example. Hu Qinglei merely nodded in response before standing up and slowly making his way out of the palace, followed closely by all of the other cultivators. The entire Devil Cliff Mountain was enshrouded under particularly fierce snowstorms, but a massive yellow light barrier was keeping it at bay, shielding the entire palace from the elements. The scenes outside the light barrier were a little murky, but one could still roughly make out what was going on out there. At this moment, there were 3 humanoid figures hovering in the air above the light barrier, 2 of which were elderly men while the other was a young man. The trio was hovering in mid-air with calm expressions on their faces. They were none other than Xianxia, Eccentric Wind, and Han Li. The Devil Palace seems to have expanded, and there seem to be even more female servants in there now. Looks like it's quite a sweet gig to be the Grand Elder of the number 1 Devil Dao sect, Eccentric Wind remarked as he looked at the clusters of buildings down below. Are you envious of me, Brother Feng? If so, you'll only need to raise the issue to old Devil Hu. I'm sure he'd love to make you into the 2nd Grand Elder of the Heavenly Devil sect. In that case, he'll definitely construct a cave abode for you that's just as lavish as his palace. Xianxia replied with a hint of a smile on his face. Forget about it. I'm a man who likes his peace and quiet. If I were to live in a place like this for too long, my mental state would eventually be compromised. Eccentric Wine sighed with a shake of his head. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything further on the matter. Right at this moment, a group of cultivators emerged from the main palace down below before flying up to meet them. Even though Han Li rarely spoke on the way here, he had been quite alert and attentive this entire time, and he quickly identified the elderly man with the wooden crown as a deity transformation cultivator. He then cast his eyes toward the other cultivators, and a faint cry of surprise escaped his mouth. Is there an acquaintance of yours here, Junior Marshal Brother Han? Xianxia turned to him with a rather surprised expression. There is indeed someone here whom I've met once before, Han Li replied in a calm voice. I see. Xianxia nodded in response but didn't pry any further. At this moment Hu Qinglei had already reached the light barrier, and he made a hand seal as he began to chant something. Spiritual light immediately flashed from the light barrier before Han Li's trio, following which an opening appeared. Xianxia and Eccentric Wind flew in without any inhibitions. Han Li hesitated momentarily before also flying in as a streak of azure light. The yellow light barrier quickly sealed over again. Moments later, the 3 appeared before Hu Qinglei and the other cultivators. Brother Xiang, fellow Taoist Feng, you two are a little late. I received news a while ago that both of you had already set off. How is it that you've only gotten here now? Did you encounter some unforeseen delays along the way? Hu Qinglei asked with a slightly lackadaisical smile. That was indeed the case, Brother Hu. The 2 of us were delayed along the way due to some unforeseen circumstances. I'll elaborate on that later. For now, let me introduce to you this fellow Taoist here. Fellow Taoist Han is going to be joining us and will be treated as an equal. Xianxia pointed toward Han Li with a smile before delivering an introduction. Meanwhile, one of the cultivators behind Hu Qinglei was quite surprised by the sight of Han Li. Hu Qinglei was already a little taken aback by Xianxia's words, and he began to silently scrutinize Han Li. My name is Han Li, greetings, Brother Hu. Han Li cupped his fist in a salute with a calm expression. He was speaking and acting in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, and he really did seem to intend to treat Hu Qinglei as his equal. All of the other cultivators' eyes widened at the sight of Han Li's bold display. Have you two gone old and senile? He's just a late nascent soul cultivator. What right does he have to be treated as an equal by us? Hu Qinglei's expression immediately darkened. I have my reason, brother Hu. Xianxia chuckled before transmitting his voice to Hu Qinglei in a conversation that was silent to everyone else. Hu Qinglei's expression was quite skeptical initially, but his eyes soon lit up with surprise and excitement, following which he began to nod emphatically. Following the conclusion of Xianxia's voice transmission, Hu Qinglei's expression eased as he turned to Han Li and said, "So you're familiar with devilish concubine Ling Long, and you contributed significantly to the devil-slaying effort on the Kunwu Mountains, fellow Taoist Han. Tiske, you were also responsible for what happened at the Yin-sifting sect recently. I must say I'm quite surprised. I'd thought that a deity transformation cultivator had been responsible for these feats. In that case, you really are powerful enough to be regarded as my equal, fellow Taoist Han. I've also heard a lot about you, brother Hu. I hope you'll forgive me for making an unannounced visit like this," Han Li replied with a respectful smile. "Of course. I'm naturally more than willing to acquaint myself with a brilliant prodigy like you, fellow Taoist Han." Hu Qinglei then turned to Xianxia with a smile on his face and asked, "By the way, you two have some recollection of the other fellow Taoists here, right?" The nascent soul cultivators standing behind Hu Qinglei had been completely dumbstruck upon learning the fact that Han Li had been involved in the Yin-sifting sect incident that they had just been discussing. Furthermore, they were even more surprised to see Hu Qinglei regarding Han Li as an equal. Only after being prompted by Hu Qinglei did they receive the opportunity to extend respectful salutes towards Xianxia and Eccentric Wind, to which the two merely waved their hands to acknowledge their salutes. However, after paying his respects to Xianxia and Eccentric Wind, one of the nascent soul cultivators suddenly cupped his fist in a salute toward Han Li. An envious look appeared on his face as he said, "Congratulations, brother Han. It's been a long time since we last met and you've already progressed to the late nascent soul stage." This was a young man in a set of green robes. He was none other than Old Man Bitter Bamboo, whom Han Li's humanoid puppet had once fought against. He was still at the pinnacle of the mid-nascent soul stage after all this time, so it appeared that his cultivation path would conclude here. Han Li didn't have a great impression of this Old Man Bitter Bamboo, but he still smiled as he replied, "I didn't think that I would meet you here either, fellow Taoist Bitter Bamboo. I only managed to progress to the late nascent soul stage through sheer luck." Old Man Bitter Bamboo gave a slightly awkward cough upon hearing this, and he was just about to say something else when Hu Qinglei impatiently interjected, "All right, this is not the place to talk. If you don't mind, you can all come to my palace for a chat, fellow Taoists." As such, Old Man Bitter Bamboo could swallow his words as he offered Han Li a smile. Thus, the ground flew downward together, heading toward the palace that Hu Qinglei and the others had emerged from. Everyone entered the palace before taking a seat. Hu Qinglei was seated right next to Hu Qinglei along with Xianxia's trio, clearly setting him apart from all of the other guests present. It was no surprise that Xianxia and Eccentric Wind were offered seats next to Hu Qinglei as they were deity transformation cultivators as well. However, Han Li was only at the nascent soul stage, yet he had been given the same treatment. That was quite bemusing to all of the cultivators present, and everyone was speculating about his identity. All of the guests in the palace were prominent characters in the cultivating world, and even they were all quite perplexed. None of them allowed their confusion to creep onto their faces. However, the cultivator beside Old Man Bitter Bamboo was unable to repress his curiosity, and asked him about Han Li in a quiet voice. Even though he had made effort to keep his voice down, the entire palace was filled with high-grade cultivators, so his question was still audible to everyone. Old Man Bitter Bamboo had only met Han Li once, so he was unable to provide much information, much to the dismay of all of the cultivators eavesdropping on their conversation. Meanwhile, Han Li remained seated calmly in his chair with a calm expression, looking as if he were completely oblivious to the fact that everyone was dying to know who he was. Hu Qinglei was chatting with Xianxia and Eccentric Wind, as well as all some other nascent soul cultivators, and it appeared that none of the 3 deity transformation cultivators were going to introduce Han Li. As such, no one dared to ask them about Han Li either, so they could only continue to deny their curiosity. After a short while, the blue-robed scholar turned to Han Li with a meaningful expression before suddenly rising to his feet. He cupped his fist in a salute extended toward Han Li as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Han, I heard from Senior Hu earlier that you had something to do with the incident that had taken place at the Yin-sifting sect not long ago. Is that true?" Han Li was surprised to hear this question. He merely nodded calmly and replied, "I was indeed involved in the incident that took place at the Yin-sifting sect. Why do you ask? Are you connected to the Yin-sifting sect somehow?" "I'm just an itinerant cultivator with no ties to the Yin-sifting sect, but I have met fellow Taoist Fong from the Yin-sifting sect on several occasions. This is not an extremely important matter, but I just wanted to ask if fellow Taoist Fong's death had anything to do with you," the blue-robed scholar asked with a solemn expression. All of the other nascent soul cultivators in the room had all fallen silent upon hearing this, awaiting Han Li's response to this question. Hu Qinglei's conversation with Xianxia and the others had also come to a temporary conclusion as he turned his attention toward Han Li with a hint of a smile on his face. Han Li narrowed his eyes and replied, "If you really want to know, then I have nothing to hide. The master of the Yin-sifting sect was indeed killed by me." His response created quite a stir among all of the nascent soul cultivators present. "I see. Thank you for answering my question, Brother Han." The blue-robed scholar was also rather shaken by this response, but he merely nodded before taking a seat again. This was rather surprising to Han Li, but he remained silent as a smile appeared on his face. Hu Qinglei chuckled upon seeing this and was just about to say something when a servant in a palatial dress made her way over to him, ducking down by his side in a dainty manner before whispering something in his ear. Hu Qinglei nodded and stroked his beard as he chuckled. "Even before your arrival, you were planning to see my 3 concubines-to-be and I agreed. They're right outside the palace now, so I'll call them in to pour some wine for you. Hee, feel free to bring out your congratulatory presents in advance. Especially you two, Brother Wind, Brother Xiang, you have to make sure to offer some presents of substantial value. Otherwise, it'd be quite embarrassing for you two if these juniors present were to make offerings more precious than yours." Ever since we first met, I've lost count of how many treasures I've had to give you as presents because you keep taking more and more concubines. You sure are a lucky old rascal." Eccentric Wind harumphed as a resigned expression appeared on his face. Despite his protests, he still flipped a palm over to produce a small wooden box, which he placed onto the table before him. Xianxia also pulled out a jade box with a smile but didn't say anything. Not only was Hu Qinglei not enraged by Eccentric Wind's words, he burst into raucous laughter instead as he said, "Don't try to accuse me of benefiting from you too. All of the presents you've offered have been given to my concubines and I haven't kept any for myself, so don't be so stingy. Besides, these treasures are nothing in comparison to your enormous wealth anyway, so you may as well hand them out to my beautiful concubines." All of the other cultivators in the palace also began to offer congratulatory presents of their own, among which there were rare materials as well as dazzling ancient treasures. Han Li had already decided on what present he was going to offer prior to coming here, and he pulled out 2 vials of pills from his storage pouch. These pills were very effective for nascent soul cultivators to advance their cultivation bases, so it wasn't a bad present by any means. Just as Han Li was examining all of the other presents being offered, he heard the sound of footsteps from outside the palace gates, following which a group of servants in 5-colored palatial dresses strode in with 3 exquisite beauties at the center of their group. All of the cultivators in the palace turned their attention to those 3 women in unison, and gasps of awe rang out in quick succession. These 3 women really were extraordinarily beautiful. One of them was rather petite, but her skin was as fair as snow and her facial features were like intricate works of art. Another had an elegant figure with a pair of seductive eyes that were capable of captivating one's soul. The last one to complete the trio was a lithe and graceful woman with luscious black hair. She was also quite an exquisite beauty, but the expression on her face was rather aloof. All 3 women possessed exceptional looks and cultivation bases, and it was really difficult to determine which of the 3 was the most beautiful at first glance. However, the lithe and graceful female cultivator's facial features were exceptionally gorgeous, and each and every one of her movements seemed to infused with an air of seduction. However, her expression was quite cold and her eyes were completely blank, creating a stark contrast that somehow lent her a unique sense of allure, and all of the cultivators present couldn't help but take an extra glance at her. In contrast, Han Li's body abruptly shuddered upon seeing this woman, and his expression changed drastically. "You three, come and pour some wine for our fellow Taoists. They didn't come all this way here just to congratulate me. Violet Spirit, come here and pour some wine for my three esteemed guests here," Hu Qinglei instructed as he gestured to the lithe and graceful woman. The other two women nodded with dainty smiles in response. Immediately thereafter, 3 servants made their way toward the 3 women, holding jade platters that were each carrying a wine flagon along with several cups. The 2 women accepted a platter each and began to offer wine to all of the guests. In response, all of the cultivators hurriedly rose to their feet and thanked them for their efforts. However, the exquisite beauty by the name of Violet Spirit didn't immediately do as she was told. Instead, her brows furrowed slightly before she turned her gaze towards Xianxia and the others. A shudder ran through her entire body as she caught sight of Han Li, and the life seemed to have returned to her blank and aloof eyes. She stared intently at Han Li, seemingly unable to look away. A series of emotions appeared on her face in rapid succession, beginning with incredulity, then elation, and finally a hint of concern. Judging from her strange reaction, anyone could tell that she and Han Li were acquaintances and very close acquaintances at that. Hu Qinglei's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. The entire palace had fallen completely silent, and everyone turned to Violet Spirit and Han Li with peculiar expressions on their faces. "Do you know fellow Taoist Han Violet Spirit?" Hu Qinglei asked. His voice wasn't very loud, but they sounded like booming thunderclaps to Violet Spirit. Violet Spirit hurriedly withdrew her gaze from Han Li as she forced a smile onto her face and replied, "Brother Han is indeed an acquaintance of mine." She was trying to act in a calm and collected manner, but the drastic rise and fall of her chest clearly suggested that she was unable to contain her emotions. "Violet Spirit, I didn't think that I would meet you here," Han Li said with a wry smile. However, his expression quickly reverted back to normal. Hu Qinglei was silent for a moment before continuing in an indifferent voice. "It's great to hear that Violet Spirit and fellow Taoist Han are familiar 00 with each other. Why don't you offer some wine to fellow Taoist Han first, Violet Spirit? After entering my devil palace, you must cut all ties with your past life, so this cup of wine can act as a final farewell to fellow Taoist Han." He didn't seem interested in asking about what relationship Han Li and his concubine to be shared. The forced smile on Violet Spirit's face immediately stiffed upon hearing this. One of the servants beside her handed her a jade platter, which was carrying a wine flagon and a green cup. Violet Spirit looked down at the items on the platter, and her silky hair obscured most of her face, making it impossible for anyone to glean her current facial expression. However, she only faltered for a brief moment before gently picking up the wine flagon. As she did so, the tense atmosphere that had descended over the palace lifted considerably. The dark expression on Hu Qinglei's face also eased upon seeing this. Han Li looked on in silence as Violet Spirit poured out a cup of wine before raising the cup with both hands. She raised her head and made her way over to Han Li in a graceful manner. At this moment, all of the emotion had disappeared from Violet Spirit's face. She had adopted her cold and aloof facade again, and she was appraising Han Li as if he were a complete stranger. Han Li's lips twitched slightly upon seeing this, but his expression remained unchanged. "Fellow Taoist Han, please accept this cup of wine." Violet Spirit's voice was extremely flat and monotonous, as if those words were being spoken by a mere vessel without a soul. Her pitiable display evoked within all of the cultivators present a sense of sympathy. Han Li didn't immediately reach for the cup of wine that was being offered to him. Instead, his gaze roamed up along Violet Spirit's arm over her body, then finally settling on her intricate porcelain-like features. His eyes slowly narrowed and a tense atmosphere returned to the palace. Hu Qinglei's expression remained unchanged, but a cold light flashed through his eyes. Xianxia seemed to have sensed something, and his brows furrowed as he took a glance at Hu Qinglai. Meanwhile, eccentric Wind merely chuckled as he looked at Han Li and Violet Spirit's peculiar interaction, and it was impossible to glean his thoughts. As for all of the other nascent soul cultivators, all of them also wore contrasting expressions, but it was quite apparent that most of them were looking forward to the imminent misfortune that was about to befall Han Li. Han Li raised a hand and suddenly took the cup of wine from Violet Spirit before downing its contents in one go. This turn of events came as quite a surprise to everyone within the palace. Hu Qinglai raised his eyebrows for a split second before his expression reverted back to normal. A mixture of complex emotions surfaced in Violet Spirit's blank eyes, but she didn't say anything either as she took the empty cup from Han Li and prepared to turn away. Just as everyone had thought that Han Li had bowed to Hu Qinglai's unspoken intimidation and that it was time to move on, Han Li suddenly said, "Hold on. If I'm not mistaken, a restriction seems to have been placed on your body, right, Violet Spirit?" Violet Spirit shuddered once again as her footsteps unconsciously faltered. The entire palace had fallen silent as everyone looked on with bated breath. Even a pin drop could be audibly heard amid the deathly silence. Hu Qinglai's face remained completely expressionless as he calmly downed the wine in his own cup, then said, "Have you had a bit too much to drink, fellow Taoist Han? You're speaking like a drunkard." The discontent in his words was already very apparent. "Don't worry, brother Hu, I may have had a few cups of wine, but I'm still very much sober and capable of coherent speech." Han Li chuckled nonchalantly as if he were oblivious to Hu Qinglai's displeasure. Hu Qinglai looked down at the crimson ring on one of his fingers as he mused. "Is that right? Let me ask you something, Violet Spirit. Do you think fellow Taoist is already drunk but simply doesn't know it himself?" Violet Spirit's expression changed several times in quick succession upon hearing this, and she opened her mouth to say something, but failed to utter a single sound. Hu Qinglai seemed to have sensed the hesitation in Violet Spirit's heart, and he turned his gaze toward her. As he raised his head, everyone was given a fright at the sight of his face, and chills began to run down their spines. Hu Qinglai's facial features had been completely normal just a second ago, but a layer of black qi had suddenly appeared over his face and at the same time, his eyes had turned red and were shimmering with a cold light. Those were not the eyes that a human should possess. "Fellow Taoist Hu Yu." Xianxia wanted to say something, but was abruptly cut off by Hu Qinglai's frosty voice. "Even if this is a friend of yours, do you expect me to suffer in silence in the face of his insolence? If he doesn't give me a proper explanation today, then I'll make sure he never leaves this place." Xianxia could only give a wry smile upon hearing this. Instead of trying to persuade Hu Qinglai, he turned to Han Li with a shake of his head and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Han, you're aware of what you're doing, right? I won't be able to help you here. You'll have to give Brother Hu an explanation yourself. I trust that you'll be able to give Brother Hu a proper explanation." After saying that, Xianxia closed his eyes to meditate, appearing as if he weren't interested in intervening with this matter. Even though Xianxia hadn't said much, Han Li could read between the lines and tell that he was trying to protect him. It was just that Xianxia and Hu Qinglai were both deity transformation cultivators and he clearly didn't want to engage Hu Qinglai in a direct conflict. As such, he could only offer a few cautionary words before detaching himself from the situation. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he turned to Violet Spirit and asked, "Violet Spirit, we've known each other for many years and you're one of my few close friends. You have a restriction in your body which suggests that you've been forced into this arrangement. I don't want to offend fellow Taoist Hu, but I'm not heartless enough to completely ignore the situation when it's possible that you're being forced to do something against your will. I want you to be honest with me. Are you willing to become Brother Hu's concubine? If so, then I naturally wouldn't insist on ruining a mutually loving relationship. However, if you're not willing..." Han Li's voice trailed off here, but the implications behind his words were quite apparent. Violet Spirit's face was filled with a mixture of urgency, hesitation, helplessness, and a series of other emotions. She seemed to be eager to respond but didn't know what to say. "There's no need to ask her. It doesn't matter whether she's willing to become my concubine or not. What are you going to do even if she's being forced into this arrangement against her will? Are you going to forcibly take her away from here?" Hu Qinglei turned to Han Li with a deriding sneer. So you really are being forced against your will. Is that right, Violet Spirit? Han Li asked for confirmation. Violet Spirit was petrified of Hu Qinglei, but Han Li had progressed to the late nascent soul stage and didn't seem to fear Hu Qinglei. Upon making these observations, a desperate impulse flashed through her heart as she gritted her teeth and replied, "Several years ago, I unintentionally revealed my true appearance and was forcibly captured by a few heavenly devil sect elders. I was never given a choice in the matter." Hu Qinglei merely remained silent and listened with a cold smile on his face. All of the other cultivators present also displayed minimal reactions. Forcibly abducting female cultivators was very frowned upon in righteous Dao sects like the High Zenith sect, but it was an extremely commonplace occurrence in Devil Dao sects, to the point that it was regarded as something that was completely justified and reasonable. All the cultivators present naturally weren't related to any righteous Dao sects, so it was no surprise that they weren't appalled in the slightest. "That's all I needed to hear, Violet Spirit. Brother Hu, I have no intention of causing any offense to you, so there's no need for you to be angry. Everything in this world has a price. I'm willing to offer something in exchange for fellow Taoist Violet Spirit's freedom," Han Li said in a calm voice, appearing as if he were completely oblivious to Hu Qinglei's discontentment. "An exchange? You think you have what it takes to strike a deal with me?" Hu Qinglei faltered slightly before a peculiar look appeared on his face. "Do you think I'm unworthy, Brother Hu?" Han Li asked. "That's right. You don't have what it takes to offer me a deal. You may be more powerful than the average late nascent soul cultivator, but you're still nothing in my eyes. Do you really think you're my equal just because fellow Taoist Xiang brought you here with him? Besides, what can you possibly offer to tempt me? Alright, I heard you've got 2 spirit treasures. If I want to, I can simply kill you and take those spirit treasures." Hu Qinglei threatened in a sinister voice. At the same time, a layer of black light surfaced over his body, and it seemed that he really did intend to kill Han Li. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he transmitted voice to Hu Qinglei. "Fellow Taoist Xiang must have told you about my spirit treasures, but did he also tell you about my immortal vanquishing beads? Besides, do you really think I handed over all of the information I have regarding the spatial node? Or are you confident that you can capture me alive and use a soul search technique on me despite the immortal vanquishing beads I possess?" The menacing look on Hu Qinglei's face changed drastically upon hearing this. He stared intently at Han Li with a cold expression and suddenly fell completely silent. Moments later, Hu Qinglei transmitted his voice to Eccentric Wind. "Fellow Taoist Wind, does this brat really have an immortal vanquishing bead?" Hu Qinglei was using some type of secret technique to transmit his voice without moving his lips, and even Han Li was unable to catch him in the act despite his powerful spiritual sense. Eccentric Wind naturally harbored discontent toward Han Li in his heart, but he certainly wasn't going to deceive Hu Qinglei. As such, after a brief hesitation, he transmitted his voice in response. "Not only does this brat have an immortal vanquishing bead, he appears to have more than one. It'll be quite difficult for you to kill him, Brother Hu." Hu Qinglei's expression remained unchanged, but his heart jolted upon hearing that. One immortal vanquishing bead would already be quite troublesome to deal with. If he had more than one, then he posed a substantial threat. However, that wasn't what he was most wary of. With that in mind, Hu Qinglei transmitted his voice to Xianxia and asked, "Brother Xiang, did you know that the information he provided about the spatial node may be incomplete?" Xianxia transmitted his voice in reply, "It makes no difference whether I knew or not. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't reveal all of the information I had either. The important thing is that he's agreed to collaborate with us. So he'll naturally reveal all of the information we want to hear over time. I don't care what you do to him, but make sure you leave him alive. Otherwise, I'll be forced to step in. But this little brat is displaying such insolence. If I were to back down now, everyone would think that I'm scared of a late nascent soul cultivator." Hu Qianlei was very displeased. "Fellow Taoist Hu, you seem to have become a little foolish from spending so much time in this devil palace of yours. At our cultivation bases, what does it matter what other people think about us? That woman is indeed a fine beauty, but are you going to relinquish an opportunity to pursue immortality just for a concubine? If you really aren't willing to let things slide, then you can teach him a lesson if you'd like. As long as you don't kill him and can ensure that you won't turn him against us, I'll pretend not to see anything, Xianxia replied. Hu Qinglei was silent for a moment before deciding, looks like I'll have to play the role of the antagonist here then. Let's see if he can offer anything useful in exchange for Violet's spirit. He then turned to Hanli with a cold expression and said, seeing as you were brought here by fellow Taoist Xiang and fellow Taoist Wind, I'm willing to let things slide. As long as you take back what you said, I can pretend that you had merely misspoken. The threat in his words was very apparent, but he was giving Hanli a chance to bury the hatchet at the same time. All of the nascent soul cultivators in the palace were very surprised to hear this. It was quite clear that this grand elder of the Heavenly Devil sect really did seem to be rather wary of Hanli. Otherwise, there was no way that he would be willing to afford this opportunity to Hanli. Thus, all of them turned to Hanli with bewilderment on their faces, trying to figure out how he was able to make Hu Qinglei change his mind. Thank you for your generosity, fellow Taoist Hu. Unfortunately, I don't have a habit of taking back the words I've spoken. As such, I'll have to ask you to consider what I said earlier, Hanli replied without any hesitation. Hu Qinglei really was enraged this time. The veins on his forehead bulged as he glowered at Violet's spirit and Hanli, and an astonishing burst of spiritual pressure erupted throughout the palace. His body instantly transformed into a massive vortex, forcing all of the spiritual qi within the palace to converge toward him. All of the nascent soul cultivators stirred as they experienced Hu Qinglei's unfathomable power, and the same thought flashed through their minds. It appeared that he had well and truly been enraged and was about to attack Hanli. With that in mind, the cultivators who were seated close to Hanli glanced at one another before rising to their feet and retreating a few steps. No one wanted to be caught up in a battle between the two of them should one eventuate. Even though Violet's spirit had reached the nascent soul stage, she was naturally unable to withstand the devastating spiritual pressure being exerted by a deity transformation cultivator. As such, her exquisite features immediately paled as she stumbled back a couple of steps toward Hanli's table. A warm yet firm hand appeared on her shoulder, injecting a burst of extremely pure magic power into her body. Violet's spirit felt a surge of warmth circulate through her entire body, following which the spiritual pressure that had been as unbearable as a glacial storm a moment ago suddenly felt like nothing more than a gentle spring breeze to her. She reflexively turned her head to discover Hanli's hand resting on her shoulder as he gave her a reassuring smile. She didn't know why Hanli could remain so calm in this situation, but the uneasiness in her heart miraculously vanished at the sight of his smile. She bit down on her lower lip before returning his smile as a faint blush appeared on her face. Upon seeing this, Hu Qinglei was enraged to the point of laughter as he abruptly withdrew his powerful spiritual pressure. Hee, if you really want her that badly, then I'm willing to strike a deal with you. In exchange for Violet Spirit's freedom, I'll accept your 2 spirit treasures. All of the other cultivators cast surreptitious glances at one another upon hearing this. In their eyes, Hu Qinglei was clearly unwilling to release Violet's spirit. Otherwise, why would he state such an absurd condition? Spirit treasures were the most powerful and rarest treasures in the human world, and countless lives had been lost during battles for these treasures. Even the average great cultivator would be lucky to have 1 or 2 spirit treasure replicas in their possession. Yet Hu Qinglei was asking for 2 spirit treasures in exchange for Violet Spirit's freedom. He was clearly not displaying any sincerity at all. But then again, it was already quite surprising that Hu Qinglei hadn't simply attacked Hanli right away. What was even more surprising to everyone was that Hanli possessed 2 spirit treasures. It was no wonder that he was able to wreak such havoc in the Yin-sifting sect on his own, and it appeared that he wasn't lying when he had proclaimed that the master of the Yin-sifting sect had fallen by his hands. All of the nascent soul cultivators were discussing spiritedly among themselves, while Violet Spirit's face had turned deathly pale after hearing this condition. She was naturally also aware of just how valuable spirit treasures were, and she knew that there was no way anyone would agree to such a ridiculous exchange. As expected, Hanli heaved a faint sigh and refused. It's clearly unrealistic for me to offer my spirit treasures in this exchange, fellow Taoist Hu. Please forgive me, but I must turn you down. Then your immortal vanquishing beads will also suffice, Hu Qinglei chuckled coldly. Hanli's brows furrowed as he shook his head and replied. I can't hand over my immortal vanquishing beads either. Even if I was willing to offer those beads, I'm afraid that I would be completely at your mercy without them. Hehe, it seems that you do know your place after all, but aside from your spirit treasures and immortal vanquishing beads, what else can you offer to me? I've lived for over 1,000 years, and even if there were still some things that could tempt me in this human world, there's no way that they would be in your possession. Hu Qinglei scoffed with a deriding look. Really now? I beg to differ. May I ask how many years of your lifespan still remain? Han Li asked with a chuckle. Even though I'm in the twilight phase of my life, it would still be no issue for me to live another 300 to 400 years. Why do you ask? Hu Qinglei was rather taken aback by this question. A mysterious look appeared on Han Li's face after receiving this reply. His lips tremored as he began to transmit his voice rather than continuing to communicate through direct speech. If I gave you a chance to extend your lifespan by another 400 to 500 years, would you be willing to release Violet Spirit, fellow Taoist who? 400 to 500 years? Are you referring to the returning sun water? The deriding sneer on Hu Qinglei's face was abruptly wiped away as he unconsciously sat up straighter with a look of rapt focus in his eyes. Eccentric Wind was unable to hear the contents of their voice transmission conversation, but he was quite surprised to see Hu Qinglei's vehement reaction. Xianxia also opened his eyes at the same time as he turned to Hu Qinglei with a befuddled look. Only then did Hu Qinglei realize that he had let his emotions get the better of himself. Thus, he immediately recomposed his expression as he continued to transmit his voice to Han Li. The returning sun water is the only spirit medicine in the human world that can extend one's lifespan to such an extent. Do you really possess such an extraordinary medicine? If so, I would be more than willing to release Violet Spirit, and I can even offer you some additional benefit in exchange. Hu Qinglei's voice had become extremely warm and earnest, as if he had become a completely different person. I don't have any returning sun water, but I do have glacial quintessence, which is one of the main ingredients required to refine returning sun water, Han Li replied in a truthful manner. Only glacial quintessence? A hint of disappointment had crept into Hu Qinglei's voice. He felt as he Han Li had thrown him onto an emotional roller coaster. If I really did have returning sun water, why would I offer you a deal? I could just give it to either one of senior martial brother Xiang or fellow Taoist Wind, and they would definitely be willing to forcibly rescue Violet Spirit for me. I'm sure that you know the refinement method for returning sun water. Even though pure sun flame essence is quite difficult to find, a sect as powerful as your Heavenly Devil sect still has a very high chance of being able to source some. I believe this is a fair exchange, won't you agree, brother Hu? Han Li proposed in a confident voice. To deity transformation cultivators like Hu Qinglei, a spirit medicine that could extend their lifespans was definitely much more tempting than a spirit treasure or two. As such, Han Li was sure that Hu Qinglei would agree to this exchange. If he didn't possess such an item, it really would be quite difficult for him to rescue Violet Spirit. Of course, he only dared to mention this item as he could already tell that Hu Qinglei was rather wary of him. Otherwise, revealing the fact that he possessed glacial quintessence would only be giving Hu Qinglei another reason to kill and rob him. Hu Qinglei fell into a period of silent contemplation after hearing Han Li's proposal. Eccentric Wind and Xianxia glanced at one another, and they could see their own surprise mirrored in each other's eyes. Neither of them knew what Hu Qinglei had discussed with Han Li, but it was quite apparent that Hu Qinglei's rage had been completely quelled. All of the other nascent soul cultivators were also very curious, but none of them dared to ask any questions. According to my knowledge, glacial quintessence is something that can only be found at the North Night Palace. If it weren't for the fact the North Night Palace had a deity transformation cultivator among their ranks in the past, and that pure sun flame essence is extremely difficult to find, their glacial quintessence would have been forcibly taken long ago. The North Night Palace has since lost its deity transformation cultivator, but their glacial quintessence also disappeared many years ago. I had infiltrated the North Night Palace in person to search for it, but was unable to find it. Where did you get this glacial quintessence? Could it be the very same vial that the North Night Palace had lost? Hu Qinglei interrogated. Han Li seemed to have predicted that Hu Qinglei would ask him such a question, and he replied, "Of course not. How could there be such an unlikely coincidence? I was only able to obtain some glacial quintessence from the myriad-year profound jade in the profound jade cave of the North Night Palace's Spirit Void Hall. I won't be handing over all of it during this exchange either, but there should be enough to make 2 portions of returning sun water. At this point Hu Qinglei suddenly ceased transmitting his voice and spoke for everyone to hear. I don't care where you got this item from. Excessive consumption of this item will only be detrimental anyway, so I don't need any more than the bare minimum. However, if you want to offer this item in exchange for Violet Spirit's freedom, then I have another condition. If you agree to my condition, then I'll release Violet Spirit. What's your condition? A hint of surprise flashed through Han Li's eyes. He wasn't expecting Hu Qinglei to impose another condition. Hu Qinglei took a cold glance at Violet Spirit before replying, "It's quite simple. Aside from giving me the item that you promised, you also have to take a single attack from me without evading nor using your immortal vanquishing beads. If you can do that, then you have yourself a deal." Xianxia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly recomposed himself again. In contrast, Eccentric Wind was looking at Hu Qinglei with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Everyone else also wore contrasting expressions. Hu Qinglei's drastic change in attitude was already quite perplexing to everyone. All of them were wondering what kind of treasure Han Li could possibly be offering to elicit such a strong reaction from a deity transformation cultivator. However, after hearing the additional condition that Hu Qinglei was imposing, everyone was even more befuddled. Han Li's pupils contracted as he repeated for confirmation, "I have to take an attack from you and I'm not allowed to evade?" "That's right, that's my condition. If I don't teach you a lesson, everyone will think that anyone can just take my concubines away from me as they please." Hu Qinglei replied in a sinister voice. The entire palace fell silent once again as many fell into deep thought. Could it be that Hu Qinglei was trying to kill Han Li after all? The disparity between a nascent soul cultivator and a deity transformation cultivator was an extremely drastic one. If Han Li were prohibited from evading, how was he supposed to be able to survive an attack from Hu Qinglei? With that in mind, everyone turned their attention toward Han Li, and Violet Spirit's face paled even further. After a brief silence, she suddenly gritted her teeth and said in a bitter voice, "There's no need for you to do this, Brother Han. I've changed my mind. I want to stay here in the Devil Palace. You can leave on your own, Brother Han." Han Li faltered upon hearing this before quickly gleaning her intentions. However, before he had a chance to say anything in response, Hu Qinglei interjected in a cold voice, "Do you think my Devil Palace is an inn where you can come and go as you please? I've already agreed to this deal, so you can't stay here even if you want to. You won't turn down my condition again, will you, fellow Taoist Han?" Han Li shook his head with a nonchalant expression and replied, "If it's just one attack, then I really do want to give it a shot." Hu Qinglei chuckled as he lifted a hand and pointed a finger toward Violet Spirit. All of a sudden, she was struck by a numb yet itchy sensation in her dantian, and she let loose an involuntary cry. Her lithe and graceful figure swayed as several black threads emerged from within her body, disappearing into Hu Qinglei's finger after circling through the air like a group of miniature spirit snakes. Only then did Violet Spirit stand up straight again, and her expression lit up with surprise and elation as she felt her magic power circulating throughout her body. She had been unable to use her spiritual power before, but it was now gushing into her meridians. Han Li also swept his spiritual sense toward Violet Spirit upon seeing this, and a content look appeared on his face a few moments later. The restriction within her body had indeed ceased to exist. "Hand it over." As soon as he lifted the restriction in Violet Spirit's body, Hu Qinglei turned to Han Li with a cold expression. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he abruptly raised a hand, following which a streak of white light shot forth from within his sleeve. Hu Qinglei's eyes lit up as he made a grabbing motion, drawing the streak of white light into his hand. The white light receded to reveal a white jade vial. Hu Qinglei swept a sleeve gently over the vial, and the lid flew off of its own accord. At the same time, rings of black light began to proliferate through the air, creating a black light barrier that prevented others from being able to ascertain the contents of the jade vial with their spiritual sense. The precautionary measures that Hu Qinglei was taking made everyone even more curious. And even Xianxia had fallen into deep thought as he stroked his beard absent-mindedly. A few moments later, Hu Qinglei had verified that it was indeed glacial quintessence that was stored within the vial, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He replaced the lid of the vial before flipping his hand over, following which the vial completely disappeared. After doing all that, he raised his head to turn his gaze toward Hanli again. The smile on his face faded, only to be replaced by a menacing expression. All of a sudden, black light flashed around his body and he abruptly transformed into a streak of black light as he flew out of the palace, leaving only a cold parting sentence in his wake. "I'll be waiting for you out east, Han brat. Don't make me wait too long." Before he had finished his sentence, the streak of black light had already disappeared into the distance, but his voice continued to echo throughout the palace. Han Li did not appear to be flustered in the slightest in the face of the daunting task that awaited him. He poured a cup of wine for himself in a leisurely manner, drinking it in a few sips before rising to his feet with a calm and collected expression. In contrast, Violet Spirit's brows were furrowed with concern as she asked, "Brother Han, are you really going to take an attack from him? He's a deity transformation cultivator." "Don't worry, if it's just one attack, then I have a good deal of confidence in myself," Han Li replied with a calm and reassuring smile. He had managed to withstand an attack from the avatar of an elder devil even prior to reaching the late nascent soul stage, so he was relatively confident in his ability to take an attack from a deity transformation cultivator. "Then allow me to come with you, Brother Han. I want to support you," Violet Spirit insisted with a determined look in her eyes. Han Li hesitated momentarily at the sight of her resolute expression before nodding in the end. Spiritual light flashed over his body as he latched onto Violet Spirit's hand, and the two of them hurtled out of the palace as a streak of azure light. All of the other nascent soul cultivators also flooded out of the palace. They certainly weren't going to miss out on such a spectacular matchup. Even the other two gorgeous female cultivators who were set to become Hu Qinglei's concubines made their way out of the palace with the other servants following a brief hesitation. All of a sudden, Xianxia and Eccentric Wind were the only ones left in the palace. The two of them sat in silence, seemingly completely disinterested in joining everyone else. "Brother Xiang, what do you think about this?" Eccentric Wind asked. "What do I think about what?" Xianxia responded expressionlessly. "The treasure that Han Brat offered, of course. What could he have offered to draw such a strong reaction from fellow Taoists who? There aren't many things in this world that can tempt him to such an extent." Eccentric Wind chuckled coldly. "It's just as you said, such treasures are rare but certainly not non-existent, so what's there to be surprised about?" Xianxia remained quite calm. "Brother Xiang, are you really not interested in knowing what such a treasure was? It has to be something that could be very useful to us as well," Eccentric Wind said in a meaningful voice. Xianxia heaved a faint sigh and replied, "So what even if that treasure was something that could help us break through our current bottlenecks or prolong our lifespans for another few centuries? Do you think making a breakthrough now will allow us to ascend to the spirit realm? Or do you think that we'll be able to progress to the late deity transformation stage after a few more centuries of cultivation? If not, then there's no point in distracting ourselves with such inconsequential matters. We should instead be focusing solely on searching for a spatial node. You and I will have a chance at attaining immortality as long as we can find a suitable spatial node. Everything else is trivial in comparison." Following a brief period of contemplation, a wry smile appeared on Eccentric Wind's face as he said, "You're right, Brother Xiang. I was led astray by my greed there. In reality, regardless of what that treasure was, there's no chance that we'd be able to get our hands on it now that it's in fellow Taoist whose possession. In any case, it appears that he has no intention of disclosing what the treasure was to anyone. I'm more concerned now that he asked that Han Brat to take an attack of his. He's not trying to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Han Li, is he? It'll be fine. I already warned fellow Taoist Hu against killing Han Li earlier. Besides, Junior Martial Brother Han must be quite confident in his own abilities. Otherwise he wouldn't have agreed to this condition. Having said that, fellow Taoist Hu has always been quite volatile and unpredictable, so we should still go and have a look in case any mishaps arise. It'll be really bad for us if he hurts Han Li in a moment of madness." With that in mind, Xianxia's brows furrowed, and he suddenly wasn't as calm and collected as he was before. Eccentric Wind nodded in agreement as he also rose to his feet. The two of them swayed in unison before abruptly disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, the two of them had appeared outside the palace before vanishing again in a flash. A short while later, the two of them stopped some distance away from the palace. High up in their air over 1,000 feet away from them, Han Li and Hu Qinglei were already facing off against one another. Both of them were completely calm and expressionless. There were many cultivators spectating from down below, and hundreds of beautiful Devil Palace female servants had flocked out from the other palaces nearby. All of them were discussing spiritedly among themselves with excitement etched on their faces. It was no wonder that they were so excited. Seeing the master of the Devil Palace himself in action was quite a rare occasion even for them. Eccentric Wind looked on with narrowed eyes before suddenly turning to Xianxia as he asked, "Do you think that Han Brat will be able to withstand the attack if fellow Taoist who uses his full power?" "That'll depend on what fellow Taoist who wants to do. If it's just an ordinary attack, then he'll have no issues withstanding it. However, if he's willing to sacrifice part of his lifespan to use that spirit treasure of his, then junior martial brother Han will be in some trouble. Fellow Taoist who most likely won't do something so foolish though," Xianxia replied with furrowed brows. "Your analysis is spot on as usual, Brother Xiang, but you may not have heard about this yet. Fellow Taoist who recently obtained a treasure that's apparently no less powerful than a spirit treasure. However, this treasure requires the usage of a special secret technique before it can be activated. As long as fellow Taoist who injects some of his magic power into the treasures, it'll be capable of unleashing unfathomable might. I think there's a very good chance that he'll use that treasure," Eccentric Wind chuckled. "Is that so?" Xianxia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Just as Xianxia and Eccentric Wind were conversing with one another, the two people locked in a confrontation in the air above finally sprang into action. Hu Qinglei swept a sleeve through the air and a ball of green light shot forth before transforming into an object that hovered in front of him. It was an antiquated scroll with peculiar green light shimmering over its surface, striking one with a sense of mystery. Hu Qinglei aimed a cold glance at Han Li before suddenly making a hand seal as he began to chant something. The scroll slowly began to unfurl amid his chanting voice. A ball of green light began to flash incessantly as the scroll was spread open, revealing a piece of gorgeous scenic artwork containing around a dozen or so green mountains of different sizes. However, before anyone had a chance to catch a clear glimpse of the artwork, a burst of green mist rose up from the scroll, instantly obscuring the contents of the entire scroll. A series of sharp cries rang out, following which 18 pillars of green light rose into the air. An incredible turn of events unfolded. The pillars of light receded after hurtling into the air, each of them transforming into a miniature mountain around 10 feet tall. All of them were of a beautiful shade of green and abundant with spiritual qi. The sharp cries were coming from none other than those miniature mountains. Han Li was quite startled by this development. The slightly lackadaisical expression on his face was replaced by a serious one as he immediately flipped his hands over. A green wooden ruler and a miniature azure cauldron appeared over his palms. He tossed the wooden ruler before him, upon which the projection of a lotus flower instantly appeared. The projection swelled drastically in size, transforming into a massive silver lotus that positioned itself in front of him. Meanwhile, the wooden ruler was slowly rotating at the center of the lotus flower, shimmering with dazzling green light. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li flicked a finger toward the azure cauldron, flinging the cauldron's lid off. A clear ringing sound erupted as a clump of thin azure threads shot forth from within. Amid a vast expanse of shimmering azure light, the thin threads transformed into a massive net over 100 feet in size, descending from the sky to shield Han Li. The heaven-void cauldron itself had also expanded to several feet in size as it flew into the air overhead. Han Li then made a hand seal and golden light flashed over his body. A shiny golden light barrier that clung tightly to his clothes was immediately materialized. This was none other than the Buddhist Vajra barrier. After setting up his most powerful 3 lines of defense, Han Li was feeling a lot more secure and assured. Upon seeing this, Hu Qinglei said in a cold voice, "Seeing as you're prepared, I won't delay any longer either. Right as his voice trailed off, he let loose a low cry and made a hand seal. A pillar of black light was blasted out of his mouth before disappearing into the green mist. He was furiously injecting his spiritual power into the scroll. A dull rumbling sound rang out as the green mist surged and tumbled violently. Immediately thereafter, 18 pillars of black light shot straight up into the air, injecting themselves into the 18 miniature mountains up above. All of those mountains instantly began radiating scintillating green light while expanding at an alarming rate. Within the span of just a few breaths, they had transformed into colossal objects around 500 to 600 feet tall, turning them into 18 true mountain peaks. The sharp cries they were emitting became even more pronounced as a series of apes appeared on the mountains, each of which was around a foot in size. All of the cultivators down below were in awe of the scenes unfolding up above. Violet's spirit was also growing even more concerned. Go! Black chi flashed over Hu Qinglei's face as he grabbed the air, sending a small mountain hurtling toward Han Li. After grabbing at the air several times in quick succession, 7 or 8 mountains had already lined up and were preparing to throw themselves at Han Li one after another. A normal nascent soul cultivator definitely wouldn't be able to withstand an attack from even one of those mountains, let alone 7 or 8. There were still around 10 mountains left, yet Hu Qinglei merely exhaled and left them where they were. Perhaps it was because he was simply trying to teach Han Li, yet didn't want to actually endanger his life. Or perhaps it was because activating all 18 mountains required excessive magic power expenditure. In any case, Hu Qinglei displayed no intention of attacking with the rest of his mountains. Han Li was slightly dumbstruck. He knew that Hu Qinglei would definitely make full use of this opportunity to unleash one of his most powerful attacks, but he didn't think he would hurl a few mountains directly at him. Setting aside whether these mountains possessed any special abilities, just the sheer enormity of the impact they would create was unfathomable. Even with his spirit treasures protecting him, there was definitely no way that he would be able to withstand so many devastating strikes in succession. If it weren't for their prior agreement, he could easily unleash a movement technique to evade these mountains. However, he had no choice now but to stand still on the spot and act as Hu Qinglei's punching bag. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, but a thought then suddenly occurred to him as he abruptly patted a spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist. A burst of black light instantly shot forth from within, transforming into a small black monkey that was only several inches in size. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. At the same time, he flapped his other sleeve through the air to summon a small black vial. The vial tipped itself over and 5 humanoid skeletons emerged from within amid a burst of grayish-white energy. These were none other than the Unbroken Sink Devils. Han Li then quickly made a hand seal, and black light began to surge over the small monkey's body. The monkey expanded at a rapid rate, instantly transforming into a colossal ape over 300 feet tall. The massive ape pounded its chest with its mountainous fists as it let loose a long, thunderous cry. It then harumphed violently and a large swath of yellow light swept out of its nose, converging to form a massive yellow trident. With its trident in hand, the ape was like a fiend celestial that had just descended upon the human world. Meanwhile, the 5 sets of humanoid skeletons were also converging, combining to form a massive bone saber-wielding skeleton that was comparable in size to the giant ape. The 2 colossal creatures stood side by side, one on Han Li's left and the other on his right. Almost at the exact same moment, the first mountain came crashing down with devastating might. Before Han Li had even done anything, the skeleton and giant ape sprang into action at the same time. The ape drew a sharp inhalation as it raised its trident into the air to try and parry the mountain, while the skeleton raised its 2 bone sabers at once before slashing them viciously toward the air overhead in a cross-slash strike. 2 resounding booms erupted as all types of spiritual light intertwined and exploded. The giant ape and the skeleton were both forced downward, yet they managed to arrest their downward momentum after their weapons struck the mountain overhead, stopping it cold in its tracks. However, Han Li had just pulled out his tri-flame fan, and there was no joy in his expression upon seeing this. A few more thunderous booms erupted as a few more mountains descended, stacking on top of the first one. As such, even the ridiculously powerful skeleton and Weeping Soul Beast were unable to withstand this overwhelming assault any longer. Following 3 rumbling booms, The massive ape's body shuddered as the huge yellow trident in its hands was shattered into countless pieces. At the same time, the ape itself shrank drastically amid a ball of black light, reverting back to only around 10 feet tall. Without the assistance of the massive ape, the skeleton was plunged into an even more dire situation. As the fourth mountain arrived, the twin bone sabers in the skeleton's hands were snapped in half, and 4 mountains came crashing down mercilessly in a doomsday-like scena. Even the violent skeleton was struck by a sense of fear at the sight of this insurmountable attack. Han Li's heart jolted as he raised his tri-flame fan, preparing to lash out with it. However, right at this moment, a starting sequence of events unfolded. Following a dull thump, the giant skeleton let loose an almighty roar of rage as they blasted out a torrent of 5-colored flames, striking the base of the mountain on the bottom. A vast expanse of 5-colored light exploded, and the speed of the mountain's descent was dramatically slowed to less than a tenth of its original pace. However, the mountains behind the bottom were unaffected by the 5-colored flames, and they continued to pile on more pressure. An earth-shattering boom erupted as the 4 mountains crashed into one another, resulting in an enormous explosion of green light that made it appear as if a green sun had risen into the air. Beneath this immense expanse of green light, 5-colored flames were surging relentlessly, as if they were supporting the green sun in the sky. The combination of the two presented an extremely marvelous spectacle to behold. Han Li was a little flabbergasted. He knew that the 5 glacial flames could be combined to conjure up some kind of strange ability, but he didn't know that it would be this astonishingly powerful. In the distance, Hu Qinglei's expression darkened upon seeing this, and 2 more mountains plunged themselves into the green light at his behest. On this occasion, an even more ferocious boom rang out. The spatial fluctuations nearby twisted and warped as the green sun came crashing down with renewed vigor. In contrast, the 5-colored flames shuddered violently before being forced to dissipate into specks of 5-colored light. However, Han Li had already prepared himself for this situation, and the massive skeleton immediately fled as 5 bursts of grayish-white qi. The cry of a phoenix then rang out as a 3-colored fire raven erupted from the tri-flame fan, crashing directly into the descending green sun. A vast expanse of light exploded once again as the 3-colored light slowed the green sun downward momentum this time. However, as the 2 bursts of light intertwined in the sky, it was quite clear that the 3-colored flames were inferior in power, and were forced to descend along with the green sun. Han Li's eyes flashed as he pointed toward the small azure cauldron overhead. The green net of threads that was initially protecting transformed into an azure spirit cloud before rushing into the air above. With the assistance of this azure cloud, the 3-colored flames were finally able to keep the green sun at bay. However, as 2 more mountains came crashing down into the green light one after another, the green sun was able to slowly reinitiate its descent. Han Li took a deep breath as he swept his sleeve toward the silver lotus flower before him. The massive lotus flower swayed before vanishing on the spot. However, in the next instant 7-colored Buddhist light flashed as the silver lotus flower appeared once again. Meanwhile, the small green ruler at the center of the lotus flower began to rotate as the lotus flower expanded drastically once again. Even after doing all that, Han Li displayed no intention of stopping. Instead, he rubbed his hands together before raising them high into the air. 2 explosive thunderclaps erupted as 2 arcs of light shot forth from within his sleeves, each of which was as thick as his arm. The 2 arcs of lightning converged to form a massive golden python with a diameter comparable to that of a large bowl, flying directly up into the air at an alarming speed. At the same time, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a glittering and translucent bead, which instantly transformed into a purple worm over 100 feet long that also threw itself into the air above. Meanwhile, the massive silver lotus was also slowly rising up to meet the green sun. Spiritual light suddenly flashed in the air as the green sun overhead split up into 8 jade peaks again. However, 4 of them were already damaged and incompletely, while the other 4 were in perfect condition. However, as green light began to surge along the surfaces of these mountains, an incredible transformation took place. The 8 mountains converged, and as opposed to simply stacking on top of one another, They truly combined to form a gargantuan mountain close to 10,000 feet tall, which came crashing down without any delay. At this moment, the purple WRM lightning python and silver lotus flower had also risen up to meet this colossal mountain. Spiritual light of all types of colors exploded as lightning, glacial chi, silver light and green light intertwined, and the colossal mountain really did pause in its tracks. However, the sheer size of the mountain was simply too much to handle. Regardless of whether it was struck by lightning or frozen by glacial chi, the mountain seemed to simply be able to shrug off those afflictions as it slowly continued downward. Even the massive silver lotus was unable to arrest its momentum. Down below, Hanli narrowed his eyes as blue light flashed through his pupils. He then let loose a low cry and threw up a mouthful of blood essence. The blood essence immediately disappeared into the center of the silver lotus flower in the sky, where it was absorbed by the green ruler. Hanli rapidly made a series of hand seals as he began to chant an unintelligible string of incantations. Upon hearing Hanli's chanting, Xianxia and Eccentric Wind both looked at one another with surprise etched on their faces. Just as the colossal mountain overhead was about to crush the silver lotus flower, 8 different types of sharp cries suddenly erupted from the green wooden ruler, following which 8 projections emerged, each of which was around an inch in size. At Hanli's behest, all of these projections expanded drastically, transforming into 8 spirit beast projections over 100 feet in size in the blink of an eye. All of the projections were shimmering with green light, and they appeared to be substantial creatures rather than mere projected illusions. Furthermore, each and every one of those projections was identical to one of the legendary heavenly spirit beasts. All 8 of those projections combined their powers to force the colossal mountain up above to a grinding halt, forcing it to only be able to rotate on the spot, but not allowing it to descend so much as a single inch further. Hu Qinglei's expression finally darkened upon seeing this. Even though he didn't intend to kill Hanli, he really did want to severely wound Hanli in order to teach him a lesson. If Hanli were able to withstand his attack with such ease, then he would be squandering this opportunity. With that in mind, Hu Qinglei appeared to have done nothing, but all of the sharp cries being emitted by the jade peaks suddenly increased in volume at his behest. Countless gray figures shot forth from those mountains, transforming into powerful apes that were each around 10 feet in length. These apes weren't actual demon beasts, but instead projections refined by this treasure through sacrificing demon souls. As such, they were virtually unkillable, and as they threw themselves down from above, even if they were sliced into countless pieces, they could resurrect themselves almost immediately from the jade peaks. Even though none of them were very powerful individually, they were still very troublesome to deal with nonetheless. However, as soon as these 8 projections appeared, the weeping soul beast's eyes suddenly lit up. It let loose a long cry of its own as its body began to expand drastically once again amid a swath of black light. However, on this occasion, it only swelled to just over 100 feet in size before letting loose a violent harumph. Bursts of yellow light swept forth from its nostrils, transforming into several hundred streaks of yellow light that shot forth into the air. All of the apes summoned by the Jade Peaks possessed abundant demonic chi, and almost all of them were at the 5th grade or above. In fact, there were even a few that appeared to be at the pinnacle of the 7th grade. However, as soon as the streaks of yellow light swept through them, they were all immediately felled like ants, having been reduced to wisps of green light before being swept away by the yellow light. All of those wisps of green light were then swallowed into the Weeping Soul Beast's cavernous mouth. Hundreds of ape projections were sucked into the Weeping Soul Beast's belly in an instant. However, after engulfing all of those ape projections, it shrank once again before disappearing into a spirit beast pouch hanging from Han Li's waist as a streak of black light. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but he was informed through his spiritual sense connection with the Weeping Soul Beast that it was going to evolve again, and that was naturally fantastic news to him. However, not only were all of the spectating cultivators stunned by the sight of the Weeping Soul Beast devouring so many ape projections at once, even Hu Qinglei himself was rooted to the spot. Other people may have been unaware of just how powerful those ape projections were, but Hu Qinglei was the owner of the treasure that had summoned them, so he was naturally well aware of how troublesome they were. As such, he was much more astonished than everyone else was to witness this turn of events. Meanwhile, the colossal mountain in the sky had finally been forced to a complete standstill by the combined powers of the 8 spirit beast projections. Han Li's eyes were slightly narrowed as he looked up at the mountain overhead, wondering if she'd use some other treasure to completely destroy this mountain. All of a sudden, Xianxia suddenly interjected, Junior Martial Brother Han and fellow Taoist who really are forces to be reckoned with. Let's end things here for now. If you two continue, I'm afraid that this will escalate into a full-blown battle. His body swayed as he disappeared on the spot. In the next instant he appeared between Han Li and Hu Qinglei, reaching out toward the massive green mountain with a single hand, seemingly in a casual and nonchalant gesture. A loud boom erupted as a ghostly claw that was embroiled in black qi abruptly appeared in the air. The ghostly claw obscured virtually the entire sky as it grabbed onto the massive mountain, lifting it over 100 feet as the claws tightened. Han Li stirred upon seeing Xianxia's ability while Hu Qinglei's expression darkened even further. I didn't think that you'd already reached such a high level of proficiency in your giant spirit claws, fellow Taoist Xiang, but why are you displaying this ability now? Are you trying to exert dominance over me? Hu Qinglei interrogated in a cold voice. Xianxia was completely unfazed by Hu Qinglei's menacing expression as he smiled nonchalantly. My giant spirit claws are merely an insignificant trick. I wouldn't dream of showing it off to you, Brother Hu. I was simply concerned that you'd get caught up into the heat of battle and forget your agreement with Junior Martial Brother Han. You said you were only going to unleash a single attack. I believe Junior Martial Brother Han has already withstood that attack, am I right? Hu Qinglei gritted his teeth before reluctantly replying, Of course I wouldn't revoke my agreement with a nascent soul cultivator. Fellow Taoist Han has indeed satisfied my condition. He then raised a hand and waved it toward the colossal mountain. A ringing sound immediately erupted from the mountain amid a flash of brilliant green light. Xianxia smiled and the massive claws clenched around the mountain immediately disappeared. The colossal mountain then shuddered before reverting back to 8 separate mountains, each of which was around 1,000 feet tall. At the same time, the 8 mountains shrank drastically before hovering over to the scroll. By then they had already been reduced to several inches in size, and all of them disappeared into the artwork on the scroll. The 10 remaining jade peaks hovering above Hu Qinglei's head underwent the same process, disappearing into the scroll one after another. The scroll then slowly rolled itself up again, and as the green light faded, it transformed into a completely mundane-looking scroll once again. Hu Qinglei reached out and the scroll disappeared into his sleeve as a ball of green light. Hu Qinglei turned his gaze toward Han Li and Xianxia, and a warm smile appeared on his face as if nothing had ever happened. Even though I've released Violet Spirit, I'll still be holding a ceremony for my other 2 concubines in 3 days. You'll be staying to attend the ceremony, won't you, Brother Xiang? Xianxia was not surprised by this change of attitude at all, and a wide smile also appeared on his face as he replied, Of course. I've already offered up a congratulatory present, so I definitely have to stay for a few more cups of wine. There were countless thoughts racing through Han Li's mind, but his expression remained unchanged as replied, Senior Martial Brother Xiang and fellow Taoist Wind haven't left yet, so I'll naturally be staying to attend the ceremony as well. That's great. Let's go back to my palace and drink to our heart's content, fellow Taoists. Hu Qinglei chortled heartily before flying directly toward his palace as a streak of black light. All of the cultivators down below were still reminiscing the epic clash they had just witnessed, and they could only hurriedly follow Hu Qinglei back to the Devil Palace. Eccentric Wind also set off to return to the palace, leaving only the stunned and elated Violet Spirit remaining behind on the ground down below. We should go as well, Junior Martial Brother Han. You can rest assured, fellow Taoist who is a man of his word. You've satisfied his condition, so this chapter has been flipped over as far as he's concerned, and he won't look for another excuse to try and get back at you. You can stay with this girl at the Devil Palace for a few days and enjoy each other's company. Xianxia chuckled before heading toward the palace himself. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he shook his head as he slowly descended. Are you all right, Brother Han? Violet's spirit immediately rushed over with concern, gratitude, and a myriad of other emotions etched on her face. I'm fine, just a little energy depleted. Are you planning to leave now or after the ceremony? Han Li asked. When are you planning on leaving? I'll just go with you, Brother Han, Violet's spirit replied without any hesitation. In that case you'll have to stay here for a few more days. I won't be able to leave right away, Han Li sighed. Violet's spirit hesitated momentarily before nodding as she replied, Indeed, it would be inappropriate to depart now, and you could irk the 3 deity transformation cultivators if you do that. However, it seems that they really are rather wary of you, so I'm sure we should be fine even if we stay here for a few more days. After retaining her freedom, all of Violet's spirit's intelligence and resourcefulness suddenly returned to her, transforming her into the fairy Violet spirit of old who dared to explore the world on her own. Han Li smiled at the sight of the spark that had returned to her eyes, and he traveled back toward the palace. Violet's spirit looked on at Han Li's departing figure, and a thought seemed to have occurred to her as a faint blush appeared on her face. She bit down on her lower lip before also making her way toward the palace. 3 days. A ceremony was held in the Devil Palace as the other 2 beautiful female cultivators officially became concubines of Hu Qinglei. Around 20 to 30 additional devilish cultivators and itinerant cultivators arrived for the ceremony, and the even weakest among them were at the mid-nascent soul stage, while a few more late-nascent soul cultivators arrived on the scene. This was quite an eye-opener for Han Li, as there was no way that such a formidable lineup could be assembled in the Heavenly South region. All of the newly arrived cultivators were naturally stunned to see the 3 deity transformation cultivators treating Han Li as their equal. However, after hearing from the previous batch of cultivators who had arrived before them about Han Li's epic feats, all of them were even more astonished, and treated Han Li with just as much respect as they extended toward the deity transformation cultivators. After all, this was a man who had single-handedly almost destroyed the Yin-sifting sect, and also taken a concubine from Hu Qinglei before withstanding one of Hu Qinglei's most powerful attacks. This was clearly not someone they could afford to mess with. During these past few days, Hu Qinglei's interactions with Han Li were quite normal, and he made no mention of the incidents surrounding Violet's spirit. Han Li was quite relieved that this was the case, but he had still been on high alert for the past 3 days. Violet's spirit didn't dare to stray far away from Han Li either, and he certainly wasn't going to complain about having such an exquisite beauty by his side. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, Han Li immediately bade farewell to Xianxia and the others, departing from the Devil Palace and the Devil Cliff Mountain with Violet's spirit before both of them seemingly disappeared off the face of this world. 3 months later, on the summit of a nameless scenic mountain, an azure-robed young man was standing peacefully on a huge rock, casting his gaze out toward the distance. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had departed from the Devil Cliff Mountain several months ago. At this moment his expression was quite calm, but there was a hint of internal turmoil in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hands and silently stared at them for a while. Just a day ago, his hands had been roaming over Violet's spirit's scorching porcelain-like skin, and just the memory of that wonderful experience was making his blood boil. However, Violet's spirit had since departed, leaving him alone on this mountain. After Han Li and Violet's spirit had left the Heavenly Devil sect, the 2 of them had settled on this mountain and began exchanging their respective experiences since they had last parted. There had always been a hint of mutual attraction between the 2, and after living together in an intimate manner for several months, they were finally unable to hold back their impulsive urges and lost themselves in each other's bodies. However, after the event, Violet's spirit made her thoughts very clear to Han Li. He already had a Dao companion and she was unwilling to settle for becoming anyone's concubine, so their paths were destined to diverge. However, she would never love any man aside from Han Li, so she won't ever find a Dao companion of her own. Instead, she was planning to dedicate herself wholeheartedly to cultivation as well as her pursuit of the great Dao. After expressing these intentions to Han Li, Violet's spirit left with a calm expression. Han Li was naturally powerful enough to force her to stay, but he could see the determination in her heart, so he chose to let her leave. Now, as he stood on the summit of this mountain, reminiscing about the past 3 months he had spent here with Violet's spirit, he was struck by a sense of dejection and a faint throbbing pain in his heart. He knew that these were signs indicating instability in his state of mind, but he didn't rectify this right away, choosing to bask in this complex emotion instead. After a long while, the sense of loss and conflict slowly disappeared from Han Li's eyes as his pupils regained their clarity. I guess it simply wasn't meant to be, Han Li murmured to himself. He then transformed into a streak of azure light and rose into the air, disappearing into the distant sky in the blink of an eye. The fiery hell was one of the 7 restricted areas of the Great Jin located in the southeastern region of the Great Jin, and it had existed since ancient times. This was a land of flames comparable in size to half of an entire state, and there were no other colors to be seen there other than black and red. There were also countless volcanoes of different sizes spread over this vast land that spanned innumerable kilometers. Some of these volcanoes were over 100,000 feet tall, while others were only just over 1,000 feet tall, resembling small hills rather than the volcanoes that they were. Some of these volcanoes were very much active with scorching red lava bubbling within their craters, while some had gone completely dark and extinct. There were also some that were in the process of eruption, rumbling incessantly as scorching lava spewed into their air from their respective craters. The air above this land was always obscured by a thick layer of blackish-red fiery clouds, and the ground around these volcanoes was completely black from the immeasurably deep layers of soot that had gathered over time. At low altitudes, the air was entirely filled with the acrid scent of sulfur, and the air temperature here was far more scorching than in the rest of the world. However, many cultivators would often appear in this lethal land that was uninhabitable for mortals. Some of them occasionally descend from the sky and pick up some things from the ground, while others burrowed straight into the craters of certain volcanoes. Those who dared to enter the volcanoes were naturally all-powerful cultivators of a higher grade. The fiery hell was undoubtedly a perilous place, but it was also a region that was abundant in all types of fire attribute materials. The true restricted area wasn't actually the entire fiery hell. Instead, it was merely referring to a vast stretch of mountain ranges at the center of the fiery hell. In that place, the entire region was enshrouded under a thick red mist that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers. That vast expanse of red mist was the true restricted realm, and very few cultivators emerged alive after entering this restricted area. As such, there usually weren't any cultivators that could be sighted around that area. However, on this day, a streak of azure light could suddenly be seen hurtling toward a certain border of the fiery mist, reaching a distance of just over 1,000 feet away from the crimson mist in the blink of an eye. The azure light receded and a young male cultivator was revealed. This man was none other than Han Li, who had rectified his state of mind and finally arrived here after several months of traveling. As soon as he appeared, he scanned his gaze throughout his surroundings before turning his attention to the sea of fiery mist. This vast expanse of red mist was quite different from the mist that Han Li had seen in the past. Not only was its enormity downright staggering, it was completely still without detectable swaying nor discernible noises coming from within. Han Li clasped his hands behind his back and stared at the crimson mist for a while. All of a sudden, azure light flashed around his body again as he plunged headfirst into the sea of mist. As soon as he entered the fiery mist, astonishing explosions began to erupt along the protective azure light around his body as it came into contact with the red mist. Red and azure light intertwined with one another, and the explosions became more and more frequent and violently. Han Li was slightly startled by this development, and after flying for over 1,000 feet, his brows furrowed as he abruptly patted a storage pouch hanging from his waist. Red light flashed and a dozen or so streaks of crimson light shot forth, transforming into a series of glittering and translucent round pillars. Each of these pillars was around a foot in length and was shimmering with red light with lifelike crimson WRM carvings engraved onto their surfaces. These were none other than the treasures that Han Li had refined from the fire dragon pillars he had sourced from the Kunwu Mountains. Han Li began to chant something as he pointed a finger at those red pillars. The pillars revolved in the air before hurtling forth, stopping around 10 feet away from Han Li. Red light flashed and the crimson Ws carved onto the surfaces of these pillars opened their mouths in unison, blasting out bursts of crimson light which combined to form a barrier around Han Li's body. After coming into contact with this red barrier, the fiery mist around him immediately ceased their explosions, and Han Li was able to glide through it like a hot knife through butter. A satisfied look appeared in Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and he was immediately able to increase his speed by several-fold. Here in this sea of fiery mist, one's spiritual sense was severely restricted, and even with Han Li's immensely powerful spiritual sense, he was only able to detect the situation within a small area around him. If any other late nascent soul cultivators were in his shoes, they wouldn't most likely be even more inept. As expected, it was a wise decision for him to come here only after reaching the late nascent soul stage. Han Li was naturally here to source pure sun flame essence that he could use to refine the returning sun water. After using a soul search technique on Master Arctic Dragon's nascent soul in the North Night Palace, he had gleaned some information, telling him that a wisp of pure sun flame essence could be found in this fiery hell-restricted area. However, the pure sun flame essence was hidden in an extremely perilous location, so Han Li wasn't in a hurry to search for it. Only after reaching the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage was he confident enough to come searching for it. After all, the returning sun water was an extraordinary medicine that was of the utmost importance to him. He had given Hu Qinglei several drops of glacial quintessence in exchange for Violet Spirit's freedom, but he still had sufficient glacial quintessence to refine 5 or 6 portions of returning sun water. Of course, he would only be able to refine this medicine if he could find the pure sun flame essence, and that would surely be an extremely arduous task. Otherwise, Master Arctic Dragon was also a great cultivator himself, so he would have come here to secure the pure sun flame essence long ago. Han Li already possessed the great Yin True Flame, so it certainly wouldn't be impossible for him to obtain the pure sun flame essence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to come to this place. This vast expanse of fiery mist, one of the 7 restricted areas of Great Jin, so it was naturally an extremely perilous place. Furthermore, there were also many unimaginably powerful fire tribute demon beasts inhabiting the mountains down below, among which there was apparently no lack of 6th and 7th grade demons beasts. Even the average nascent soul cultivator would very likely be killed if they were to be surrounded by a dozen or so of these beasts. On top of that, the most dangerous things within this red sea of mist weren't even the demon beasts. Just as these thoughts were running through Han Li's mind, he seemed to have suddenly sensed something, and a cold light flashed through his eyes as he flicked a finger to the side. Golden light flashed as a burst of sword chi disappeared into the red mist. A peculiar cry abruptly rang out. A dark shadow stumbled out of the mist, revealing itself to be a red demon beast several feet in length with a pair of blue eyes and a purple comb on its head. However, there was blood splattered all over one of its wings, and even more blood was gushing violently out of a fist-sized puncture wound. However, this beast was extremely aggressive, and it threw itself at Han Li despite its injuries. That didn't come as any surprise to Han Li. After all, fire tribute demon beasts were commonly much more ferocious and violent than other demon beasts. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before casually flicking 5 of his fingers. 5 red threads shot forth, puncturing several regions of the demon beast body before winding themselves around the bird and tightening violently. Brilliant red light flashed as the demon beast was chopped into several sections. Its body had been severed by none other than Han Li's fire spirit threads. In the face of weaker opponents like this fiery bird, the might of the fire spirit threads was very apparent. Han Li waved a hand through the air and the red threads flew back toward him before disappearing into his palm. As he continued deeper into the sea of mist, more and more demon beasts began to appear with increasing regularity. Before he knew it, he had slain more than 10 demon beasts. On one occasion he was attacked by 5 or 6 fire apes at once, each of which was around 10 feet tall. A normal early nascent soul cultivator would have been in some trouble had they been faced with that situation, but Han Li was naturally able to handle the situation with aplomb. He merely opened his mouth to blast forth swords that were several inches in length, and the fire apes were easily slain. However, after forging ahead for a while longer, he finally encountered the first true stumbling block on his journey. In the air several hundred feet away from him, there was a shimmering red ball of light around 10 feet in size that was constantly transforming. It took on the form of a tiger, then a wolf, transitioning between different demon beast forms as if it didn't have a set form of its own. Han Li looked on with a cold expression before abruptly raising a hand, sending several streaks of golden sword chi flying toward it. Golden light flashed past, easily slicing this creature into several pieces, but the segmented red light merely converged once again to revert back to its original form with no issues whatsoever. Han Li's brows furrowed as he made a hand seal. He then abruptly opened his mouth to eject a pilar of purple light, puncturing the ball of light in the blink of an eye to create a hole with a diameter comparable to that of a large bowl. This was a new secret technique that Han Li had mastered after reaching the late nascent soul stage. It involved compressing the purple apex flames that he had refined, then blasting it out of his mouth using his immense spiritual power. As one could imagine, the resulting attack was very fearsome. Even though the ball of light was still able to regenerate itself, it took a lot longer to do so than on the previous occasion. It's just as the rumors say, this malicious fire spirit really is a little troublesome to deal with. Even my glacial flame, which is supposed to hold an attribute advantage over it, isn't very effective. No wonder Master Arctic Dragon's memories suggested that he was quite wary of this creature, Han Li murmured to himself. Right at this moment, the red ball of light took on the form of a crimson devilish ghost and rushed toward Han Li with red flames erupting from its mouth. Han Li adopted a serious expression as he waved a hand through the air. A massive azure hand immediately appeared above the devilish ghost's head, crashing down like lightning before grabbing the ghost firmly between its 5 fingers. Red light flashed as the fingers of the azure hand tightened, crushing the entire body of the devilish ghost. However, the red light converged and regenerated itself again in the next instant. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's face as he patted his storage pouch, seemingly preparing to summon some kind of treasure. However, right at this moment, a crisp cry suddenly rang out from within his body. Crimson light then flashed on his shoulder as a tiny little crimson bird that was only around several inches in size materialized out of thin air. Han Li faltered slightly at the sight of this bird. This bird was none other than the spirit beast manifested from the great Yin True Flame. A surprised look appeared on Han Li's face. Before he could ascertain why this fire raven had appeared of its own accord, the latter suddenly spread open its wings and hurtled directly toward the ball of red light. Along the way, the fire raven swelled drastically in size, expanding to several feet in a few flashes as it opened its beak to peck the ball of light. To Han L's surprise, the bird was able to peck a chunk out of the ball of light's insubstantial body. Following just a few more pecks, a large hole had appeared in the ball of light, and it was no longer able to regenerate as it once could. However, this malicious fire spirit didn't appear to be very intelligent, and nor did it seem to have any sense of pain. Instead of trying to flee the scene, it was merely transitioning into different forms over and over again in an attempt to better combat the fire raven. The fire raven had the malicious fire spirit's body grasped tightly between its talons, continuing to peck at it viciously regardless of what form it adopted. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, the ball of light had almost been reduced to half of its original size. Han Li chuckled upon seeing this. Never did he think that the great Yin fire raven would be the bane of the malicious fire spirits here. In that case, he would be spared of a lot of trouble. Thus, Han Li looked on with a relaxed expression. It didn't take long for the great Yin fire raven to completely devour the ball of light. It then let loose a long cry before returning to its perch on Han Li's shoulder, where it began to organize its feathers, seemingly unwilling to return to Han Li's body right away. There was no way that there was only one malicious fire spurt in this sea of mist, so Han Li naturally wasn't going to force the bird back into his body. Thus he continued onward in his journey. The mountain ranges enshrouded under this sea of mist were truly massive beyond belief. Han Li's spiritual sense was restricted, so he didn't dare to fly too quickly, and it took him 3 full days before he finally arrived at his destination, a massive extinct volcano. Along the way, he had slain at least 70 to 80 demon beasts of all stages, if not over 100. There were even some that had reached the pinnacle of the 7th grade and were only a step away from the 8th grade. 8th grade metamorphosis stage demon beasts would go on to attain intelligence, so they would depart from the fiery hell to find a more suitable place to cultivate. As for malicious fire spirits, Han Li only encountered 2 in total on the way here. Both of them were devoured by the great Yin fire raven, so they didn't cause him much trouble at all. However, as they were passing through a fiery lake along the way, Han Li was forced to slow down significantly. The fiery lake was capable of blasting crimson pillars of fire into the air without any premonition, and those pillars of fire were quite powerful. Han Li wasn't fearful of these flames, but he naturally didn't want to unnecessarily waste his magic power. As such, he exercised a policy of caution and slowly flew over this area. At this moment, Han Li was already standing on the rim of the extinct volcano, casting his gaze up ahead with his arms crossed in front of his chest. He patted a storage pouch on his waist, and a thick stack of formation flags and formation plates immediately appeared in his hand. He tossed those formation tools behind him and silver light flashed as another Han Li emerged. The second Han Li raised a hand to summon a swath of silver light, which allowed it to catch all of the formation tools that had been flung into the air. This second Han Li was none other than the humanoid puppet, which was being controlled by Han Li's second nascent soul. The puppet's body swayed and it transformed into a silver streak of light, disappearing into the mist in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Han Li sat down to meditate with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. A short while later, the humanoid puppet arrived back by his side, completely empty-handed. Han Li opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward the puppet before nodding his head. The puppet swayed before vanishing once again. Brilliant spiritual light erupted over Han Li's body as he hurtled through the air as a streak of azure light. Following a few flashes, he had arrived at the very center of the volcanic crater, upon which the azure light receded. Han Li inspected his surroundings before raising his hand, tossing out a white object that he had prepared in advance. The object revolved in the air before swelling drastically amid a ball of spiritual light, transforming into a massive object over 100 feet tall before crashing to the ground, causing the entire earth to tremor slightly. It appeared to be an extremely heavy object. As the white light faded, a small jade sacrificial pillar was revealed. However, there were runes carved over the surface of this altar, clearly indicating that it was already a treasure. Han Li flipped his hand over again and a small blue cauldron appeared over his palm. He then began to chant something as he cast several incantation seals onto the cauldron. The cauldron revolved and began to radiate scintillating spiritual light. At the same, it swelled dramatically to around 10 feet in size. Han Li gently flicked a finger toward the cauldron, and its lid was immediately flung off. A buzzing sound rang out from within the cauldron, following which a burst of blue light emerged before quickly proliferating through the air. As the blue light flashed over the surrounding landscape, a layer of shimmering blue ice appeared over the ground. Han Li had unleashed his celestial blue flames, and that small blue cauldron was naturally the spirit treasure replica he had obtained from Master Arctic Dragon, the celestial blue cauldron. There were only 2 of these cauldrons in existence and both of them were in Han Li's possession. As the blue light flashed through the air, the red mist nearby receded, and the volcanic crater suddenly became a lot clearer. A slight smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. He pointed a finger toward the massive cauldron, and it immediately landed right the very center of the sacrificial altar before him. Meanwhile, Han Li had also brought out a palm-sized blue formation plate before rapidly casting a few incantation seals onto it. All of a sudden, a loud thunderclap erupted from the ground near the sacrificial altar, and a massive formation that was shimmering with different colors of spiritual lights suddenly appeared, with the altar situated at the very center of the formation. At this moment, it appeared as if the formation around the sacrificial altar had always been one with the giant cauldron, and there seemed to be no end to the celestial blue flames flowing out from the cauldron. Blue ice soon spread over the entire volcanic crater. Han Li wore a serious expression as he pointed several times toward the formation plate in his hand. All of a sudden, an almighty boom erupted from the entire formation as several tens of pillars of blue light shot into the sky around the crater, creating a gargantuan cage of light that completely sealed off the space nearby as well. Each and every pillar was shimmering with green light and reached several hundred feet into the air, creating a formidable sight to behold. Han Li rustled a sleeve and the other small blue cauldron also shot forth before expanding drastically as it flew through the air. The cauldron then hovered toward the air above the massive formation at Han Li's behest, only stopping after reaching an altitude of over 200 feet. Silver light flashed and the humanoid puppet appeared, standing on one corner of the cauldron in a completely stationary manner. Han Li nodded upon seeing this before abruptly patting one of the spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist. A gust of glacial wind was immediately swept up, following which 12 four-winged centipedes emerged from within the pouch, each of which was several feet in length. These were none other than his 12 six-winged frost centipedes. As soon as these centipedes appeared, they immediately began to blast glacial winds out of their mouths, sending swaths of white mist rising high into the air. The centipedes then obscured themselves within this white mist before splitting up and flying to all corners of the cage of light. After setting up all of these measures, Han Li was feeling a lot more assured. However, he still didn't dare to grow complacent as he carefully examined the surrounding formation again. After verifying that there were no issues, he stood at a certain point within the formation and made a hand seal, upon which a layer of purple flames abruptly appeared over his body. He then slowly sank into the ground as if he were nothing more than an illusionary mirage, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. As such, the only things left within the massive cage of light were the 2 cauldrons, the completely stationary humanoid puppet, and the 12 clouds of fluttering white mist. Meanwhile, Han Li had already reached several hundred feet deep into the ground, and was currently situated within a vast expanse of scorching crimson lava. The temperatures here could melt a human away into nothingness in a matter of seconds, yet Han Li remained completely unaffected in his cocoon of purple apex flames. However, as the glacial powers of his flames intertwined with the scorching lava, an incessant burst of rumbling akin to that of relentless thunderclaps erupted nearby, and that was rather annoying to listen to. It wasn't that Han Li didn't want to switch over to the barrier manifested by his fire dragon pillars. A fire attribute barrier would naturally be able to fuse as one with the surrounding lava quite easily. However, having to control the temperatures within the barrier under such intense heat would result in excessive magic power expenditure, so it was much more efficient to use his glacial flames instead. As such, Han Li wasn't going to summon that barrier prior to encountering the pure sun flame essence. Even though he had unleashed his spiritual sense to its very maximal extent, the fact that he was submerged in lava greatly inhibited his detection radius, making it impossible for him to sense anything beyond a radius of around 1,000 feet. Han Li couldn't help but heave a faint sigh upon making this observation. It was no wonder that Master Arctic Dragon had failed on so many occasions to obtain the pure sun flame essence, even though he knew that it was right in this volcano, to the extent that he had completely given up on trying to procure the flame essence altogether. Under such an environment, it was quite a stretch to ask even a late-nascent soul great cultivator to capture a wisp of pure sun flame essence, which already possessed a certain degree of spiritual nature. Only a deity transformation cultivator would have a chance of accomplishing this feat, even though he had already made extensive preparations in advance. He was still quite unsure whether he would actually secure the flame essence. All of a sudden, Han Li patted the great fire raven which was still perched on his shoulder. The fire raven spread its wings and flew out of the purple flame barrier, instantly disappearing into the lava up ahead. The entire process was completely soundless, and the fire raven glided through the lava without any impediment, nor did it seem to be affected by the scorching temperatures of the lava at all. Han Li was initially a little speechless upon seeing this, following which a sense of ecstasy welled up in his heart. The Great True Flame was one of the most powerful attribute existences in the human world, and it seemed to be able to thrive even in lava. As one of the 3 true spirit flames, it appeared that there had to be some secrets hidden within the Great True Flame waiting to be uncovered. If he had the opportunity to do so in the future, he would really have to conduct some thorough research into these flames. The Great True Flame was born in extreme glacial conditions, while the pure sun flame essence was born in extreme heat. Yin and Yang attracted one another like opposite magnetic poles, so if the pure sun flame essence was nearby, then it would be forcibly drawn to Han Li by his Great Fire Raven. With that in mind, Han Li followed along behind the fire raven from a long distance away, roaming throughout the lava with this volcanic crater as the center where he commenced his search. Several days passed by, and Han Li had almost searched the entirety of this area, which spanned a radius of over 5,000 kilometers. In particular, he made sure to conduct thorough searches in the locations where Master Arctic Dragon had once made sightings of the pure sun flame essence, but much to his dismay, his search remained completely fruitless. As such, Han Li was forced to expand the scope of his search, but the pure sun flame essence continued to elude him, as if it didn't even exist here. A month later, Han Li was searching through a location tens of thousands of kilometers away from the volcanic crater. His face remained completely expressionless, but he was truly starting to become rather impatient. He was traversing through scorching lava day after day, seeing only vast expanses of crimson everywhere he looked. Furthermore, he had to constantly unleash his spiritual sense to its maximal extent during this process, expending a vast amount of magic power. Anyone would find this to be unbearable if they were in Han Li's shoes. Just as Han Li was contemplating whether it was time to return to the surface in order to replenish his spiritual power again, his expression suddenly changed and a hint of surprise and elation appeared in his eyes. He immediately patted a storage pouch hanging from his waist, and the small black vial containing the unbroken Sync Devils was immediately summoned. The vial tipped itself over in the lava before releasing the 5 devils. The 5 devils were clearly rather uncomfortable in the lava, but the grayish-white devilish chi swirling around their bodies was able to keep the scorching temperatures at bay. Han Li began to chant something, and the 5 devils transformed into ghostly heads, disappearing into the lava in different directions. Han Li then rustled his sleeve again to release his fire dragon pillars, and the crimson light barrier appeared around him. At the same time, his body swayed before becoming blurry and indistinct, completely camouflaging himself in the surrounding lava in the end. As such, the entire place had fallen completely silent aside from the occasional sound of flowing lava. Around 10 minutes later, a streak of crimson light flashed and the great fire raven emerged from the lava before diving headfirst into the lava on another side. Almost at the exact same moment, the lava nearby began to surge and tumble violently, and its temperature spiked drastically by more than 2-fold. At the same time, silver light flashed and something sped past in hot pursuit behind the great fire raven. As the silver light disappeared, the surrounding lava settled back into its original state, but the scorching temperatures refused to let up. Right at this moment, red light flashed and Han Li emerged nearby in his crimson light barrier. He wore an elated look on his face as he gave chase in the direction that the silver light had sped away toward. As such, the 3 pursued one another in direct succession, covering a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers within a few hours, taking them close to the volcanic crater, where the formation had been set up earlier. However, trouble suddenly struck at this point. The great fire raven's speed and dexterity remained completely unaffected by the lava around it, but it was clearly slightly slower than the ball of silver light pursuing it. After such an extensive chase, the silver light finally caught up to it when they were still close to 10 kilometers away from the volcanic crater. The silver light abruptly pounced onto the great fire raven, and the crimson and silver lights intertwined with one another. Meanwhile, Han Li was too scared to approach the ball of silver light in fear that he would startle it away, but through his spiritual sense connection with the great fire raven, he was finally able to catch a clear glimpse of this ball of silver light. It turned out that this was a miniature Pegasus only around a few inches in size. Its entire body was a pristine white color, yet its wings were of a shimmering silver hue. As soon as the Pegasus caught up to the great fire raven, it immediately summoned countless silver flame flowers on the surface of its wings. The Pegasus that was rushing toward the great fire raven was naturally none other than the true spirit flame manifested by the pure sun flame essence. When the great fire raven had first been born, it had been extremely feeble, which was why Han Li was able to easily subdue and capture it. However, after devouring an immeasurable amount of myriad-year glacial chi in the profound jade cave of the North Night Palace, it had become a lot more powerful. As such, its power was actually quite comparable to the pure sun flame essence. However, the miniature white Pegasus was able to borrow on the boundless power of the lava around it, thereby giving it a distinct advantage. In contrast, the great fire raven had to expend a portion of its spiritual power to ward off the scorching temperatures of the lava, thereby placing it at a further disadvantage. As such, it was forced firmly onto the back foot after just a few exchanges. Han Li's brows furrowed upon making this observation through his spiritual sense connection. However, neither he nor the 5 devils could assist the great fire raven now, as that would only startle the pure sun flame essence. From Master Arctic Dragon's memories, he had gleaned that the pure sun flame essence was an extremely cautious existence, and it would run away at the first sign of any potential danger. Furthermore, its flame movement techniques were extremely profound, allowing it to traverse through the lava in a virtually undetectable manner. As such, if it were allowed to get away, then there was no chance for Han Li to chase it down again. If the pure sun flame essence were to be startled once, Han Li wasn't sure if using the Great Yin Fire Raven as bait would work a second time. As such, even though the Fire Raven was clearly struggling in its battle, he didn't dare to intervene, yet his mind was racing for a potential course of action that he could take. All of a sudden an idea occurred to him. He immediately made a hand seal before opening his mouth to expel a white bead. It was none other than that snow crystal pearl that the purple apex flames had been nurturing. Han Li cast a few incantation seals onto the pearl, following which it shot forth as a streak of white light. The snow crystal pearl reached the battlefield between the Pegasus and the Great Yin Fire Raven in the blink of an eye. The pearl then descended toward the two combatants. The Pegasus was immediately startled by its approach, and it flapped his little wings, abruptly vanishing amid a ball of silver flames. In the next instant, it appeared over 200 feet away, staring at the pearl with bewilderment in its eyes. However, the Great Yin Fire Raven had no intention of evading the pearl. Instead, it took this opportunity to pounce on the pearl before swallowing it, upon which brilliant crimson light erupted from its body. After doing that, the Fire Raven immediately continued to flee into the distance without any hesitation. The Pegasus faltered slightly upon seeing this. It carefully examined its surroundings, and after determining that there was nothing for it to fear, it finally spread its wings and gave chase once again. However, with the assistance of the power of the purple apex flames stored within that snow crystal pearl, the Great Yin Fire Raven was flying far more quickly than it was previously capable of, and the Pegasus was unable to chase it down for the time being. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had reached the massive volcanic crater, following which the Great Yin Fire Raven immediately shot upward toward the surface. The Pegasus had been chasing the Fire Raven for so long, so it was naturally unwilling to give up. As such, it hurriedly spread its wings and also flew upward toward the surface. Both of them were fire spirits, so they were naturally unobstructed by the thick layers of earth that stood in their way. Moments later, the two fire spirits emerged from the ground one after another, appearing right within the massive cage of light. As soon as the pure sun flame essence appeared, it sensed that something was amiss. However, it was already too late. The humanoid puppet was already prepared in advance, and it abruptly stomped down onto the celestial blue cauldron beneath its feet. A burst of blue flames immediately shot forth from within, transforming into a blue glacial WM in the blink of an eye. The Great Yin Fire Raven also launched a counterattack, turning around before opening its beak to expel the snow crystal pearl. At the same time, the entire formation was activated by the humanoid puppet. The pure sun flame essence immediately attempted to flee back into the lava upon seeing this. The volcanic crater where it and the Great Yin Fire Raven were was the only area that had been left intentionally free of blue ice. However, as the formation was activated, blue ice was also beginning to seal up that crater. However, the rate at which the ice is spreading over the crater was far inferior to the speed of the pure sun flame essence's retreat. Just as the miniature Pegasus was about to disappear into the ground, a horrified look suddenly appeared in its eyes, and it abruptly spread its wings, vanishing before appearing again over 200 feet away. Almost at the exact same moment, 5 pillars of light of different colors shot forth into the air from the ground below. 5 bursts of grayish-white devilish chi then emerged, transforming into 5 ghostly heads, each of which was around a foot in size. They were none other than the unbroken Sync Devils. Han Li was also slowly rising up from the ground. At this point, the entire crater had been covered in a thick layer of blue ice due to the effect of the formation. Han Li stood upon the blue ice and raised his head with a serious look on his face. The glacial WM manifested from celestial blue flames, the Great Yin Fire Raven, and the 5 ghostly heads were all converging toward the Pegasus. However, just as Master Arctic Dragon's memories had revealed, the pure sun flame essence was extremely nimble and agile, flashing through the air as a completely untraceable streak of silver light. The Great Fire Raven was the only one that could match its speed, while the 5 devils and the glacial Wurm were clearly unable to keep up. However, on this occasion the Pegasus was the one being debilitated by the glacial chi emanating from the cage of celestial blue flames, and with the enhancement of Han Li's snow crystal pearl, the Great Fire Raven was now slightly faster than the pure sun flame essence. If it weren't for the fact that the Pegasus movement techniques were truly extremely agile and unpredictable, it would have been captured by the Fire Raven long ago. Even so, the Pegasus was still struck on several occasions in a short period of time by the crimson light being blasted out of the Fire Raven's mouth, thereby inflicting a few minor injuries upon it. However, the Pegasus would rather allow itself to be struck by attacks rather than retaliate, as doing so would force it to slow down, thereby giving the 5 devils and the glacial Wurm a chance to chase it down. Han Li stood down below with his hands clasped behind his back, seeming content just to spectate. Meanwhile, the humanoid puppet was maintaining the function of the formation while expressionlessly manipulating the glacial Wurm. All of a sudden, the Pegasus identified an opportunity and came hurtling down toward the ground after allowing itself to be struck by another one of the Great Fire Raven's attacks. It reached the ground down below in a flash without any premonition, then attempted to unleash a movement technique to flee the scene. However, the Pegasus' body faltered as soon as it came into contact with the blue ice down below. During this split second of delay, a streak of crimson light and a burst of blue glacial mist suddenly hurtled toward it. At the same time, a strange unsettling cry rang out. A flash of horror appeared in the Pegasus' eyes, but it was clearly too late to evade. However, it managed to react extremely quickly, flapping its wings desperately to create a series of silver flowers. These flowers instantly enshrouded its entire body, and it appeared that it was planning to take these attacks head-on. 2 muffled thumps rang out, and the crimson light and blue glacial mist struck the silver flowers in quick succession. Much to Han Li's surprise, the Pegasus borrowed the power from the impact of the attacks, flying rapidly through the air to appear over 100 feet away in the blink of an eye. It stumbled slightly to arrest its momentum before escaping toward another direction in the cage as a streak of silver light. Even though the Pegasus was still traveling extremely quickly, Han Li was able to identify using his bright-sight spirit eyes that it was clearly missing a chunk of one of its wings, and a section of one of its legs also appeared to have been dismembered. A smile appeared on Han Li's face and he finally sprang into action. Azure and white light flashed behind him, upon which a pair of wings appeared on his back. He gently flapped those wings and a light breeze was swept up, following which he completely vanished. The Great Fire Raven was also throwing itself at the pure sun flame essence again. However, the Pegasus had already opened up some distance between them by borrowing the momentum of the attacks from earlier, and it unleashed its maximal speed as it reached the border of the cage after a few successive flashes of silver light. A pillar of blue light stood in its way, so the Pegasus decided to fly around it. However, the humanoid puppet up above immediately made a hand seal upon seeing this, and brilliant light erupted from all of the pillars as strands of light shot forth, creating a dense net that cut off the Pegasus' route of escape. The Pegasus was startled by this development, but it was too late to turn back. As such, it blasted several tens of silver flowers toward the net while continuing to fly full speed ahead. It was planning to puncture the net through brute force. However, what the Pegasus had failed to notice was that 2 clouds of white mist had already appeared above its head. The white mist suddenly surged as 2 gusts of white glacial winds swept forth. Immediately thereafter 2 snowy white centipedes shot forth like lightning. These were none other than 2 of the 6-winged frost centipedes Han Li had set up in advance. As such, the Pegasus could only evade the 2 gusts of glacial winds and fly toward another direction. At this moment, the Fire Raven, 5 devils and glacial Wurm converged toward it once again. However, as soon as the Pegasus had changed directions, black light suddenly appeared before its eyes, and a glittering and translucent black blade instantly flashed through its body. An expression of shock and horror appeared in its eyes as its body was sliced cleanly in half. The 2 halves of its body reverted back to their silver flame form before instantly merging back together to form a miniature Pegasus again. However, its body was quite blurry and insubstantial, clearly indicating that it was unable to immediately take on its original form again. It was quite apparent that the surprise attack from the Devil Essence dagger had proven to be very effective. Right at this moment, a dull thunderclap suddenly rang out overhead. An azure arc of lightning flashed, following which Hanli abruptly appeared and immediately flicked his 10 fingers in quick succession. 10 fiery threads hurtled through the air, puncturing the Pegasus body in a flash. At the same time, Hanli began to chant something, and the fiery threads instantly bound the Pegasus tightly. It was completely powerless to resist against Hanli's surprise attacks. Hanli was naturally ecstatic upon seeing this. He flipped his hand over to summon a stack of restriction talismans that he had prepared well in advance, and a dozen or so streaks of light of different colors flew toward the pure sun flame essence as he flung the talismans through the air. If these restriction talismans could plaster themselves to the Pegasus body, it would definitely be unable to escape, despite the fact that it possessed the body of a fire spirit. However, a surprising turn of events unfolded. The tightly bound Pegasus suddenly let loose a desperate neigh as brilliant silver light erupted all over its body. The fiery threads detached themselves from its body, flashing toward the oncoming restriction talismans instead. Loud explosions erupted as all of the talismans were reduced to dust, while the fiery threads continued to hurtle toward Hanli. Even the perpetually calm and collected Hanli was quite startled by this development. However, he immediately decided on a course of action, raising an arm before waving his hand toward the fiery threads. The threads immediately stiffened before disappearing into his hand in a slightly reluctant manner. Meanwhile, the Pegasus was taking advantage of the situation to try and escape again. Hanli's expression darkened as he harumphed coldly. Upon hearing his harumph, the Pegasus suddenly shuddered as its body plummeted involuntarily toward the ground. Hanli had unleashed his spirit stun thorn secret technique. Hanli flapped his wings and abruptly vanished, appearing directly below the falling Pegasus in the next instant. On this occasion he merely made a grabbing motion toward the Pegasus rather than rely on any treasures. A large hand constructed from purple flames appeared out of thin air, forcibly locking the miniature Pegasus in a tight grasp. Brilliant purple glacial light erupted as a massive block of purple ice sealed the fire spirit's body within. At this moment the Great Fire Raven and the Glacial Wurm also finally arrived. Both of them plunged into the purple ice without any hesitation, quickly fusing as one with the block of ice amid flashes of spiritual light. Almost at the exact same moment, the Pegasus within the block of ice seemed to have recovered from the effect of the spirit stun thorn, and silver flames immediately erupted violently all over its body as it attempted to escape. However, with the infusion of the Great True Flame into the block of ice, there was no way that it would be able to escape in a short period of time. The blue glacial Wurm and the Great Fire Raven were like fish in water as they surrounded the Pegasus, blasting out gusts of glacial chi from their mouths to forcibly repress its silver flames. The 5 devils also arrived at this moment. Each of them blasted a type of glacial flame out of their mouths, which then converged to form a 5-colored glacial flame that hurtled toward the miniature Pegasus. Upon coming into contact with this 5-colored glacial flame, the miniature Pegasus immediately became extremely slow and sluggish. On the contrary, the Glacial Wurm and Great Fire Raven were seemingly completely unaffected even though the 5-colored glacial flames had also washed over them. Instead, the glacial chi billowing out of their mouths had become even more powerful. The pure sun flame essence was unable to withstand such a ferocious assault, and it gradually began to slow down even further as its aura became more and more feeble. Hanli immediately swept his sleeve through the air upon seeing this, summoning a dozen or so talismans. These talismans immediately punctured the block of ice before plastering themselves to the Pegasus body. The fire spirit finally relinquished its resistance with a look of despair on its face. The silver light emanating from its body dimmed, and it was unable to maintain its Pegasus form any longer as it reverted back to a ball of shimmering silver flames. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.